The black-haired youth was Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. He looked at Wang Lin, and his words contained a strange force that would make anyone who heard them feel endless awe and conviction. It was as if his words were the rule of the world and his voice was the promise of the heavens. I won't die, you won't die. This was a heavy commitment Grand Empyrean Dao Yi had given to recruit Wang Lin. Although he looked very calm and casual, this promise was very heavy. When the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor heard the promise from Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, his expression changed. Waves of emotions echoed in his heart, and he looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He had followed Grand Empyrean Dao Yi for more than 10,000 years and had a vague understanding of Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. This kind of commitment was very rare from him. It has to be said that when Grand Empyrean Dao Yi recruited him, he only said, I won't die and you won't die for 100,000 years. But at this moment, the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor noticed that there was no time added to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's words. It was actually, I won't die, you won't die. The meaning of this sentence was too great. This person obtained the high recognition of the heavenly bull soul and has power close to an Empyrean exalt. After putting on the soul armor, his cultivation level is infinitely lose to Ascendant Empyrean. This person, no wonder Grand Empyrean Dao Yi values him so much. The Devil Dao sect's old ancestor sighed in his heart. Wang Lin silently pondered. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was the first Grand Empyrean he had met, and he can hear the promise in those words. Grand Empyrean, this matter is very important to me. I can't decide immediately and need to consider. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Wang Lin didn't want to make a decision after only meeting one Grand Empyrean. Also, after battling the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor, he became aware of the ways of the Empyrean exalts. He knew he was not famous enough, so he had to gain more fame. Only after becoming more famous and choosing a Grand Empyrean to follow would the danger of entering the imperial city decrease. The black-haired youth looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with wisdom, seemed to be able to see through Wang Lin's thoughts, and smiled. I'll give you time. With your power, you can try the Empyrean trials. If you can break through the 9th level, I'll come to see you again. With that, he turned toward the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor and then turned back into the Dao robe. After Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was gone, everything that was frozen moved again. They returned to their original trajectory. Dust fell and the wind blew by. As the surroundings recovered, the pressure that shocked Wang Lin also disappeared. It was as if everything that had just happened never happened. The Devil Dao sect's old ancestor let out a sigh and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. The matter with the Devil Dao sect is done. But you missed the opportunity to follow Grand Empyrean Dao Yi immediately. Alas, the strong always respected each other. The fierce battle between the two of them made the red-haired old man respect Wang Lin. After he finished speaking, the red-haired old man turned to leave. Fellow cultivator, please wait. The reason I destroyed the Devil Dao sec is because the entire sect used their full power to put me into a life or death situation. Not just one person. Wang Lin slowly said. He seldom explained himself, but the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor had earned Wang Lin's respect. The red-haired old man stopped and pondered for a bit. Forget it. The world is a cycle of karma. You destroying the Devil Dao sect is now just a calamity for the Devil Dao sect, but it also cut me off from ordinary matters. From now on, I can focus on seeking Dao. The red-haired old man sighed and looked at Wang Lin. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi is extremely biased toward his own people, more so than the other Grand Empyreans. With your current strength, choosing to follow Grand Empyrean Dao Yi would be a very good choice. Among the Grand Empyreans, the Celestial Emperor Grand Empyrean 8 Extremes is the most proud. The Central Continent's Grand Empyrean Jodi is the most overbearing. The Northern Continent's Grand Empyrean Wufeng is the most picky, and aside from Ascendant Empyreans, he rarely recruits Empyrean exalts. And the Eastern Continent's Purple Dao sect's Grand Empyrean Gemini was originally the most powerful among the Grand Empyreans. But during the last reincarnation, her soul split in half and transformed into two people. She can't recover in this lifetime. Although it was rumored that her personality was very gentle, she would not be my choice. The red-haired old man knew that compared to an Empyrean Exalt, the Devil Dao sect was just an ant. It was not worth getting on the bad side of an Empyrean Exalt for the Devil Dao sect. Most importantly, this Empyrean Exalt was extremely powerful. As a result, he spoke of matters Empyrean Exalts should know to erase the unpleasantness from before. Wang Lin didn't know about this matter before at all. Although he looked unmoved, after hearing it he was moved. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for the information. Wang Lin clasped his hands. There is also the Empyrean trial. Since I'm the first Empyrean Exalt you fought, you must not know about the Empyrean trial. It is a strange place created by the celestial ancestor. It is a space separated from this world where Empyrean Exalt cultivators can obtain accurate judgment on their strength. The red-haired old man slowly continued. The Empyrean trial has a total of 19 layers, and only Empyrean Exalts can center. With my cultivation level 500 years ago, I tried once, but I only passed the 3rd layer and failed at the 4th. The Empyrean trial? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had heard Grand Empyrean Dao Yi talking about earlier, but he didn't know what it was. However, after hearing the red-haired old man, he understood a bit. I once heard from Grand Empyrean Dao Yi that the Empyrean trial was created by the celestial ancestor, and that it copies the immemorial God realm. If you can break through the 19th layer, then your chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean becomes higher than others after entering the immemorial God realm. A long time ago, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng broke through the 19th layer. Then, during one of the openings of the immemorial God realm, he got lucky and became a Grand Empyrean. The red-haired old man didn't hide anything. Even if he didn't explain these things, Wang Lin would learn about them once he interacted with other Empyrean Exalts. These were not secrets. Wang Lin immediately asked, "How do I enter the Empyrean trial?" The red-haired old man looked at the sky and slowly said, "Very simple. As long as you obtain the recognition of the immortal astral law as an Empyrean Exalt, you only need to find a safe place in the land of the Celestials. Then fly out with your origin soul into the sky as fast as possible. After 60 breaths of time, you can enter the Empyrean trial created by the celestial ancestor. Rumor has it that at the land of the ancients, the ancient ancestor copied the immemorial God realm as well and created a suitable trial ground for the ancient clan. Even more rumors that above these 2 trials was a grand Empyrean trial created by the 2 ancestors together. However, this is only a rumor and I don't know much." The red-haired old man finished speaking and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator, this old man has told you what I need to. Goodbye." The red-haired old man didn't even look at the Devil Dao sect that had become a ruin. In a flash, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Wang Lin still stood there and silently looked ahead even after the old man had left. He had decisively refused Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and had given up that opportunity. But he didn't regret it. 5 Grand Empyreans. Aside from the Celestial Emperor and Dao Yi, there are 3 more. With my current strength, I gained some insight after battling my first Empyrean Exalt. The more Empyrean Exalts I fight, the more fame I'll gain. And also the Empyrean trial. I didn't expect that there would be such a place on the immortal astral continent. I just don't know if what the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor said was true or false. Wang Lin sat down and pondered. Sitting in the ruins, he constantly replayed his battle against the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor and the punch from Grand Empyrean Dao Yi in his mind. This punch continued to reappear in his mind until it replaced everything. Wang Lin was fully immersed in the punch from the Grand Empyrean. This punch seemed soft, but it contained a force Wang Lin couldn't comprehend. Time passed and several months went by in a flash. During these several months, Wang Lin had been sitting there, motionless. But there was a protective force around him that made it so no one could approach. The Devil Dao sect cultivators that returned one by one all saw the ruins of the Devil Dao sect, and their hearts trembled, especially after they saw Wang Lin. Some of them recognized him. However, they could not get close to the protective force, and after a while, they quickly dispersed in fear. But some Devil Dao sect members didn't leave. They stayed far away and didn't get close. Wang Lin sat there for a year. This 1 year of time was only a flash to him. On a certain day after 1 year, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky and his eyes shined brightly. That punch, I have calculated every possible way to resist that punch. I have simulated millions of times, but not once could I resist it. That was just a sliver of Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's divine sense. Wang Lin sighed. The joy from the increase in his cultivation level had died down. Compared to a Grand Empyrean, he was far too weak. However, although this is the case, I still gained a lot of insight, especially in the battle against the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor. Integrating Dao into the body and one punch containing 27 spells. I can imitate and learn it. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. This battle had given him great insight. I need to find a place to comprehend for a while. At Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could go anywhere in the land of the Celestials. At this moment, Wang Lin stood up and looked at the surrounding ruins. He naturally sensed the members of the Devil Dao sect that had returned from the Heavenly Bull continent. Forget it. Wang Lin walked forward and instantly disappeared. The imperial edict from the Celestial Emperor told Wang Lin to meet him in the imperial city, but it didn't give a date, so Wang Lin naturally wouldn't go immediately. In a flash, 3 years passed. In these 3 years, Wang Lin created a cave under the vast desert of the Meng Earth continent. He sat there and comprehended all the insight he had gained from fighting the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor. After 3 years under the desert, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes looked like they contained the stars. Due to my cultivation level without the soul armor, at most my punch can only contain 9 spells. Wang Lin raised his right hand before him and squeezed. Muffled rumbles came from his palm. Even so, my punch is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If I were to face the Devil Dao sect ancestor again without the soul armor, I could match his first punch. When Wang Lin faced the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor's first punch, he was forced back 3 steps. Now, after 3 years, although this cultivation level remained the same, his battle strength had increased greatly. Unfortunately, after 3 years of observation, I learned that Golden Exalt Origin Souls can only allow me to create up to 6 spell veins, and I will need 9 of them. Wang Lin had clearly felt the power of the rapid spell art in his battle against the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor. However, the reason this spell was so powerful was because the spell veins Wang Lin had formed were very high quality. But the higher the quality, the more difficult it was to create new spell veins. The Devil Dao sect's sect master's origin soul had opened up the 4th and 5th spell veins. But the 6th spell vein required 9 golden exalts. To create new spell veins like this is really too difficult. The 6th vein requires 9 golden exalts. The 7th requires 9 Empyrean exalts. Could the 8th require 9 ascendant exalts? If so, would the 9th require 9 Grand Empyreans? Perhaps the 9th will only require 1 Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. The rapid spell art must be cultivated. It is extremely powerful and it allows me to use my full power. My real cultivation level is only early stage void tribulent. Due to this restriction, at most my fist can only integrate 9 spells. I must obtain the metal and wood essences as soon as possible and form their essence true bodies. Then, with 5 elements fused into one, my cultivation level will rise to mid-stage void tribulent. Then I can integrate even more spells. I just don't know how many I will be able to fuse after reaching the mid-stage of void tribulent. Aside from that, I must battle against even more Empyrean exalts and gather the attention of the rest of the Grand Empyreans. In addition, I must seek information about the Empyrean trial and see if it is really as what the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor had said. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stood up from his 3 years of sitting. I must head to the Empyrean trial and see how many levels I can break through with my current cultivation level. Wang Lin's body appeared on the desert in a flash. He waved his sleeve and a sea dragon appeared below him. The sea dragon let out a roar and revealed a look of respect. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stepped into the head of the sea dragon. The sea dragon rushed forward and disappeared without a trace. The Meng Earth continent has 2 sections. One is the Earth sect and the other is the Meng Earth sect. Both are part of the 9 sects and 13 factions, but they only have golden exalts, no Empyrean exalts. Wang Lin sat on the sea dragon and checked the introduction of the Meng Earth continent from the tortoise shell. Although I need the origin souls of golden exalts, these two sects have no feud with me, so forget it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sent out a divine sense message. The sea dragon under him flew toward the heaven continent that was connected to the Meng Earth continent. The tortoise vaguely pointed out that the heaven continent's heaven sect had an Empyrean exalt. However, although the map in the tortoise shell looks large, it is only a portion of the map. I need to head to the two sects in the Meng Earth continent to obtain their map jades. If Wang Lin entered the Meng Earth continent with his previous cultivation level, both sects would be behemoths he wouldn't want to provoke, so he would have carefully avoided them. However, it was different now. In his view, they were ordinary sects and there was nothing terrifying about them. This place is closest to the Earth sect, so let's go there first. The map appeared in Wang Lin's mind, and a moment later, the sea dragon changed directions. It flew straight east and disappeared without a trace. The Meng Earth continent was mostly covered by deserts, and the deserts continued like an ocean. Whenever a storm rolled by, large amounts of sand would fly up, creating a terrifying sandstorms. These sandstorms could be strong or weak. Weak ones could make a mortal tremble, but a strong sandstorm would cause cultivators to tremble and immediately avoid it. This was because the sandstorm contained a strange magnetic force that had a huge effect on cultivators. It would suck a cultivator in, and not even their origin soul can escape. Fortunately, sandstorms that contained this kind of magnetic force were rare. They were huge and could be seen from far away, giving PME time to avoid it. However, on the eastern part of the continent, there was a region that was covered in a sandstorm year-round. Every 100 years, the sandstorm would erupt with its full power, and almost no could be seen around the region during that time. Normally, this place was dark and covered by the sandstorm. This made it very difficult to enter unless one had a special method. In this strange sandstorm, there was a sect that was famous across the Meng Earth continent. The Earth sect. In the Meng Earth continent, there were numerous sects, but only the Earth sect and the Meng Earth sect were the heads of the continent. No one dared to provoke these two giant sects, and they controlled the entire Meng Earth continent. At this moment, in the sandstorm where the Earth sect was located, the world was dark. A huge sea dragon appeared, and Wang Lin was sitting on its head. The moment they appeared in the sandstorm, there was a powerful howl of wind. Although this wind was abnormally powerful, when it landed on Wang Lin, it couldn't even cause a strand of his hair to move. It was as if Wang Lin's body was an illusion and not real. As for the sea dragon, it didn't care about the wind at all. It revealed a cold gaze and stared into the depths of the sandstorm. Feeling the sandstorm, it contained the power of the wind and earth. Wang Lin calmly allowed the sea dragon to fly forward. The wind raged before him, but the sand that got near Wang Lin immediately surrendered and scattered. They casually flew toward the center of the sandstorm. There was an earth-yellow light that covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers that prevented the sandstorm from reaching inside. That place was the location of the Earth sect. The entire Earth sect was like a Garden of Eden, and it seemed very special inside the sandstorm. There were mountains, flowing water, and pavilions everywhere. There was also a large amount of disciples flying through this area. The Earth sect had less than 30,000 disciples. This was very different from the other 9 sects and 13 factions. The Earth sect only want the talented and not ordinary disciples. The disciples had a strict hierarchy, and there was a total of 9 different ranks. At the same time, the amount of resources each disciple got was far more than the rest of the sects because there were only 30,000 disciples. They spent all their resources to cultivate these 30,000 disciples, especially those that had more talent. The Earth sect had also gathered an unimaginable amount of resources. In the Earth sect, the amount of rank 1 sect members was very low, less than 100 people. The rank 9 sect members numbered the highest, more than 20,000. At this moment, where the rank 5 sect members were located, there was a beautiful pavilion. 2 cultivators were sitting inside. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man looked like he was only around 30 years old. He was very handsome but gave off a cold aura. His cultivation level wasn't high, only at the second step of Nirvana Scryer. The woman beside him was not cultivating but was looking at the man beside her with a soft gaze. Her gaze was filled with attachment. However, just at this moment, the man sitting there trembled violently. His face became distorted, as if it was very painful, and he let out muffled roars. This sudden change caused the woman's expression to change. She immediately placed her hand on his chest and injected her cultivation into his body. A moment later, the pain on his face reduced and he suddenly opened his eyes. In a short period of time, his body was soaked in sweat. The woman wiped the sweat from the man's forehead as she bit her lip and softly said, You have tried many times, don't try again. That dream, is it really that important? The man silently pondered and looked out the window. After a long time he calmed down. That dream is very important. More important than me? The woman bit her lower lip until it bled. Confusion appeared in the man's eyes. This dream has accompanied me for nearly 200 years. There is a person in that dream. I can't see her appearance, but I feel like I exist just for her. It seems like she was my wife in my previous life. It's just a dream, Qing. It's just a dream. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes as she looked at the man she had loved deeply for more than 100 years. Is it a dream? The man named Qing was even more confused. It's just a dream. The woman cried as she hugged the man like she was afraid of losing him. She continued to say these words to him. Is it really just a dream? The man closed his eyes. At this moment, while the man was confused, Wang Lin calmly flew over the light curtain. He flew through the raging sandstorm and felt the magnetic force inside, but he could ignore it. The sea dragon stopped while carrying Wang Lin and remained unmoving in the wind. However, the sea dragon's eyes stared at the Earth sect ahead with a cold gaze. Earth sect master, old ancestor, quickly come out. In the sandstorm, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out like thunder throughout the entire Earth sect. It echoed in the heart of every cultivator, including the confused man. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. Not even the endless sandstorm around the Earth sect could suppress his voice. Everything seemed to freeze before Wang Lin's voice. It only seemed like everything frozen, as the wind and sand still moved. However, even so, his divine sense caused a storm that shook the souls of all the cultivators in the Earth sect. Under his divine sense, the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger one felt it. The old ancestor of the Earth sect was at the Golden Exalt stage. Although the sect master hadn't reached Golden Exalt, he was still a late-stage void tribulent cultivator. The two of them were the most powerful cultivators in the Earth sect. At this moment, the Earth sect's sect master was currently scolding his 3 disciples. He had a serious expression and was angrily scolding one of them. His words caused a pressure that made the disciples tremble. But at this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. He didn't want to hurt anyone, so the 3 low cultivation level disciples could resist. But their expressions changed and they felt like a wind had blown by. However, the expression of the Earth sect's sect master changed greatly. He felt like hundreds of thousands of bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind and the world was collapsing on him. His body trembled and he rushed out of the sect without hesitation. He didn't dare to not come out. He didn't dare to disobey. There was also the Golden Exalt of the Earth sect. He was in closed-door cultivation year-round and would not easily come out. At this moment, he was sitting there when his heart rumbled. Wang Lin's divine sense was overbearing and forced through all obstacles to echo in his heart. The Earth sect's Golden Exalt old ancestor opened his eyes, and they were filled with shock and fear. Empyrean Exalt. At this moment, the Golden Exalt felt the world collapse before him. He felt that only one fragment needed to fly toward him to make him fall. Fear filled his mind. The Golden Exalt old ancestor immediately teleported outside the Earth sect. Aside from them, in a pavilion in the rank 5 region, the man named Qing felt this divine sense as well. His body trembled and he became even more confused than before. Not only him, but the woman next to him also trembled, and a flash of confusion appeared in her eyes. The entire sect of 30,000 disciples all felt their minds tremble. But it was due to awe. Confusion only appeared in the man and woman. However, neither of them knew that at that moment, both of them looked so similar. Outside the Earth sect, Wang Lin calmly stood at the head of the sea dragon and looked at the sandstorm before him. The Earth sect's old ancestor appeared, followed by a ray of light that was the Earth sect's sect master. When the golden exalt old ancestor appeared, he saw the sea dragon under Wang Lin. The moment he saw the dragon, his heart skipped a beat. The sea dragon was equivalent to a golden exalt cultivator, and a powerful one at that. It was slightly stronger than the Devil Dao sect's sect master. A golden exalt sea dragon as a mount. The golden exalt old man felt sweat on his forehead. He looked at Wang Lin, calmly standing on the sea dragon's head, and his heart trembled when he met Wang Lin's gaze. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully at Wang Lin. Earth sect's Zhang Tianlin greets Senior. As he spoke, the sect master also arrived, but with just a glance, his face turned pale. He was shocked by Wang Lin's luxurious mount and obediently stood beside the old ancestor. He bowed at Wang Lin in awe. Junior didn't notice Senior had arrived. I hope Senior can forgive me. If Senior doesn't mind, please come into the Earth sect so Junior can pay his respects. The golden exalt Zhang Tianlin was very respectful and didn't dare to be rude. He was afraid of offending this terrifying Empyrean exalt. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense to check Wang Lin's cultivation level. It was very rude for a weaker cultivator to spread out their divine sense to check the cultivation level of a powerful cultivator. With that terrifying divine sense, he could clearly judge that the person before him was an Empyrean exalt. The golden exalt sea dragon also caused his heart to tremble. I have only met Empyrean exalts twice, and each of them can make a continent tremble. This person suddenly appeared before my sect. Could it be that someone in my sect has offended him? Wang Lin smiled and said to the old man, No need to enter the sect. I'm passing by the Meng Earth continent and need the most complete map your sect has. Can you give me one? With that smile, the golden exalt let out a big sigh of relief. He was afraid someone in the sect had offended this Empyrean exalt. It has to be said there were only around 1,000 Empyrean exalts in total. Most of them were on the central continent, some followed a Grand Empyrean, and the rest stayed in a sect, acting the true ancestor. After hearing that Wang Lin had only come here for a map, the old man named Zhang Tianlin quickly nodded. Senior is being polite. Junior has the most complete map the sect owns on me. This contains the entire eastern continent and beyond, even a big part of the southern continent. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a golden jade appeared. He respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted the jade and scanned it with this divine sense. The map was wider than this tortoise shell, and it was quite detailed. It even has maps of the southern continent. Wang Lin smiled and looked at the golden exalt old man. Seeing that Wang Lin was very satisfied, the golden exalt old man relaxed even more. When Junior became a golden exalt, I went out to gain experience. I went far south and recorded everything I saw along the way and left it in the jade. If Senior needs it, there is no need to make a copy. Just take it, Junior has backups. After putting away the jade, Wang Lin wanted to give some benefits, but he had just reached the Empyrean exalt stage. He was also held at the Scorpion Temple for over 100 years, so he really didn't have anything worth taking out. It has to be said that a map jade was very secretive and would often not be given out casually. It was the accumulation of several generations of a sect. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's right hand reached out at the void and fire gathered in his palm. This fire turned into an immortal fire seed that contains some fire essence. I won't take your sect's map for nothing. This contains a trace of fire essence. If anyone inside your sect can sense it, it can increase their chances of forming a fire essence. Wang Lin waved his right hand and it flew toward the old man. The old man's face revealed a joyous expression. He quickly received it and put it away inside his storage space. He bowed at Wang Lin but secretly sighed in his heart. Every Empyrean exalt he had met was extremely stingy. The two he had encountered before were like this, and the third one now as the same. After giving the fire seed and taking the jade, Wang Lin turned to leave. He casually spread out his divine sense across the sect. This was a subconscious behavior due to his cautious nature. The sea dragon flew 1,000 feet up. "Goodbye, senior." The golden exalt old man relaxed completely and clasped his hands. The Earth Sect's sect master that had accompanied him but had no qualification to speak also clasped his hands. But just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and turned around. He stared at the Earth Sect and a huge wave was set off in his heart. At that instant, his divine sense spread out and he felt a soul aura that made his mind tremble. The sea dragon felt Wang Lin's divine sense and let out a roar toward the sky. It then charged toward the Earth Sect. This change was too sudden. The golden exalt Xianxia Lin simply didn't expect it at all. He turned around, and as his expression changed, the sea dragon flew over his head into the Earth Sect. "Senior." Zhang Tianlin's expression became suspicious and he turned around to look at the Earth Sect's sect master, who was also shocked. They turned into two rays of light and flew after Wang Lin. As the sea dragon rushed into the Earth Sect, its roars echoed across the world, making the 30,000 disciples tremble. They felt the illusion of heaven's might descending. The sea dragon floated above the area of the rank 5 members. Wang Lin stood on the dragon's head and looked down. He entered a trance. The Earth Sect's old ancestor and sect master quickly caught up. The sect master was pale. He didn't know why Wang Lin had suddenly come here. He looked at Wang Lin and his heartbeat accelerated. "Senior, these are my sect's rank 5 sect members." The golden exalt old man felt bitterness in his heart. He took a deep breath and quickly gave an introduction. "Rank 5 disciples, listen to my order. Everyone come out and greet Senior." The golden exalt old man's mind turned rapidly. He vaguely guessed that the reason this emotionless Empyrean exalt had suddenly rushed here was because one of the rank 5 disciples had made him unhappy or was a descendant of an enemy. Fortunately, it's just the rank 5 members. Even if they all die, we can't offend this Empyrean exalt. The golden exalt Zhang Tianlin immediately made a decision. All the rank 5 disciples walked out with pale expressions. They knelt toward Wang Lin and were about to bow. Among the crowd, there was the man named Qing and the woman beside him. The two of them were about to bow, but Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He moved in a flash and waved his sleeves. A gentle force spread out and stopped them from kneeling. Looking at the man, Wang Lin revealed a gentle expression. "Big brother Zhou." Wang Lin stepped forward. All the Earth Sect disciples between him and the man were all pushed aside by an invisible force. When Wang Lin's step landed, he appeared before the man named Qing. "Senior." The man was startled as he looked at Wang Lin. He was at a loss. The same look appeared on the woman's face, along with panic. Wang Lin was being accompanied by the old ancestor and the sect master, so he had to be a powerful person. Old ancestor Zhang Tianlin saw this and was shocked. Doubt appeared in his heart, but no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't think of the real answer, so he didn't act recklessly. When the sect master saw this, coldness appeared in his eyes. He was suppressed by Wang Lin's aura and didn't dare to speak. He also couldn't see Wang Lin's expression, only his back. However, he felt like he had found an opportunity to act, so he pointed at the man named Qing and roared. "The two of you have guts. Without Senior doing anything, I'll remove the two of you from the sect." With that, he moved forward to show off. "Stupid." When the golden exalt old man heard this, his expression changed. He turned to wave his sleeve and was going to stop the Earth Sect's sect master. However, before he could do anything, Wang Lin turned and the gentleness in his eyes turned into a chilling gaze. "Scram." This word was like a bolt of thunder that exploded in the Earth Sect, creating countless echoes and a powerful sound wave. All of this landed on the sect master, causing his body to tremble. He coughed out blood and was thrown far away. One word, one sound could cause a late-stage void turbulent sect master become seriously injured. The pupils of the golden exalt old ancestor shrank, and he immediately clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "Senior, please don't be angry." This descendant of Junior hasn't cultivated for long. Although talented, he is too reckless and has been spoiled by Junior. Junior will immediately remove his position as sect master and hand him over to Senior to deal with. Junior will find a new person to take the position. This sudden change startled the nearly 1,000 rank 5 disciples. They looked at Wang Lin with indescribable fear. The man named Qing trembled and the woman beside him held his hand. Sweat appeared in their palms. What is your name now? Wang Lin looked at the man named Qing. In a trance, he saw the person who had burned his body to protect the female corpse, who laughed as he gave Wang Lin the ascendant crystal and burned his soul to fight against his enemy. At this instant, Wang Lin saw the man who became a sword spirit and looked at the awakened Qing Shuang, who had lost her memory. The bitter pain and countless years of silent companionship where he waited forever. He never gave up, even in death and when she forgot him. His feelings shocked the heavens. His feeling moved the earth. The reincarnation spell was not able to hide your 1,000-year obsession. My name is Qing, the man softly said while looking at Wang Lin. Even facing Wang Lin, there was still that sense of coldness from his body. Qing, one word. When Wang Lin heard this, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. This came from his understanding of the man before him and witnessing this man's bumpy life. The man pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, I'm an orphan. I gave myself the name Qing." The woman beside him held his hand even tighter. Feelings that can't be forgotten even after reincarnation. He was infatuated and guarded a corpse for 1,000 years. When she woke up, they were strangers. Countless years of waiting for her to remember him, obsessed for life. In this life, his name is Qing. How is that his name? It's clearly the woman he is obsessed with. Qing Shuang's Qing. Wang Lin looked at the cold-looking man and didn't speak for a long time. This coldness was different from Qing Shui's. This came from his previous life as a sword spirit. The coldness of the sword had nothing to do with emotions, and even after reincarnation, it was still there. I tempered with his and Qing Shuang's reincarnations, especially Qing Shuang's. Even though she was Qing Lin's daughter, she was the one I changed the most. Wang Lin sighed and looked at the woman next to the man. She looked nervous and panic filled her eyes. She grasped her lover's hand as if she was afraid of losing him. She seemed to be very afraid before Wang Lin, and if she wasn't holding her lover's hand, she would be helpless. She was afraid of Wang Lin. The moment she saw Wang Lin, her body trembled. That fear came from her soul. It seemed to be engraved into her soul and couldn't be erased. Wang Lin looked at the woman and slowly asked, "What is your name?" The woman trembled, subconsciously retreated a few steps, and hid behind her lover. She held onto her lover's hand and her face was pale without any trace of blood. Her name is Zhou Yiding. The person who answered Wang Lin was the man she was holding on to. Zhou Yiding. After Wang Lin heard this name, he looked at the woman profoundly. Back then, Zhou called Qing Shuang Ting Er. In this life, she should not remember her past life. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Back then, he did one thing. He shouldn't have done this because everyone had the right to their memories. But during Qing Shuang's reincarnation, he wiped her memory. It wasn't a seal. He had completely erased her memory. This caused intense suffering for her soul. This was why she still felt unimaginable fear toward Wang Lin, even after reincarnation. I don't believe you didn't recover your memory of Zhou Yi, you just chose to be cold. I witnessed most of your time with Zhou Yi. Since you chose to forget and have chosen to reincarnate by my hands, then I'll assume you did this intentionally. Therefore, I'll help you erase your memory. From now on, you will never have the memories of your previous life. You only have the memories of your current life. This was what Wang Lin had thought to himself when he erased Qing Shuang's memory. He didn't tell this to anyone, nor did anyone notice. He did this on his own to help Zhou Yi. While Wang Lin's eyes were closed, the man holding the hand of his longer hesitated and said, "Senior, your cultivation level is high. Can you help me resolve a confusion?" The moment he spoke, The woman grasped his hand tightly, as if their hands were going to merge into one. Not even death was going to separate them. She looked nervous and sad. She even seemed to forget her fear of Wang Lin. "Qing, that's a dream." "It's only a dream." Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the man. The man held his lover's hand and softly muttered to her, "I just want to know the answer." While cultivating to this point, I felt like I have done it all before, and I quickly reached the point I'm at today. In these hundreds of years, I always had a dream, and this dream was the same. In that dream, there was a woman. I could only see her back, and she wore white. She gave me a familiar feeling but also made me feel very sad and cold. I always wanted to see her face. I wanted to know who she was. I faintly felt like she was my wife in my previous life. If I had a previous life, she was probably my wife. It seems like the purpose of my existence is for her. To wait for her to turn around and look at me. The man whispered, and his eyes revealed a deep sense of confusion. His confused expression was the same as the one he had while guarding the corpse for 1,000 years, hoping for a miracle. The surroundings were completely quiet and only the man's voice echoed. The golden exalt old man looked at this and then at Wang Lin. He had some speculations and he silently pondered. Wang Lin looked at the man and didn't speak for a long time. He could erase Qing Shuang's memory, but he didn't want to change this man's memory, because this man was his friend, his benefactor. Wang Lin wanted him to choose the right path in life himself. On the spring of 1 year, I walked under a tree and looked at a leaf. I liked it very much. When autumn came, I came to the tree again, but I could not find that green leaf. I thought I couldn't find it, but I didn't know that it was still there. It's just that its color had changed. When I turned to leave, the autumn wind blew by and the yellow leaf flew off. It circled me and accompanied me along the way, but in my melancholy from missing the green leaf, I never noticed that the leaf I was looking for was by my side the entire time. This is my answer to you. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he spoke. If one say you find that my answer is correct, you can take this pill. This will make it so you will never see that dream again. Wang Lin turned and stepped toward the head of the sea dragon. He left a withered, yellow pill that was like an autumn leaf. It floated before the confused man. Xianxia Lin, these two are my best friends, and they are now reincarnated into your sect. This is a great fortune for your sect. I'll help your sect 3 times. If anything happens to them, I'll be coming to question you. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the golden exalt old man's heart. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his hand and a jade with his imprint flew out toward the old man. Thank you, Empyrean Exalt. The golden exalt trembled and bowed at Wang Lin. This was a great gift. At this moment, a breeze blew by and caused the man and woman's hair to flutter. 2 strands of their hair intertwined together like 2 butterflies dancing. Wang Lin didn't unlock the man's memory seal but gave him a choice. He looked at the man profoundly before withdrawing his gaze. He stood on the sea dragon and it carried him away. Zhou, big brother Zhou, forget me, forget the cave, forget your previous life. In this life, cherish the people near you. She is the one you waited for a lifetime to turn around, the figure in your dream. Wang Lin let out a sigh. This matter seems unfair to Qing Shuang and is not fair to Qing Lin. I shouldn't have done this, but Zhou Yi's 1,000 years of obsession. Forget it, I can't make it perfect. Wang Lin sighed. As the sea dragon under him roared, they left the Earth sect. Before Wang Lin came here, he didn't expect to meet him and her. Situ, Qing Shui, Su Ligua, Lu Jinbei. There are many friends from the past. I wonder if they are somewhere. Looking at the same sky. Wang Lin sat on the head of the sea dragon as he looked up at the sky with a melancholy gaze. I wonder if Situ was able to begin his life as a king. I wonder where senior brother Qing Shui went. Su Ligua is cunning and ever-changing. Lu Jinbiao comprehended the Tao of deception. I wonder if he is still comprehending it. And also, Li Qianmei. After meeting the first old friend that reincarnated, Wang Lin felt ripples echo in his heart. Their vivid faces flashed through his mind. The sea dragon rushed toward the other powerful sect on this continent, the Meng Earth sect, under Wang Lin's command. This sect was equal to the Earth sect. With Wang Lin's Empyrean Exalt Cultivation and the Golden Exalt Sea Dragon, the trip was smooth. The Meng Earth sect respectfully handed over the map Jade in fear of displeasing Wang Lin. Wang Lin also spread out his divine sense in the Meng Earth continent. Although the probability was not high, he still wanted to see if he could find some old friends. But he found nothing. With a sigh and a blessing toward Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang, Wang Lin sat on the sea dragon as it flew toward the Heaven continent. The entire eastern continent only had a few Empyrean exalts. In the Heaven continent there was the Heaven sect, which was part of the 9 sects and 13 factions. The old ancestor of the Heaven sect was rumored to be a genius in the same generation as Luo Yunhai. However, his cultivation stopped at Empyrean exalt. He once followed Grand Empyrean Gemini. However, something happened and he silently left. He returned to the sect and hadn't left for tens of thousands of years. The strongest sect on the Heaven continent was the Heaven sect. Among the 9 sects and 13 factions, only the Heaven sect ruled over the entire Heaven continent. The Heaven sect was different from other sections. Instead of just one sect, they had a total of 19 branch sects across the Heaven continent and completely controlled the resources of the whole continent. At this moment in the Heaven continent, a giant sea dragon quickly moved through the continent. Wang Lin was sitting on the head of the sea dragon, calmly looking at the earth below. The reason this continent was called the Heaven continent was because the clouds were all very low. The clouds were supposed to be high in the sky, but due to some strange changes, these clouds were close to the ground. It was as if one only needed to reach up and grab them. As a result, the entire Heaven continent was like a wonderland that was shrouded by clouds year-round. In the Heaven continent there were countless mountains, and the highest peak was called the Heaven Peak. From afar, one couldn't see the whole mountain, as part of it was covered by the clouds. They made it look extraordinary. On this day, the sea dragon appeared as ripples echoed. It floated in the sky and stared at the mountain below. Its golden exalt cultivation completely spread out and shrouded the area. Wang Lin stood on its head in full white, looking extraordinary among the white clouds. He stepped across the endless white clouds toward the peak of the mountain. Wang Lin stood on the top of the snowy peak and allowed the wind to cause his white hair to flutter. The sea dragon circled around him and looked around with a cold gaze. "I'm Wang Lin. I request to meet the Heaven sect's old ancestor on Heaven Peak." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out like millions of bolts of thunder exploding. The rumble spread with him as the center like real thunder and covered more than half the Heaven continent in a flash. In the Heaven continent, all the cultivators in all the branch sects of the Heaven sect and the many sects that were under the Heaven sect trembled when they felt this powerful divine sense sweep by. Even the clouds above the Heaven continent seemed to collapse. When the divine sense spread out, the clouds avoided it, so everything within millions of kilometers around Wang Lin became clear. Heaven continent, main location of the Heaven sect. As Wang Lin's divine sense echoed through the endless mountains, a shocking aura erupted, causing the world to change colors. The clouds split as a white-haired old man walked into the sky. As he stood there, the world seemed to tremble. He looked into the distance toward where the peak was. His eyes lit up, he waved his sleeve, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the peak of Heaven Mountain. Ripples echoed as he walked out. He didn't even look at the sea dragon around the mountain but stared directly at Wang Lin. There was 10,000 feet of sky between the two of them. As the old man looked over, Wang Lin looked up and his eyes shined. Their gazes met for the first time. It all looked silent, but thunderous rumbles echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The old man's gaze was like hundreds of thousands of needles that entered Wang Lin's eyes. It seemed like they were going to pierce his body. Wang Lin's body trembled and the golden light in his eyes became even stronger. The white-haired old man's entire body trembled. He felt like Wang Lin's eyes contained a golden sword. This sword gave off extremely powerful celestial energy. It was sharp, and it even gave off a powerful pressure. When it entered his mind, it felt like the golden sword had stabbed his body. "Why did you summon me here?" The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze. He looked at Wang Lin with a serious expression. I have just entered the Empyrean Exalt stage and would like to ask fellow cultivator for some pointers. Nothing else. Wang Lin had no grudge against the Heaven sect. His words were polite and he clasped his hands at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man immediately laughed and battle intent appeared in his eyes. It was rare for a life or death battle to happen between Empyrean Exalts, but it was normal to have exchanges. However, because there were far too few Empyrean Exalts, it was rare for one to give up the chance to battle another. This kind of exchange was good for both of them. Good. The white-haired old man stepped forward and raised his right hand. He waved at Wang Lin on the peak and all the falling snow on the peak trembled. It formed a snowstorm and rushed at Wang Lin from all directions. This snowstorm contained 9 spells. The storm howled and raged as it drowned Wang Lin inside. Wang Lin laughed as he raised his right hand and threw a punch. This punch also contained 9 spells, and they were 9 war spirit prints. Thunderous rumbles echoed and shook the surrounding world. The snowstorm trembled and exploded so that snow covered the world. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo across this place, along with the earth-shattering laughter. Several hours later, Wang Lin's figure retreated out from the endless snow and stabilized himself tens of thousands of kilometers away. Fellow cultivators' cultivation is extraordinary. This battle has benefited me greatly, many thanks. At the same time, the white-haired old man also retreated tens of thousands of feet in the other direction before stabilizing himself as well. You have just entered the Empyrean Exalt stage, and you are able to fuse 9 spells into your movements. You also don't look very old. This old man admires you. The two of them were tens of thousands of feet away from each other. They both clasped their hands at each other and smiled. Again. Again. The two of them closed in rapidly from 2 different directions. The thunderous rumbles even caused the sea dragon's heart to tremble, and it retreated. It looked at the 2 terrifying figures and blinked before retreating some more. This battle lasted for 7 days. Wang Lin and the white-haired old man skirmished 23 times. Every skirmish, they would split apart to recover their cultivation and think about the previous skirmish. They would also talk to each other. This kind of battle between Empyrean Exalts involved no hatred, so it was good insight for both of them. Fellow cultivator Wang, I can see you are still holding back a bit. Our battle strengths are similar, so why not go all out? At the end of the 23rd skirmish, the white-haired old man laughed from the distance. Okay. Wang Lin stood up and his 5-element true body appeared. With only 1 true body, Wang Lin's battle power would increase and he could battle against an Empyrean Exalt that had fused 18 spells. Essence True Body. And it's no ordinary Essence True Body, but an Essence True Body of a fusion of multiple essences. The old man's pupils shrank as he looked at Wang Lin's Essence True Body. The two of them attacked at the same time, and the white-haired old man no longer held back. He erupted with the power to fuse 17 spells. Thunderous rumbles echoed and 3 days passed. After 3 days, Wang Lin smiled as he stepped onto the back of the sea dragon and it flew away. Fellow cultivator Mu Rong, many thanks. As the snow fell, the white-haired old man stepped out and looked at Wang Lin's direction with a serious expression. He hasn't used his full strength with his cultivation. I wonder how far he will get in the Empyrean trial. The white-haired old man waited until Wang Lin disappeared completely before leaving. There is a new Empyrean Exalt in my celestial clan. This matter needs to be reported to the Grand Empyrean. These 10 days of battle had also given him a lot of insight. In a flash, 50 years passed. 50 years of time was more than half of one's life for mortals. But for cultivators, it was just a short closed-door cultivation session. But during these 50 years, a legend arose in the immortal astral continent. This legend spread between the eastern and southern continents. This legend was about an Empyrean Exalt cultivator who wore white, had a head of white hair, and had a golden Exalt sea dragon. He moved through more than 30 continents among the eastern and southern continents to search for Empyrean Exalts to battle. There were nearly 100 Empyrean Exalts. including those that hadn't joined any Grand Empyrean and those that remained in closed-door cultivation year-round. In particular, the southern continent had far more Empyrean exalts than the eastern continent. The eastern continent was originally ranked second among the 5 major continents. However, after Grand Empyrean Gemini's soul split during her last reincarnation, they gradually fell in rank and became the continent with the lowest number of Empyrean exalts. This white-robed Empyrean exalt challenged all his fellow Empyrean exalts. Those battles and thunderous rumbles echoed endlessly. Almost everyone in the sects across the 2 continents knew him. In the Nuoyun continent, he had battled the Nuoyun sect's Empyrean exalt old ancestor. In the High Luo continent, he had battled the Virtue sect's Empyrean exalt old ancestor. In the Nine Devil continent, he had battled the Devil Heavenly sect's Empyrean exalt old ancestor. In the Spirit Dragon continent, he had battled Empyrean exalt Hang Tao, who was under Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. In the Mountain Spirit continent, he had battled Empyrean exalt Qi Feng, who was under Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. One battle after another, one earth-shaking event after another, one achievement after another created a legend. White-haired Empyrean exalt. Not many people knew of Wang Lin's name, and it was impossible to spread due to the rumors. As various clues were obtained and people learned that Wang Lin had white hair, they began calling him the white-haired Empyrean exalt. It was rumored that the white-haired Empyrean exalt only lost 20 times after nearly 100 challenges. However, this series of wins was a shocking record, and his reputation spread to the north, west, and even the central continent. Almost all the Empyrean exalt cultivators in the Celestial clan knew that a white-haired Empyrean exalt had powerful battle capabilities. Rumor had it that this unknown white-haired Empyrean exalt's last battle was in the Mountain Sea continent against Empyrean exalt Hai Zi. He had failed this battle. After that battle, he disappeared for years. In the Mountain Sea continent, there was a city built for cultivators to trade in. There was a restaurant, and an old man was drinking wine and slowly telling a story. This white-haired Empyrean exalt battled against Empyrean exalt Hai Zi above the sea. The sea collapsed, and it felt like even the world was going to collapse. I was at the edge of the sea at the time, and as the waves surged, I vaguely saw the figure of the white-haired Empyrean exalt. There were 4 or 5 cultivators around him that all began to listen closely. Unfortunately, the white-haired Empyrean exalt lost that battle. The old man sighed as if he was very familiar with the white-haired Empyrean exalt and felt regret for him. Grand Empyrean Hai Zi is rumored to be infinitely close to the Ascendant Empyrean stage. Even though the white-haired Empyrean exalt is powerful, he is no match for Empyrean exalt Hai Zi. A young cultivator sneered. Everyone knows that due to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, our southern continent has a lot of Empyrean exalts. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi never forces any Empyrean exalts to join him, but any Empyrean exalt in the southern continent can listen to a 100-year Dao lecture once. This is why many Empyrean exalts in the eastern continent come to our southern continent. A middle-aged man among them held up a fan and smiled. I think the reason the white-haired Empyrean exalt has been challenging so many Empyrean exalts over the last several decades is to attract the attention of Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. A black-robed man who never spoke looked at the crowd and slowly said, "How do you know Grand Empyrean Dao Yi hasn't already tried to recruit the white-haired Empyrean exalt? I heard that Grand Empyrean Dao Yi tried to recruit him more than 50 years ago, but was rejected." Oh, such a thing happened. This restaurant was not big, and it was prepared for cultivators. It didn't sell food, but scented wine that was famous in the surrounding region. Only a limited amount was sold each day, and it was very popular among cultivators. As these cultivators talked, a white-robed young man was sitting in the corner. He looked at the sky outside the restaurant and drank the wine in his hand. He had a head of white hair, but he wasn't the only white-haired cultivator in the restaurant. There were 3 to 5 other white-haired cultivators around. It seemed that as the white-haired Empyrean exalt became more famous, more and more white-haired cultivators showed up. Listening to the words entering his ears, Wang Lin put down the wine cup and frowned. Looking at the sky above, he silently pondered. During these past 50 years, he had challenged a number of Empyrean exalts. While gathering fame, He was also becoming familiar with how Empyrean Exalts battled and trying to make himself stronger. 30 years ago, he went to the Mountain Sea continent and battled the strongest Empyrean Exalt there, Empyrean Exalt High Z. Wang Lin lost that battle. He had used all his avatars and still lost. Empyrean Exalt High Z can fuse 70 spells into his finger. I'm not his match at all unless I put on the soul armor. But if I put on the soul armor, it would not allow me to gain experience. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and took a sip. After 50 years of time with both my essence true bodies, I can compress my 9-spell limit almost 3 times. This allows me to achieve power similar to an Empyrean Exalt who can fuse 36 spells. In addition to the battles, I need to search for the metal and wood essences. Once I acquire those 2 essences and form their essence true bodies, my 5-element true body will be complete. Then I can fuse 18 spells into my punch, and with the compression, I will be able to match an Empyrean Exalt that has fused 72 spells. I will be able to battle against High Z again. Empyrean Exalt Qifeng once said that at the bottom of the mountain sea, there is a mountain sea tree. The entire sea is supported by this giant tree, and the entire mountain sea continent is sealing the soul of the mountain sea tree. This tree is extremely powerful. When the celestial ancestor sealed it, even he was injured. However, because too much time has passed, the mountain sea tree soul has long become a dead soul, leaving only its branches. However, there should be enough wood essence inside that if I get it, my wood essence will be complete and I will be able to form an essence true body. Wang Lin pondered as he drank wine. After I battled Empyrean Exalt High Z, I started observing the mountain sea continent. What Empyrean Exalt Qifeng said is most likely true. Therefore, I can only use the soul armor and beat the guardian, Empyrean Exalt High Z, to get into the mountain sea tree and absorb the wood essence. As Wang Lin pondered, he revealed a decisive gaze. He put down the wine cup and left a small origin stone before walking out of the restaurant. This city built by cultivators contained a lot of cultivators. Aside from the shop, there were private stalls selling the treasures they had obtained. Wang Lin walked through the city and disappeared in a flash. He reappeared in the sky in the distance, and just as he was about to leave, he stopped to look back. The world behind Wang Lin distorted and a tall figure appeared. This figure was more than 100 feet tall and wore a purple robe that covered their whole body. This figure wore a golden mask, and the mask gave off a shocking pressure. The pressure spread out and caused ripples to echo around the figure. If one looked from below, the area around Wang Lin and the masked figure would look like a lake with ripples echoing. Wang Lin slowly said, "So it's Empyrean Exalt Qifeng, who is under Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. Fellow cultivator Wang, we haven't seen each other in several years. I wonder if you have considered—" The golden-masked cultivator seemed to be smiling as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin had battled against Empyrean Exalt Qifeng before. They were equal in strength when Wang Lin didn't have the soul armor on. Later, he found Wang Lin and conveyed Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's message. He wanted to recruit Wang Lin. This was the second Grand Empyrean after Dao Yi who wanted to recruit Wang Lin. Wang Lin learned that this Grand Empyrean Wu Feng was just as the Devil Dao sect old ancestor had said. He was extremely aloof and rarely valued Empyrean exalts. Only ascendant Empyreans could attract his attention. But that didn't mean there were no Empyrean exalts under him. It was just that those under him were all exceptional talents like Empyrean Exalt Qifeng. Wang Lin clearly felt that Qifeng had held back in their battle, just like he had. Back then, Empyrean Exalt Qifeng passed the message from Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. He didn't come personally, nor did he appear with a trace of his divine sense. He obviously believed that, with my battle power, it was only worth a message. Compared to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, this is obviously lacking. However, it could be because Grand Empyrean Dao Yi saw my power after putting on the soul armor. That would explain it. Wang Lin pondered a bit and clasped his hands at Empyrean Exalt Qifeng. Fellow cultivator Qifeng, I still need to consider this matter, and I haven't made a decision. Empyrean Exalt Qifeng was not surprised about Wang Lin's delay. He only revealed a look of pity as he looked at Wang Lin and smiled bitterly. Fellow cultivator Wang, We Empyrean exalts have very high status in the Celestial clan. Even Grand Empyreans should personally invite those who they wish to recruit. This I understand. Before I came here, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng told me that if you can break through the 9th level in the Empyrean trials, he will come in person and not just an embodiment of his divine sense. Fellow cultivator Wang, if you have time, please head to the Empyrean trial. If you can break through the 9th level, I believe all 5 Grand Empyreans will try to pull you in. After Empyrean Exalt Chi Feng finished speaking, he clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and his figure gradually disappeared. Wang Lin silently pondered in the sky and looked at the sky after a long time. Empyrean Exalt, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi said that if I break through the 9th level, he will come again. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng also said the same. Could there be something special about the 9th level? Wang Lin had verified the method of entering the Empyrean trial many times during the last 50 years, but he had never gone there. Now he pondered a bit and his eyes lit up. I should go check it out. In the Mountain Sea continent of the southern continent, there was an inland sea called the Mountain Sea. This sea was vast, and sometimes large amounts of seabirds could be seen flying in the blue sky. The sound of the waves echoed and the west sea breeze blew to the shore. The Mountain Sea occupied more than 70% of the Mountain Sea continent, and the remaining 30% of land surrounded the Mountain Sea. At this moment, at the northern part of the Mountain Sea, Wang Lin was standing on the peak of a mountain, calmly looking at the sea before him. This was the closest place to the Mountain Sea tree, but Wang Lin didn't choose to immediately go there. His body flickered and he disappeared from the peak. He reappeared inside a cave he had created. Wang Lin had lived in this cave for 3 years and he had placed a large amount of restrictions around it. This place could provide a certain amount of protection for him. In the cave there was a looming blue fog. Hidden inside was a sea dragon that had shrunk many times. Sitting inside the cave, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and his hands rapidly formed seals. These seals were extremely special, and Wang Lin had learned them after verifying many times. Before I take the Mountain Sea Tree, I'll go see what kind of mysterious place the Empyrean trial is. Wang Lin was going to use the method to enter he had learned over the last 50 years. His divine sense gathered at his head and extended upward into a bright light. This light was the light of his divine sense. After it gathered on Wang Lin's head for a moment, it shot into the sky at an unimaginable speed, penetrated the cave and mountain into the sky. Outsiders couldn't see or feel this light. The seals Wang Lin had used would hide all fluctuations of divine sense and protect all Empyrean exalts when they entered the Empyrean trial. It was said these seals were passed down by the celestial ancestor. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to rise up and broke through the void. It was like a heaven-piercing sword that was going to break open the sky above the immortal astral continent. The moment his divine sense reached the highest point, thunderous rumbles echoed in Wang Lin's mind. His divine sense felt like the sky had turned into a giant vortex and sucked in his divine sense. His vision blurred. When he could see clearly, he looked around and was shocked. He was on a continent that was about 10,000 kilometers wide. This continent was very small and floated in the sky. There were endless howling winds around the continent and black lines moving within the wind. These black lines held terrifying power. It felt like just touching one would destroy you. At the center of the continent stood a giant palace. This palace gave off an ancient aura. It was completely black and had an aura of majesty. All those that saw it couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their heart. When Wang Lin arrived here and began to observe, many divine senses came from beside the palace and swept by Wang Lin. Every single of those divine senses contained the pressure of an Empyrean exalt, and there are almost 200 of them. Wang Lin. White-haired Empyrean exalt. It's him. Among these divine senses, there were Empyrean exalts that had battled Wang Lin in the last 50 years. When they saw Wang Lin, they immediately recognized him. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. As he looked around, he found that he was near an ancient transfer array. This transfer array was extremely complicated, and at a glance, Wang Lin felt like his divine sense was going to be sucked away. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and walked out from the transfer array. He carefully observed his body as he felt like he was in his physical body. If not for the fact that he knew it was just his origin soul, he would find it difficult to find the difference. The Empyrean trial was created by the celestial ancestor. It sure is mysterious. Wang Lin flew toward the palace where all the divine senses came from. The closer Wang Lin got, the more shocked he became. The ancient palace looked large from a distance, but after getting close, it was even more shocking. What was even more amazing was that after getting close, Wang Lin found that there were large palaces above this one. A total of 19 palaces. They floated in the air and were connected together like a long dragon. The palaces at the top extended into the sky, and only their vague outlines could be seen. In my 50 years of understanding, the rumors said that the Empyrean trial is actually the most powerful treasure the celestial ancestor had. It exists in the void and guards over the celestial clan. Wang Lin looked at the large palaces in the sky. Some of them were too far away, so he could only see a shadow, but he could still clearly feel the pressure. As he got closer, WNG Lin saw nearly 200 cultivators around the first ancient palace. They were all far apart, as if they were unwilling to be together. After Wang Lin arrived, many people looked over. Some people knew Wang Lin, so they smiled and clasped their hands. Wang Lin clasped his hands in response. He stood outside the palace and looked at the behemoth. He felt the illusion that he was very small. The Empyrean trial is a very strange place. No matter where you are, you can come here with your origin soul. This place is favored by the Empyrean exalts because even if two people are far away, they can meet here. And due to this characteristic, the Empyrean trial is the best place for Empyrean exalts to meet. The information Wang Lin had gathered in the last 50 years appeared in his mind. Just as Wang Lin was pondering, a bright, golden light came from the seventh palace floating in the sky. This golden light shrouded the area and immediately caused all the Empyrean exalt cultivators to look up. Wang Lin also looked up as a black figure flew out from the seventh palace. This black figure was a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. He gave off a powerful aura as he charged from the seventh palace to the eighth palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin, he broke through the seventh level. To be able to break through the seventh level means he has fused at least 63 spells. He didn't have this ability before. He has followed Grand Empyrean Jodi for 1,000 years. He has clearly gained a lot. The eighth level is nothing, but the ninth floor is the most important. If anyone can break through the ninth level, then every Grand Empyrean will pay attention to them. The ninth level is too difficult. Those that can break through the ninth level are infinitely close to Ascendant Empyrean. Just one more step, and they will be the 49th Ascendant Empyrean of my celestial clan. Even the strongest Ascendant Empyrean, Ming Dao, was stopped at the 16th level and was unable to go further. Rumor has it that if someone can break through the 19th level, it means they are powerful enough to make even Grand Empyreans wary. As the golden light shined, the 200 or so Empyrean exalts all sent divine sense messages to each other. As they chatted due to Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's action, a roar came from the eighth palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin was ejected from the eighth palace and fell until he landed on the ground around the first palace. The moment he landed, all the divine sense messages disappeared and their gazes gathered. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin had a gloomy expression. He didn't even look around and walked past Wang Lin. He looked for a place in the distance and sat down. After that, Wang Lin saw golden light come from the various palaces, and people were constantly being ejected. The highest place people were ejected from was the eighth palace, like Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin, and the lowest were the second or third levels. Wang Lin didn't rush to attempt, he sat there to observe. For 3 days, many cultivators came and went, but most of them chose to stay and didn't leave. In the past 3 days, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin attempted the eighth palace again but still failed. On the fourth day, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stood up and walked toward the first palace. His actions didn't attract much attention. After all, the first palace was too simple for the cultivators here. Only the Empyrean exalts that had battled Wang Lin looked over as he entered the first palace. Since the white-haired Empyrean exalt went to the first palace, it must be his first time here. I wonder how many levels he can break through. That person is very strange. His cultivation is very simple, but his combat power is shocking. I'm not his match. I wonder how many levels he can pass. Wang Lin. In these several decades, he has become very famous across the southern continent. It is said Grand Emperor Dao Yi tried to recruit him but was rejected. A dozen pair of eyes followed Wang Lin as he disappeared into the palace. The moment he entered the first palace, he felt like the world had changed before him. He saw that the inside of the palace was a star system. This star system was vast and contained countless stars. Each star shined brightly, and he was standing in this star system. A strange howl came from the star system. Wang Lin suddenly looked up and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. There were 9 planets that seemed to have changed trajectories due to a mysterious force and were flying toward Wang Lin. These 9 planets looked like 9 giants that instantly closed in on Wang Lin. This sudden change forced Wang Lin to move from his current location. However, the 9 planets changed directions and flew toward him. Could this be the first level of the Empyrean trial? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he no longer dodged. He stepped forward toward the incoming planets, raised his right hand, and threw a punch at them. Call the Wind. This punch contained 9 Call the Wind spells. This punch formed a storm that made it look like a real black dragon was colliding with the first planet. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the planet collapsed. After the planet collapsed, Wang Lin turned around and kicked the second planet. There was a thunderous bang. Wang Lin's body moved and afterimages appeared before the rest of the planets. Then he threw out several punches. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star system. All the planets smashing toward him shattered, but a powerful force came from them. The force directly pushed Wang Lin out of this star system. Wang Lin's vision blurred. When he regained his vision, he lost control of his body and was pushed out from the first palace. He fell on the ground and retreated several thousand feet before he stabilized himself. Failed. Wang Lin suddenly looked up and pondered. The palace hadn't released golden light, which meant Wang Lin had failed the first level. This was seen by all the surrounding Empyrean Exalt cultivators, and they were all surprised. The Empyrean Exalts that had fought Wang Lin were filled with disbelief. Can't even pass the first level. This person. It's very rare for an Empyrean Exalt to not be able to pass the first level. Today I get to see one. This shouldn't be happening. This Wang Lin's combat power is very strong. How could he fail on the first level? At this moment, Wang Lin was being stared at by all the surrounding Empyrean Exalts. There was surprise, contempt, and indifference in those stares. Everyone here had been able to pass the first level really easily, so when they saw Wang Lin fail, it was inevitable to have some contempt. Even though they didn't show it, it was there. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin looked at Wang Lin and then closed his eyes. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the black palace before him. Then a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He turned into a ray of light and rushed at the palace. His action was seen by most of the Empyrean Exalt cultivators, and most of them shook their heads. After a failure, it's rare to succeed the second time. Rather than wasting time here, it's better to leave and work hard cultivating. It looks like he is still relying on luck. It's fine. Perhaps the first level can be passed through luck. Wang Lin was very fast and instantly charged into the palace. His vision blurred and he appeared in the star system. He was calm and wasn't flustered due to his failure at all. He stood there, calmly looking ahead with bright eyes. Howling sounds echoed and 9 planets suddenly changed their trajectories, as if they were being controlled by a pair of invisible giant hands. The 9 planets flew directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't move and his divine sense spread out to surround the area. When the 9 planets got within a few thousand feet of him and the pressure landed on his body, he suddenly raised his right hand. 9 Call the Winds fused into his fist and he punched the void. This punch caused the star system to tremble, and even the 9 planets trembled. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin had disappeared and was replaced by a 9-headed black dragon. The 9 heads of the black dragon smashed toward the 9 planets. Only one thunderous bang rang out, but it echoed endlessly. The 9 planets suddenly collapsed at the same time. When the 9 planets collapsed, endless golden light spread out. This golden light filled the star system and spread out from the first palace. The Empyrean Exalt cultivators sitting outside were attracted by the golden light, and they all had strange gazes. They saw a white-haired cultivator rush out from the top of the palace and head toward the second palace above at a high speed. He actually succeeded? This white-haired Empyrean Exalt is pretty interesting. The first time was a failure and the second time should be luck. However, luck won't help you with the second palace. Only strength matters. The surrounding Empyrean Exalts were a bit interested by this matter when a bright, golden light came from the second palace. The golden light from the first palace hadn't even dissipated when the golden light came from the second palace. The intersecting golden lights from the 2 palaces almost lit up the entire continent. This sudden scene shocked some of these cold and proud Empyrean Exalts. Eh? He finished the second level that quickly? How long did that take? This person failed the first palace but actually passed the second palace in 1 try. Wang Lin's figure charged out from the second palace as the golden light shined brightly. He didn't hesitate to charge toward the third palace. His actions immediately caught the attention of even more of the Empyrean Exalts. Most of them were at the third palace, and because Wang Lin had failed the first palace, they were uncertain if Wang Lin could pass it. In the third palace, in addition to fusing 27 spells into your body, there is a golden planet among them. The golden planet is the key. I can fuse 30 spells into my body but still fail because of that golden planet. It is comparable to all the planets combined. It will be difficult for him to break through the third level. More than half of the 200 Empyrean Exalts looked over. As they guessed the result, cries of shock came from a few of the cultivators. Everyone saw the third palace shine brightly shortly after Wang Lin entered. Right now, the golden light from the first and second palaces hadn't dissipated yet. The golden light from the third palace shined and they connected. It was like a long dragon slowly growing its body. The golden light was monstrous. While surrounding the area, it caused the eyes of the Empyrean Exalts below to shine brightly. Passed. He passed 3 levels at once. With this much strength, how could he have failed on the first level? What speed? To pass the first 3 levels at this speed means he is very strong. To continuously light up the palaces. I wonder how many more palaces he can light up. Wang Lin charged out from the third palace and looked up at the fourth palace. He didn't hesitate to rush toward the fourth palace before everyone's gazes. This Empyrean trial required all the planets to be destroyed at once. If I destroy them one by one, it counts as failure. Wang Lin remained calm. The first 3 levels were not much of a challenge for him. In a flash, he disappeared into the fourth palace. Even Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin also opened his eyes and looked up at the fourth palace. Not just him, but almost everyone looked over. The fourth palace was a threshold among the Empyrean Exalt cultivators. No more than 200 people had passed the fourth palace. Most of them stopped there. Therefore, Wang Lin's actions attracted their attention. Those that could pass the fourth level were considered strong among Empyrean Exalts. Time slowly passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths. As time passed, the golden light from the first place seemed to dim and showed signs of dissipating. The amount of time Wang Lin spent inside the fourth palace was more than the third palace. However, just as the golden light from the first palace was about to disappear, dozens of the surrounding cultivators suddenly stood up and looked at the sky. At this moment, the fourth palace released golden light that was far stronger than the lights of the previous 3 palaces. The moment the golden light appeared, it caused the 4 palaces to connect together perfectly. It looked like a small portion of a dragon's tail, making for a shocking sight. He broke through the 4th level. He actually passed the 4th level. He is strong even among Empyrean Exalts. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin's pupils shrank as he stared at the figure that walked out of the fourth palace. He felt threatened by that figure. In the sky, Wang Lin stood in the golden light around the fourth palace and looked up at the fifth palace. His eyes lit up. The fourth level had 36 planets with 2 golden planets. I used all my avatars, and without the soul armor, the 4th level is my limit. But if I put the soul armor on, I wonder how many levels I can break through. Unfortunately, I need to head to the mountain sea to get the tree, so it would be inconvenient to show my strength here. After I get the mountain sea tree, I'll come back and try it again. Wang Lin didn't immediately try to attempt the rest of the palaces, even though the fastest way to gain the attention of the Grand Empyreans was through the Empyrean Trail. But right now, he still had another thing he needed to do. After pondering for a moment, as the golden light from the 4 palaces still filled the area, Wang Lin descended toward the ground before the gazes of the surrounding Empyrean exalts. Almost every cultivator's gaze fell on Wang Lin, just like Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin before. Even Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's pupils shrank as he stared at Wang Lin. From his view, Wang Lin was different from ordinary cultivators. Other cultivators would still try the next palace even if they knew they had no chance. Then they would know how difficult the next palace was and where their own shortcomings were to help with cultivation. But after Wang Lin broke through 4th palace, he didn't even look at the 5th palace. Others might not have noticed this, but Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin did, and he felt a sense of dread toward Wang Lin. Either he knows there is no chance in passing the 5th level, or he knows he can pass the 5th level without even looking. Whether it's the former or the latter, I hope it's the latter. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin silently pondered and his eyes lit up. When Wang Lin landed on the ground, several of the surrounding Empyrean exalt cultivators smiled to congratulate him. Most of them were people Wang Lin had battled during the last 50 years, so they knew each other. There were a few that hadn't met him but wanted to meet him. Wang Lin smiled gently and clasped his hands back at them one by one. Fellow cultivators, I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. If there is time in the future, I'll come back. Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew toward the transfer array he had appeared in. His body turned into fog and he disappeared. Only after he disappeared did the surrounding Empyrean exalts withdraw their gazes. Those that knew each other began to chat. This person obviously didn't try his best. Seeing how easily he passed the first 4 levels, I bet this white-haired Empyrean exalt can at least break through to the 7th level. It shouldn't be, I fought with him 30 years ago. For levels should be his limit. It's hard to say. Although 30 years is a short period of time, with a bit of luck, there is a chance for us Empyrean exalts to advance. Let's wait. He should come to the Empyrean trial a second time. Beside the mountain sea and inside a cave, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of light from his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the golden exalt sea dragon guarding him revealed a look of joy. It circled Wang Lin and let out intimate hisses. Wang Lin raised his right hand and patted the sea dragon's head. He looked at the restrictions around him. He had deliberately left a time restriction so he could judge how long he was gone. Same as the time spent at the Empyrean trial, there is no change. Wang Lin got up and walked forward. The sea dragon immediately followed. One person and one dragon appeared outside the cave. At this moment, the moon was hanging high in the sky and soft moonlight was shining on the sea below. The rolling waves gave off a shimmer of silver. The sounds of the waves echoed in Wang Lin's ears and the breeze of the sea landed on his body. His white hair fluttered in the wind and was extremely bright under the moonlight, as if it could reflect the moonlight. Staring at the mountain sea, Wang Lin pondered a bit and then stepped onto its back. The sea dragon roared and flew toward the mountain sea. Empyrean exalt cultivators were only below Grand Empyreans and the 48 Ascendant Empyreans. They could go almost anywhere and 99% of the sects were under their feet. They were at the top of the celestial clan. Even those ancient souls could be battled while they were sealed. Just like right now, Wang Lin was going to the mountain sea tree that was sealed here. Before he got the power of an Empyrean exalt, it would have been impossible for him to do this. Empyrean exalt Hai Zi, who could integrate 70 spells into one finger, was living here. But Wang Lin could come here. The golden exalt sea dragon was very fast. It didn't stay in the air, but once it entered the mountain sea, it went into the sea. It was originally a sea dragon, so now it was like a fish back water and moved even faster. It released a series of sharp howls that echoed through the silent night. The heavenly bull soul armor can't be used for a long time. Even now, it can only be used for less than half an hour. Empyrean Exalt High Z is very strong. But with my soul armor and rapid spell art, it's impossible for her to beat me. However, I can't beat her in a short period of time. Therefore, I need to do this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the sea dragon moved even faster toward the depths of the mountain sea. The fluctuations it caused formed a giant vortex in the sea, and its roars echoed through the sea. Countless beasts were shaken by the sea dragon's might and all retreated. None of them dared to get close. It didn't take long. As Wang Lin closed in on the center of the mountain sea, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared ahead. This wave rushed up into the sky, forming a wall of water that prevented the sea dragon from advancing. The sea dragon revealed a ferocious expression, and its giant head smashed into the wall of water. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the wall of water collapsed and the sea dragon charged out. The water exploded as if it was boiling. Large tentacles covered in sticky liquid rapidly rose up from water. The tentacles crossed between each other and an island rose up from the sea. It looked like an island, but if you looked closely, you would clearly see that it was a huge octopus beast. A golden exalt aura erupted from this octopus. After the beast appeared, a beautiful woman standing on its head was exposed. She wore a green dress, and although her figure was covered by the dress, what could be seen would make anyone's heart throb. She held a green flute in her hand and her long hair was tied up behind her head. Her bright eyes revealed a breathtaking beauty. There was a 5-colored starfish on her pretty forehead. It was a dot that allowed her beauty to bloom in this world. Wang Lin, what are you doing here again? Although the mountain sea tree spirit is useless to me, I won't let you take it. The woman frowned as she stared at Wang Lin, who was standing on the back of the sea dragon that had broken through the wall of water. The sea dragon roared. It was not directed at the woman, but at the octopus below her. The octopus had a pair of gloomy eyes that also stared at the sea dragon. It was obviously not the first time these overlords of the sea had met. They had fought before. Wang Lin calmly stood on the back of the sea dragon and looked at the beautiful woman as he said, "That mountain sea tree spirit has great use for me. I don't need it all, just a part. It is useless to you and won't affect the mountain sea. Why are you making it difficult for me? Also, it doesn't belong to you, Empyrean Exalt High Z. It was sealed by the celestial ancestor. Just because your cave is here, you think you can occupy this unique item to yourself." Wang Lin had seen this woman's beauty 3 years ago. Her beauty could be considered absolute. In Wang Lin's life, it was rare to see a woman who could match Mu Bingmei in beauty. She was the only one. And this woman was an Empyrean Exalt, so she had a unique temperament. The woman raised her chin as she coldly looked at Wang Lin and pointed at him. "I'm here. So everything in the mountain sea is mine. If you can beat me, then you can take it, but can you do it? You came just 3 years ago and you couldn't even take 3 blows from me. Now it has only been 3 years and you want to try again? Nonsense." With this, the world changed colors and the sea roared as 70 vortexes appeared between her and Wang Lin. Each of the vortexes contained one of her spells. She started with her most powerful move. She obviously wanted to force Wang Lin back with just one move. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the woman raised her jade-like finger, there was a faint flash on his face. The heavenly bull tattoo he had long hidden appeared and soon covered his body. The heavenly bull soul armor appeared once more after more than 50 years. The moment the heavenly bull soul armor took form, Wang Lin's cultivation aura surged. He jumped off the sea dragon and looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z, who was shocked by the appearance of the heavenly bull soul armor. Soul Messenger. Empyrean Exalt High Z's pupils shrank. She could tell that Wang Lin was holding back in their last battle, but she didn't expect him to be a soul messenger, who were even fewer number than Ascendant Empyreans. An Empyrean Exalt but also a soul messenger. However, even so, you can't beat me in a short period of time. All soul armors have a limit. I want to see how long you can last with the soul armor. The beautiful woman immediately grasped the air and waved at the sky. "I don't need to beat you. I just need you to stay." Wang Lin's body moved and all 5 of his spell veins rotated rapidly. Suddenly, 97 afterimages of Wang Lin appeared. Along with his original body, it was a total of 98 bodies. Every single afterimage was exactly the same as the original body and very realistic. Stop! 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 The 97 afterimages and the original body all used the same spell, the stop spell. The moment the spell appeared, the world changed colors. The 98 Wang Lins the sky extended their right hands and pointed at the beautiful woman below. With this point, the 97 afterimages fused with Wang Lin's body and a giant shadow appeared in the world. This shadow was a finger that seemed like it could support the heavens and earth. The finger appeared and pointed at Empyrean Exalt High Z. 50 years ago, Wang Lin put on the soul armor and attacked with 98 spells at once. He crushed the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor and forced him to use the life-saving Dao robe Grand Empyrean Dao Yi had given him. Even Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's divine sense had to appear to remove Wang Lin's heaven-shattering blow. Today, Wang Lin had challenged people to battle for the last 50 years and had gained full control over his power. Even without the soul armor, he could beat many Empyrean exalts. Even if it was the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor, Wang Lin could win without wearing the soul armor. He was already very strong and was completely different from 50 years ago. Now, after putting on the soul armor and using the rapid spell art to fuse 98 spells into one, his power was far stronger than before. Empyrean Exalt High Z's expression suddenly changed and her face was filled with disbelief. This was the first time she had seen Wang Lin use his full power, and those 98 spells caused her heart to tremble. As his finger pointed, everything in the world seemed to stop. The sea breeze stopped, the waves quieted, and the movement of the world paused. This force could make everything stop, and it descended on Empyrean Exalt High Z. When the force descended on her, even her right hand stopped and her origin soul stopped moving. 98 stop spells. Wang Lin's face was pale. This point contained his full power. After 98 stop spells appeared, it went through some hidden change Wang Lin couldn't explain. It was very similar to how the world froze when Grand Empyrean Dao Yi appeared. There is no hatred between us. I don't want to kill you. Wang Lin looked at the frozen Empyrean Exalt High Z and then disappeared into the sea. Back then, his 98 spells couldn't truly fuse into one like an Empyrean Exalt's, and in the end it was like an army with soldiers but no generals. That's why a Grand Empyrean could destroy it with just one punch. However, right now, without his avatars, he could fuse 9 spells into his body. Then, due to the mysterious compression power of his avatars, he could fuse 36 spells, so it was far more powerful than before. Before, it was a group of scattered soldiers, but now there was General. Although the General wasn't powerful, the power of the spells had increased greatly. After stopping Empyrean Exalt High Z, Wang Lin knew it wouldn't last long. He moved very fast as he charged for the bottom of the sea. Time slowly passed. At the 4th breath, Wang Lin arrived at the deepest part of the sea. The pressure here was enough to crush the body of ordinary cultivators, but it was no problem for Wang Lin's ancient Dao body. Wang Lin suddenly threw a punch at the seafloor. This punch caused the sea to rage as 98 vortexes appeared before Wang Lin and charged at the seafloor. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the sea floor collapsed and a giant hole appeared. Large amounts of water rushed into it, making the hole look like a black hole. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He had searched the mountain sea during the last 3 years. He knew how to find the mountain sea tree that was supporting the mountain sea. He rushed into the black hole and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, it was the 6th breath. The octopus was also in the range of the stop spell, so it was motionless. The beautiful woman maintained her previous movement. Not even her eyelids could close. The sea dragon was on the side with pride in its eyes. It roared at the octopus in a language only sea beasts like them could understand. Time passed. At the 8th breath, Wang Lin appeared at the bottom of the mountain sea. In this world inside the black hole, there was an extremely large tree. This tree was half the mountain sea, and one could not see where it ended at a glance. The trunk was withered, but the branches grew out to support the mountain sea. In contrast, Wang Lin was so small he could not be seen. The tree was filled with death aura and layers of seals. In addition, it contained a powerful killing intent, as if this tree had once killed countless beings. Outside the vast, withered trunk, there was a total of 7 clusters of green light around the tree. Each one was only fist-sized and seemed disproportionate to the giant tree. These green clusters were what Wang Lin wanted. These were the mountain sea tree spirits born after the death of the mountain sea tree. These spirits could help a cultivator gain the wood essence. The mountain sea tree originally had a lot of these spirits, but after it died, many had been taken away. Now only these 7 remained. These mountain sea tree spirits were not inside the seal, but floated outside for some reason. It seemed the seal had no effect on these spirits. Now 10 breaths had passed. Without hesitation, Wang Lin moved next to the mountain sea tree and waved his hand. 6 of the 7 mountain sea tree spirit were taken by him, and then he turned to leave. Just as he turned around, Wang Lin suddenly felt a stab of pain in his eyes, and the golden light in his eyes shined out of his control. This sudden change caused Wang Lin to stop. The stabbing pain in his eyes also contained a sense of calling. It was as if there was something in the mountain sea tree calling Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin's eyes contained a fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword. This allowed his eyes to contain the suppression power of the sword. He suddenly turned. As the golden light shined from his eyes, he saw a ray of golden light shoot toward him. All of this happened in a flash. When Wang Lin noticed the golden light, he noticed that there was palm-sized, golden fragment in the mountain sea tree, a fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The palm-sized golden fragment from the mountain sea tree flew toward Wang Lin. Instead of it calling Wang Lin, it was more like Wang Lin was calling it. However, the seal around the mountain sea tree shined brightly as the fragment tried to leave. Ripples echoed, and in the end, half the fragment pierced out from the seal. The rest of the fragment was still inside the seal and could not fly out. The moment half of it was outside, Wang Lin's eyes shined even more brightly. It was as if a similar fragment in his eyes was about to rush out. How can the mountain sea tree have a fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword? In the last 50 years, Wang Lin had deliberately searched for the items that the old man from the Green Scorpion Temple had injected into his body. After all, if he wanted to master his body, he had to understand the origin of these items. Rumor had it that the celestial ancestor's sword was shattered in the battle against the green devil scorpion by the scorpion's tail. However, Wang Lin had heard no less than 10 of these legends. Almost every continent had a legend stating that the soul sealed in that continent had caused the sword to shatter. Wang Lin had no way to tell which was true and which was false. There was even a legend saying that the sword had shattered by itself after the celestial ancestor disappeared. The fragments scattered across the various continents. These thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind and he hesitated. This seal was placed by the celestial ancestor. To take this fragment, it is likely to trigger the power of this seal. From the beginning to now, 15 breaths had passed. Wang Lin decisively backed up a few steps and didn't move with his original body. Instead, his thunder essence true body flew out toward the sword fragment. He charged at it and directly grabbed the fragment. The Green Devil Temple also had a seal, but it wasn't a big problem. However, this seal is somewhat different. However, riches are found in danger, so I'm unwilling to just leave like this. The Thunder Essence true body reached out and grabbed the sword fragment. The moment his right hand grabbed the sword fragment, the sealing force from the mountain sea tree erupted. Ripples appeared where the sword fragment was. The ripples formed a huge face filled with majesty, and a suppression force closed in on Wang Lin's Thunder Essence true body. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. An ancient voice echoed under the sea. There is indeed a problem. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. This ancient voice suddenly echoed in Wang Lin's heart. This voice seemed to come from countless years ago. It was ancient and echoed between the layers of seals. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's original body stepped back as the voice echoed. As he retreated, his five-element true body rushed toward the thunder essence true body. At the same time, the giant face that appeared from the layers of seal attempted to devour the thunder essence true body. The moment the face appeared, a powerful suction force appeared around the golden sword fragment, as if the seal was preventing the fragment from leaving. At this moment, if Wang Lin's thunder essence true body let go and retreated, he could escape the devouring face. But if he didn't, then there would be danger. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, thunderous rumbles echoed from his thunder essence true body and thunder scattered. This thunder contained killing intent. It was the slaughter thunder. The thunder scattered and the rumbles echoed under the sea. The scattered thunder condensed to form a huge thunder arm that pressed down toward the devouring face. The face was already too blurry to see any details. The thunder palm with slaughter thunder pressed down on its face and a thunderous rumble echoed. The face revealed a painful expression. Borrowing this pause, Wang Lin's thunder essence true body pulled the sword fragment. Working against the powerful suction force, the sword fragment that was stuck in the face was pulled out an inch. However, 1 inch seemed to be the limit. As the thunder essence true body pulled, Wang Lin's five-element true body moved forward and pulled the thunder essence true body. The thunder essence true body was like bridge for the powerful force from the five-element true body. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the sword fragment was pulled out another inch. Now most of the sword fragment had been pulled out and only 1 inch remained inside the seal. Wang Lin's original body closed in and threw a punch at the face being held back by the thunder palm. An ancient Tao shadow appeared and threw a punch as well. Thunderous rumbles echoed, causing the surrounding sea to churn. The water above formed a powerful vortex, and the punch fused with the thunder palm to hold off the face. Wang Lin grabbed the five-element true body and pulled. His original body's power entered the five-element true body, and after fusing with the power of the five-element true body, the force went into the thunder essence true body. The thunder essence true body pulled the sword fragment and it came out of the face with a bang. After the fragment was pulled out, a powerful force smashed into Wang Lin's two essence true bodies. The two essence true bodies crashed into Wang Lin and he was pushed back. However, the powerful force didn't scatter. It smashed into Wang Lin's body. His body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With his Empyrean Exalt Cultivation and Ancient Tao body, he was still injured. This just showed how powerful the sea was. However, this was far from over. As Wang Lin was injured and pushed back by the force, the thunder palm holding back the face suddenly collapsed and the thunder scattered. This palm didn't contain much slaughter thunder because if Wang Lin's avatar used too much of it, it would collapse before it could be used. After all, this slaughter thunder contained power even Wang Lin feared. At this moment, the palm collapsed, but the slaughter thunder only scattered and wasn't damaged at all. It returned to Wang Lin's body. Without the palm holding it back, the face roared and charged at Wang Lin. It looked like it wouldn't give up until it devoured Wang Lin, who was a non-immortal astral continent cultivator. It was less than 100 feet from Wang Lin in a flash. No matter how much he retreated, the face covered in layers of restrictions chased closely after him. If one looked at this from another angle, they would see that as Wang Lin retreated, there seemed to be an extending neck coming from the mountain sea tree. The neck connected the face and the seal, and it had extended more than 1,000 feet. It continued to rapidly extend as the face chased Wang Lin. From afar, the face and neck looked like a giant python. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. As it chased, the ancient voice echoed once more. It was as if it was filled with a will and a mission. It was filled with an indescribable sense of strangeness. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. Ever since he obtained the battle power of an Empyrean Exalt, he had never encountered such danger in more than 50 years. However, he didn't have too much time. Riches had to be obtained in danger, and since he had made the decision, he wouldn't regret it. While retreating, Wang Lin raised his right hand. He formed a fist and 97 afterimages appeared around him. These 97 afterimages all formed seals and their palms pressed toward the sky. God Tremble Army Formation. Demon spell, wind and fire mountain. Devil Tao, life and death reverse. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao, no celestials. Every single shadow said these 4 lines and threw a punch. The 97 afterimages returned to Wang Lin's body and the punch was thrown. Gray ripples spread out toward the devouring face. This was Wang Lin using his full power with the soul armor and holding nothing back. After more than 50 years of challenging people, he hadn't used this move once. But now, facing the seal, he released this attack. The gray ripples collided with the giant face. Cracking sounds echoed like crazy and the face began to petrify rapidly 30 feet away from Wang Lin. Not only the face, but even the thing that was like a neck connected to the seal began to petrify. However, all of this was only temporary. Before it completely petrified and the gray color was still spreading, the part of the face that had been petrified first loosened. It showed signs of recovering. Even ancient Tao, no celestial can't completely destroy it. The sealed face is still rapidly recovering. It will only take a few breaths before it fully recovers. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. If he chose to retreat at this moment, he was 80% confident in escaping through the hole he had blasted and return to the mountain sea. He could even directly fly out of the sea. But Wang Lin was unwilling to just leave. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The seal had injured him. Although he was 80% confident in escaping, there was still a 20% chance something would go wrong. Once that happened, and adding the fact that Empyrean Exalt High Z would recover, he could be at a big disadvantage due to being attacked from both sides. Wang Lin would not gamble this kind of thing. He would rather take control of his own fate. I can't retreat. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and appeared before the face. The layer of the stone on the face shattered and it was about to break free. The neck on the face twisted and was going to devour Wang Lin. However, a majority of its neck had been petrified. Although it was recovering, it still needed several breaths to turn its head. Wang Lin let out a roar. As the head was about to turn around, he raised his right hand. He felt a sharp pain as the Yin blade grew 30 feet out from his right hand. The moment the Yin blade appeared, the surrounding sea water froze. Die! Borrowing the power of the soul armor, Wang Lin roared and the 97 afterimages appeared once more. All 97 afterimages had red eyes and raised their Yin blades. The moment the blades sliced down, the 97 afterimages formed 97 strikes that all fused back into Wang Lin. From a distance, a total of 98 blades seemed to connect together, forming a fan shape as they descended on the neck that connected the face to the seal. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the entire mountain sea. The neck connecting the face showed signs of collapsing. The rest of the blades followed and a shocking rumble echoed. The neck connecting the face was cut in half by the blade. The violent trembled from the bottom, causing the entire sea to rumble and forming a vortex. The sea dragon twisted its body, made provocative movements, and roared toward the octopus in some language only they could understand. It was unknown if the octopus could hear it or not, but from its wide eyes and the hidden sense of anger and madness, it seemed like it could hear it. However, the vibrations coming from the bottom of the sea shocked the sea dragon for a moment. It suddenly felt great danger and quickly escaped without hesitation. After it left, Empyrean Exalt High Z's body trembled, and her eyes revealed a flash of coldness. Wang Lin! Empyrean Exalt High Z recovered. The moment Empyrean Exalt High Z recovered, Wang Lin cut off the neck connecting the face to the seal inside the black hole at the bottom of the mountain sea. The moment the blade cut down, the face let out a roar and completely turned around. However, it collapsed layer by layer before Wang Lin turned to dust and disappeared into the sea. Blood dropped from where the Yin blade ESD connected to Wang Lin's right arm. Intense pain spread as it disappeared back into his right arm. Wang Lin had erupted his full power using that blade. The Yin blade in his right arm felt like it was going to collapse from the rebound force. Want to seal me? Wang Lin was breathing roughly. His cultivation level was very high, so he could still breathe like normal even in water. As he exhaled, bubbles rose up, but no water went in. Instead, The breathable air inside the water was inhaled through his mouth. Wang Lin looked back at the layers of seals on the mountain sea tree. The seal on the tree was not broken by the blade. Ripples echoed and it returned to normal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't immediately leave but checked his injuries and the time left on his soul armor. Due to him displaying his full power, the amount of time left was reduced greatly. He only had half an incense stick of time left. It's enough. Wang Lin smoothed his breathing and charged upward. He was very fast and appeared next to the black hole. He left the true depths of the sea and entered the mountain sea. Just as he came out of the black hole, the sea dragon quickly arrived. It let out a roar and its eyes were filled with joy. Wang Lin nodded and they flew up together. He already noticed that the stop spell on Empyrean Exalt High Z had lost its effect. Just as Wang Lin rose rapidly, an angry voice echoed above the sea. Wang Lin! As the voice echoed, the blue sea turned black. The water before Wang Lin immediately turned black like ink. Large tentacles swayed, causing vortexes to fly toward Wang Lin. Empyrean Exalt High Z, you are no longer my opponent. There is no hatred between us and the mountain sea tree spirit doesn't belong to you. If you continue this, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Lin remained calm and controlled the sea dragon to avoid the black sea water as they charged for the surface. This entire mountain sea is my cave. So how could I let you come and go as you wish? Mountain sea formation. Empyrean Exalt High Z's name was Yi Ting. However, because she lived in the mountain sea year-round and became an Empyrean Exalt here, she was called Empyrean Exalt High Z like how Wang Lin was the white-haired Empyrean Exalt. After she spoke, the surrounding seawater turned black. A layer of dried ink seemed to form above the top of the water. This layer of dried ink was very strong and sealed almost the entire mountain sea. If one looked from above, the mountain sea had become black earth. Inside the seawater, Empyrean Exalt High Z suddenly appeared. The octopus rushed out with a roar and charged at the sea dragon under Wang Lin. It hated the sea dragon to the bone. As it rushed out, ripples echoed across the sea. The sea dragon revealed a ferocious gaze and also roared. It charged out and began battling the octopus. The battle between the two sea beasts caused thunderous rumbles to echo and violent shockwaves to spread throughout the sea. At the same time, the beautiful Empyrean Exalt High Z watched Wang Lin walk forward. She didn't really hate Wang Lin. On the contrary, 3 years ago, she only had a slight impression of Wang Lin. There was no fluctuation in her heart. It was as if she had accidentally seen a stranger. After Wang Lin failed that battle, Empyrean Exalt High Z had forgotten about him. However, now it was very different. Wang Lin had reappeared 3 years later and stopped her for more than 10 breaths with 1 point. That was simply unacceptable to her. And she was extremely annoyed. It has to be said that although she was an Empyrean Exalt, she was also a female cultivator. As a woman, being stopped there without any resistance made her embarrassed and angry. Although the mountain sea tree could condense wood essence, it was not useful to her. In her original plan, if Wang Lin was willing to be more modest and had asked her, she was willing to give Wang Lin some as a fellow Empyrean Exalt. However, whether it was 3 years ago or 3 years later, Wang Lin was still as indifferent. This made the beautiful Empyrean Exalt High Z annoyed, so she had purposely made it difficult for him. She had a powerful cultivation and a noble identity, so aside from the few ascendant Empyreans, ordinary cultivators were not worthy of her time. It was because of this noble status that she could occupy the entire mountain sea and no one would dare to cause any trouble. However, she could not have expected to be stopped there for more than 10 breaths. Facing the arrival of Empyrean Exalt High Z, Wang Lin frowned. His soul armor was limited and he didn't want to waste time with her. However, if the woman was persistent, he wouldn't mind seriously injuring her in the quickest way possible. At this moment he let out a cold snort. As Empyrean Exalt High Z closed in, Wang Lin stepped forward. With that step, 97 afterimages appeared and charged toward Empyrean Exalt High Z. As she closed in, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and waved at Empyrean Exalt High Z. The moment he raised his palm, the 97 afterimages also raised their right hands. 98 war spirit prints fused into one and flew toward Empyrean Exalt High Z. Empyrean Exalt High Z clenched her teeth and waved her jade-like hand. Blue light shined and a giant bell appeared. The bell expanded and released a sharp ring. A blue bird appeared from within the bell and its wings flapped 70 times. 70 spells suddenly appeared and flew toward Wang Lin's war spirit print. When the blue bird flew out, Empyrean Exalt High Z raised her jade-like hand and pointed forward. My life follows fate. First Tao. Empyrean Exalt High Z pointed and an oval seal appeared before her. This oval was made from 70 strokes and contained 70 of her spells. Can't defy the heavens. Second Tao. Empyrean Exalt High Z clenched her teeth and her beautiful face turned somewhat pale. As she raised her right hand, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It seemed this spell was extremely difficult for her to use. After she spoke, the oval seal containing 70 spells suddenly swelled. 26 strokes split and doubled, turning the 70 spells fusion into 96. These 96 strokes were the same as 96 spells fused together. The oval seal contained a shocking aura as it flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's war spirit print collided with the blue bird. A thunderous rumble echoed as the blue bird collapsed and turned back into the bell. The rest of the war spirit print flew forward, but the moment it touched the seal, they silently disintegrated. What kind of spell is this? Wang Lin's pupils, the oval seal gave him a great sense of danger. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised his hands to his head and bent his body back. 97 afterimages appeared, and it looked like he was about to headbutt someone. Heavenly Bull Charge. The Heavenly Bull spell that terrified the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor appeared once more. Wang Lin's 97 afterimages moved together and a huge Heavenly Bull shadow appeared. It contained 98 spells as it charged at the oval seal. Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z battled above the frozen sea. Deep under the sea was the black hole Wang Lin had blasted open, and that was where the mountain sea tree was. At this moment, a very strange change was rapidly forming. Beside the mountain sea tree, outside the layers of seals, ghostly lights had appeared where Wang Lin had destroyed the face. These lights contained a crazed sense of ferocity and bloodthirst. They also contained a shockingly terrifying aura. However, this aura was very strange and didn't spread out a single bit. It wasn't noticed by Wang Lin or Empyrean Exalt High Z, who were battling outside. As thunderous rumbles echoed, even more ghostly specks appeared. There were no less than 100,000 specks, and they fused together in a short period of time. They didn't form the face from before, but a broken palm. Only a palm without the arm, so it was called a broken palm. This broken palm was originally very large, thousands of feet tall. However, after it appeared, it shrank until it was the size of an ordinary person's palm. The color was almost transparent, so unless you looked carefully, it would be difficult to see. In the center of the palm, there seemed to be a blurry mark. Discovered non-immortal astral soul, seal. A vague voice came from the broken palm. The sea rippled as the broken palm flew straight up. At this moment, Wang Lin was battling against Empyrean Exalt High Z. Neither noticed the appearance and arrival of this broken palm. Most of the mountain sea's surface was sealed by dark black ink. This black ink was very strong. It was formed by Empyrean Exalt High Z's formation and can't be easily broken. Inside the sea, Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z were in a fierce battle. Empyrean Exalt High Z used the strange spell and coughed out blood as the price to create the seal containing 96 spells. And the oval seal flew toward Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin was shocked, he resisted with the Heavenly Bull Charge. The giant Heavenly Bull shadow collided with the oval seal. As they collided, thunderous rumbles echoed through the sea as if the sea was going to be split apart. Empyrean Exalt High Z's face was pale and she was knocked back. This was a spell her teacher had taught her, and it was extremely powerful. Although she couldn't control the second style yet, it made it so very few people below Ascendant Empyrean were her match. However, now she had met Wang Lin. Wang Lin also retreated, and his breathing was rough. When the Heavenly Bull collapsed, the soul armor on his body also showed signs of dissipating. The moment he retreated, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and 97 afterimages appeared. He fiercely pointed at the retreating Empyrean Exalt High Z. Stop! 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 Wang Lin used the stop spell a second time before Empyrean Exalt High Z. The 97 afterimages fused, and the finger that made her feel terror, anger, and shame descended on her. Wang Lin, you... Empyrean Exalt High Z didn't get to finish speaking. Due to her injury, she was completely stopped. Due to her origin soul being stopped and her no longer having the octopus holding her up, she began to sink to the bottom of the sea. However, since she dared to stop Wang Lin, she had come prepared. Although the preparation was a bit hasty, and she had been caught off guard by Wang Lin's masterful timing, only her origin soul was stopped. Her eyes and thoughts were still operating as normal. She stared at Wang Lin, who was moving farther and farther away, and she felt shame and anger. If not for the fact that her mouth couldn't move, she'd be clenching her teeth. There were two reasons Wang Lin hadn't immediately used the stop spell. The first was because since she dared to try to stop him, she must have been prepared and had a certain degree of confidence in resisting his stop spell. Therefore, he couldn't use it immediately and had to wait for the right time to set it up. Second, even though Wang Lin had stopped Empyrean Exalt High Z, unless he seriously injured her and immediately escaped, she would chase after him once she was free. In contrast, rather than stopping her and seriously injuring her, it was better to seriously injure her than stop her. Then she wouldn't dare to follow, and it would be the righteous path. After stopping Empyrean Exalt High Z, Wang Lin was about to kick away the octopus and take the sea dragon away. His divine sense subconsciously swept Empyrean Exalt High Z, who was sinking into the water. However, this startled him. The place where he was battling Empyrean Exalt High Z was not far from the seafloor. She was sinking not far away from the black hole. Wang Lin's divine sense vaguely saw blurry ripples and something rushing out from the black hole toward Empyrean Exalt High Z, who had lost her power to resist. There seemed to be something strange in the ripples, but it could not be clearly seen by the naked eye. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. A vague divine sense spread out through the sea water into Wang Lin's mind and caused his expression to change greatly. It's not dead. Wang Lin felt his scalp tingle. He was far too aware of how powerful the face was. He was about to leave, but he stopped once more. Empyrean Exalt High Z's origin soul was stopped, but her eyes and thoughts were still moving. She clearly saw the fluctuations in the seawater and a vague shadow rapidly closing in on her. An indescribable sense of danger appeared in her heart. This danger was far stronger than her battle with Wang Lin. In fact, she had never encountered something that made her feel this level of danger before in her life. Her eyes widened. She could not move and did not have the power to resist. She could only watch the shadow coming from the ripples giving off a terrifying aura and charging right at her. The strong Empyrean Exalt High Z revealed fear and weakness she had never shown before. Her body trembled as she tried to break free from the stop spell. This feeling of life or death made her feel like she was not an Empyrean Exalt but a weak woman. Facing this terrifying thing, despair appeared in her eyes. The ripples in the seawater were the broken palm that had extended out from the black hole. It seemed to have gone crazy, and it didn't matter who it encountered. It would send out the message of discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. At this moment, if Wang Lin wanted to escape, he could ignore Empyrean Exalt High Z. If he escaped fast, he could escape with Empyrean Exalt High Z as bait. But after a moment of struggle, he turned around and charged toward Empyrean Exalt High Z below. For my entire life, I was not a villain or a gentleman. I have always just asked if I could live with my decisions. There is no hatred between Empyrean Exalt High Z and I. This is her cave, and it is normal to guard it. Wang Lin was very fast and instantly moved 10,000 feet. The mountain sea seal appeared because of me, and at this moment, she is being stopped by me. If I run now and abandon her, I will be making a decision that's not worthy in my heart. If I can't stick to my ways, what right do I have to defy the heavens and resurrect Wang Er? What faith would I have to step onto the peak? Maybe others can do it, but I, Wang Lin, can't. Wang Lin's eyes revealed determination. He charged toward Empyrean Exalt High Z. His action was seen by Empyrean Exalt High Z, who was in despair and startled. Wang Lin moved very fast and came within 400 feet of Empyrean Exalt High Z, but no matter how fast he was not faster than the broken palm. It was now less than 300 feet from Empyrean Exalt High Z. The broken palm carried ferociousness, bloodthirst, and an unspeakable sense of madness as it opened its 5 fingers toward Empyrean Exalt High Z. Wang Lin could use the stop spell, but he couldn't dispel it unless the target's cultivation level was much lower. Empyrean Exalt High Z was an Empyrean Exalt, so her cultivation level was actually a lot higher than Wang Lin's. Therefore, he could not break it in a short period of time. The mountain sea had been sealed by her, so it was impossible to teleport here. The broken palm was about to devour Empyrean Exalt High Z. Despair filled her eyes as Wang Lin let out a roar and the 5 spell veins in his body erupted. They rotated at a crazed speed and Wang Lin moved faster than he had ever moved before. This speed was due to the rapid spell art operating at full power. As Wang Lin moved forward, 97 afterimages appeared, followed by a 98th afterimage. 98 afterimages, along with the original body, made 99. Borrowing the power of the extra afterimage from the full power of the rapid spell art, Wang Lin's speed increased. When the broken palm was less than 3 feet from Empyrean Exalt High Z and a ferocious aura closed in on her, a powerful force was injected between the broken palm and Empyrean Exalt High Z. Empyrean Exalt High Z was quickly knocked away. Empyrean Exalt High Z saw Wang Lin's figure as she was knocked away. Her body trembled, and at this moment, she suddenly recovered her movement. The moment she recovered, Wang Lin's right hand turned into the Yin blade and chopped down on the broken palm. The broken palm discarded Empyrean Exalt High Z as the target and reached toward Wang Lin. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. The vague divine sense echoed in Wang Lin's mind as it collided with his Yin blade. As the thunderous rumble echoed, Wang Lin was knocked back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, a gentle body held him. It was Empyrean Exalt High Z. She bit her lower lip and quickly pulled Wang Lin toward the surface of the sea. The broken palm had been cut in half by the Yin blade, but it didn't dissipate. It rapidly recovered back into the broken palm and chased after the two of them. Ripples echoed in the sea and the broken palm started moving several times faster than before. It instantly caught up, giving Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z no time to dodge at all. Wang Lin raised his left hand and threw a punch. When he punched, 98 afterimages appeared around him and it condensed into one fist. The punch shot toward the palm like a bolt of thunder. At the same time, Empyrean Exalt High Z waved her hand and used the oval seal that contained 90 spells by force. It rushed toward the broken palm after Wang Lin's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed and caused the sea to surge. The ripples echoed as the broken palm collapsed. But it turned into countless specks of ghostly light and instantly entered Wang Lin's left hand. This broken palm was also a left palm. As the countless specks of ghostly light entered Wang Lin's left hand, an intense wave of pain that caused Wang Lin's face to go pale came from his left hand. This pain made Wang Lin's body tremble violently. As large amounts of specks of ghostly light gathered, something that looked like a black glove appeared over Wang Lin's left hand. His left hand was completely black, and the glove began to spread up toward his arms. This shocking scene caused shock to appear in Empyrean Exalt High Z's eyes. Wang Lin's face was pale and he revealed a vicious gaze. His left hand was filled with intense pain and he lost all other perception, as if that no longer belonged to him. He had a feeling that as it spread, the body parts it would spread to would no longer belong to him. As the countless specks of ghostly light gathered to form the glove on his left hand, a feeling of extreme disgust appeared in his mind. It was like how fire and water couldn't mix. This feeling was extremely clear. Without any hesitation, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he raised the Yin blade in his right hand. He chopped down and cut off his left hand. The flesh of the left hand quickly melted until only the skin remained. The skin fused with the sea and rushed toward Wang Lin again. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal. Wang Lin's decisive action had given Empyrean Exalt High Z time. She raised her pale, jade hand and took out a jade. She crushed it and a layer of dark blue light wrapped around her and Wang Lin. As it spread, it reached 100,000 feet and protected the sea dragon and octopus that had retreated. Then the light curtain sank into the sea with Wang Lin, Empyrean Exalt High Z, and the frightened sea dragon and octopus. Soon, the light curtain landed at the bottom of the sea. The water outside was black due to the ink from before, so nothing could be seen. Only the sound of something banging against it could be heard, but the light curtain only trembled but didn't collapse. The broken palm continued to attack the light curtain but could not break it in a short period of time. However, the banging sounds became even more violent. The light curtain formed a half-circle on the seafloor, and aside from the banging sound, it was dead silent. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he sat on the side with his eyes closed. The sea dragon circled around Wang Lin and stared at the octopus not far away, next to Empyrean Exalt High Z. Its gaze was hostile, but it also looked at the light curtain with fear in its eyes. The octopus was also staring at the sea dragon angrily, as if the two beasts could not get along. Empyrean Exalt High Z was 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. Her beautiful face was pale and her hair was scattered. She was looking at Wang Lin with a complicated expression, and the scene of Wang Lin blocking the palm for her appeared in her mind. Are you okay? I crushed the life-saving jade teacher give me. Teacher should be aware and should come soon. I still have a bottle of pills here. Your palm. As Empyrean Exalt High Z spoke, she waved her hand and a jade bottle appeared. There was an ancient D on the bottle that gave off waves of pressure. Holding the bottle, Empyrean Exalt High Z walked up to Wang Lin. She crushed a pill and was about to smear it on Wang Lin's severed left hand. Just at his moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. No need, Wang Lin coldly said. Then he retreated 1,000 feet. A burst of blood light came from his left arm that had lost its palm. His left hand began to regrow. This was the powerful recovery of his physical body. Empyrean Exalt High Z was startled for a moment and was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. She looked up at the light curtain and revealed a look of disbelief. Wang Lin also stared at the light curtain. A drastic change occurred. Outside the light curtain, the broken palm that was bombarding the light curtain suddenly stuck to the light curtain. From afar, this broken palm looked like a starfish. Sticking so closely to the light curtain caused the strange mark at the center of the palm to be displayed clearly before Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z. However, just this was not enough to cause their expressions to change. What shocked them was that the palm instantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the palm expanded to 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The broken arm rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100,000 feet long and shrouded the semicircle light curtain. After the broken palm expanded to the point of engulfing the light curtain trembled violently. Ripples echoed and the light curtain became completely dark, without a speck of light. Even so, as long as Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z gathered their cultivation in their eyes, they could see everything clearly. Wang Lin silently pondered and noticed that his hair was slightly floating due to wind. Empyrean Exalt High Z's eyes lit up and she slowly said, "It devoured my protective light curtain and is moving rapidly. What exactly is it?" Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was 1,000 feet away and was staring at his newly grown left hand. After pondering for a bit, he spoke. "The mountain sea trees seal." Empyrean Exalt High Z's face turned pale and she bitterly smiled, but she didn't speak. She sat down and looked around in the dark. It was unknown what she was thinking. Time slowly passed. Soon, Wang Lin's soul armor dissipated. After the soul armor disappeared, a deep sense of fatigue filled Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked up and said, "I fear your teacher won't find this place in a short period of time. The broken palm devoured the protective light curtain and should block all external contacts. like a seal. You could have just taken the mountain sea tree spirits. Why did you provoke the mountain sea tree seal? This seal was placed by the celestial ancestor, you. After a long time, Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. Wang Lin looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z and slowly said, "If I didn't have to save you, I would have already left the mountain sea." Empyrean Exalt High Z silently pondered. Time quickly passed in this silence. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, the two still didn't talk. Empyrean Exalt High Z looked up at the light curtain, and her eyes were filled with uncertainty. As for Wang Lin, he had closed his eyes to cultivate. He took out the mountain sea tree spirits and began to absorb them. Empyrean Exalt High Z was silent for 3 days, and after seeing Wang Lin absorb the mountain sea tree spirits, she couldn't help but ask, "Your cultivation is very strange. You are clearly at the early stage of void tribulent, but you have the power of an Empyrean Exalt. Although the mountain sea tree spirit can help a cultivator form a wood essence, at void tribulent, even a few essences won't help your cultivation level increase. What's the point?" Wang Lin didn't explain too much. He opened his eyes and glanced at Empyrean Exalt High Z as he calmly said, "I'm not the same as you. You don't seem worried or rushed here." Empyrean Exalt High Z's beautified brows frowned. Wang Lin remained silent as he closed his eyes and continued to absorb the mountain sea tree spirit that was inside his body. When Empyrean Exalt High Z saw Wang Lin close his eyes and ignore her, she pouted but continued to speak. "My protective light curtain has been devoured. If it is as you said before, then I fear it will be very difficult for teacher to find us in a short period of time, even if he came to the mountain sea. If the broken palm went elsewhere, it will take even longer. We have lost all contact with the outside world. Aren't you worried?" Seeing that Wang Lin still didn't speak, Empyrean Exalt High Z's beautiful eyes stared at him. After a long time, she revealed an angry and depressed expression. "There are only the two of us here. You act like a tree and don't talk. You just watch me talk to myself. It is very interesting." Wang Lin opened his eyes. He felt rather helpless as he looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z. "I think this environment would be pretty good for cultivating if you stopped interrupting me." "You!" Empyrean Exalt High Z immediately stood up and let out a snort. Her beautiful body turned around and left. She went more than 10,000 feet away and ignored Wang Lin. Seeing Empyrean Exalt High Z leave, Wang Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself in absorbing the mountain sea tree spirit. However, his divine sense was still scattered as he was very vigilant. As for the sea dragon, it was coiled around Wang Lin and was staring viciously at the octopus, who was also staring viciously back at it. They didn't roar, but their gazes seemed to throw countless vicious words at each other. They seemed to be cursing each other through their gazes. Time silently passed like this. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. For these 4 months, Wang Lin hadn't said a word and had been focused on absorbing the mountain sea tree spirit. The sea dragon had been at a staring contest with the octopus for 4 months. It didn't feel tired at all and was full of spirit as it stared viciously at the octopus. On the contrary, the octopus seemed a bit tired, but it refused to yield. The two had stared at each other for 4 months. Wang Lin, something is wrong." After 4 months, Empyrean Exalt High Z seemed worried. She walked over from a few thousand feet away and sat down 200 feet away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z. He hadn't seen her for 4 months, and her beautiful face seemed a bit fatigued. However, her beauty was still as heart-throbbing as before. "It's impossible for teacher to not have found us in 4 months, since he knows I'm in danger. Even if the broken palm has left the mountain sea, teacher would be able to divinate where it went. It's impossible for him to not find us after 4 months." Empyrean Exalt High Z did not hide her worry. While trapped here for 4 months, she was unable to stay calm and always had a bad feeling. Wang Lin calmly said, 3 possibilities. First possibility, the broken palm has gone to a place no one can detect. Not even divination can find it. Second possibility, Your teacher didn't come to save you immediately like you thought. Impossible. If teacher knew I was in danger, he would come immediately. As for your first possibility, it's also impossible. With teacher's cultivation level, there should be no place in the celestial clan he can't divinate. Empyrean Exalt High Z said quickly. Then she looked at Wang Lin and hesitated a bit before speaking again. You should have guessed it. My teacher is Grand Empyrean Jodi. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he was not surprised at all. Back when she took out the pill bottle with the word D on it, he had his speculations. To take an Empyrean Exalt as a disciple and make her his confidant meant that her teacher must have shocking power. Adding these two facts, it was likely that her teacher was a Grand Empyrean. And adding the name D, aside from the Celestial Emperor, the only other possibility was Grand Empyrean Jodi, who was also at the Central Continent. Since that's the case, there is a third possibility. After the broken palm engulfed the light curtain, the passage of time became different from the outside. Perhaps hundreds of years here is only one day outside, Wang Lin said, calmly and slowly. Empyrean Exalt High Z's face immediately turned pale. She was a very intelligent person and had also thought of his. However, hearing that Wang Lin had the same idea, she was 60% to 70% certain. Although teacher gave me this light curtain, it can't last for hundreds of years. Once it breaks. The terror of the broken palm appeared in her eyes. Just as the two were talking, the light curtain suddenly rumbled and trembled. It shrank from 100,000 feet to 90,000 feet. A vague figure appeared in the dark void outside the light curtain. The figure drifted there and looked at Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z. It gave off a ferocious aura. Discovered non-immortal astral continent soul, seal, the vague figure muttered to himself. As the light curtain shrank, Empyrean Exalt High Z looked up and vaguely saw the dark figure outside. Wang Lin also saw the figure outside the light curtain. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he slowly said, "Reduce the light curtain to 1,000 feet so it can resist for longer." After he spoke, Wang Lin waved his right hand at the sea dragon. The sea dragon turned into a ray of blue light and was put away by Wang Lin. Empyrean Exalt High Z hesitated a bit and also put the octopus away. Her hand formed seals and she waved them at the light curtain. The light curtain shrank from 90,000 feet to 1,000 feet. At the same time, Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z were the only two people left in the light curtain. Empyrean Exalt High Z let out a sigh. She sat in a corner and closed her eyes to cultivate. Time slowly passed. The 4th month, 6th month. Soon a year had passed. 1 year of time was not long outside. But for the man and woman trapped inside a 1,000 feet area, it seemed to go a bit slow. Wang Lin was a bit better off as he was used to loneliness. He used this time to fuse 2 of the mountain sea tree spirits. The bud of the wood essence had appeared in his 5-element true body and was rapidly growing. However, after 8 months of silence, Empyrean Exalt High Z opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Lin. The man before him caused her to feel hatred but also aroused a complicated feeling. Empyrean Exalt High Z softly said, "Ever since I began cultivating, I have never lived with a stranger for a year. I only know that your name is Wang Lin, as that's what you have told me. Which sect did you come from?" Sect? Wang Lin awakened from his cultivation and reminiscence filled his eyes. After a long time, Wang Lin calmly said, "I came from the 7 Dao sect." 7 Dao sect? Empyrean Exalt High Z thought for a moment. There didn't seem to be a 7 Dao sect as she recalled all the powerful sects. Eastern Continent 7 Dao sect, a very small sect. Wang Lin sighed. Now that someone had asked him about his sect, he felt homesick. Empyrean Exalt softly said, "I don't have a sect. I followed teacher since I was little. I grew up on Emperor Mountain. Emperor Mountain is very beautiful. During this season, it is covered in red leaves, as if it's on fire. If you have the chance, you should see Emperor Mountain." As they chatted, a special atmosphere spread out within this 1,000-foot area. With your Empyrean Exalt combat power, I presume the Southern Continent's Grand Empyrean Daoi has tried to recruit you Did you agree? Empyrean Exalt High Z's beautiful gaze fell on Wang Lin. No, Wang Lin shook his head. After hearing his words, Empyrean Exalt High Z smiled and blinked as she whispered, "My teacher is a very good person. Why don't you follow him?" "I'm currently not considering." Wang Lin didn't directly refuse but delayed. "How long have you cultivated?" Empyrean Exalt High Z suddenly asked. "Probably not as long as you." Wang Lin frowned. When Empyrean Exalt High Z heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed. This was the first time she did this. "You have the power of an Empyrean Exalt at your cultivation level, but you are in no rush to leave. That means you don't have a Tao partner. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to not be worried at all," Empyrean Exalt said while laughing. Wang Lin frowned again and looked at the beautiful woman before him. He vaguely felt like there was something strange about her, something different from what he had felt before. "Seeing how both of us are trapped here, and you didn't leave me alone, how about having Big Sister here introduce you to someone?" Empyrean Exalt High Z seemed very interested in this subject as she examined Wang Lin. "Appearance is normal but has a unique temperament. Not bad. Cultivation level is ordinary but has Empyrean Exalt combat power very good. Overall still pretty good. How about this? Once we get out, Big Sister will help you find a Tao partner." Empyrean Exalt High Z's eyes shined brightly. She looked at Wang Lin and gently moved her alluring lips. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he coldly said, "Put away your charm spell." Empyrean Exalt High Z frowned, and when she was about to speak, Wang Lin's eyes released a golden light. He looked extremely majestic with this gaze, and there was also a suppression force coming from his eyes. Empyrean Exalt High Z didn't speak due to that gaze. "If you want to speak to someone after being trapped here for too long, then I'll help you find someone to talk to." As Wang Lin spoke, a shadow appeared over his body. His Slaughter Thunder Essence true body walked out and sat between him and Empyrean Exalt High Z. "Talk to my avatar. Don't interrupt my cultivation." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he got up and walked to the furthest corner from Empyrean Exalt High Z. He sat down again and closed his eyes to refine the third mountain sea tree spirit. Empyrean Exalt High Z was startled. She didn't think Wang Lin would think of this method. She frowned and looked at the Slaughter Thunder Essence true body that gave off a cold aura that was staring at her with a cold gaze. She snorted and began to cultivate as well. There is something strange about Empyrean Exalt High Z. When Wang Lin's original body sat down to cultivate, he looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z and his pupils shrank an undetectable amount. "I originally thought something had changed with the broken palm, so that when it appeared again, it didn't fly toward me but attacked her first. Looking at it now, there seems to be some secret." The change to Empyrean Exalt High Z was very strange. But Wang Lin didn't notice anything like two souls in one body. That's why he used the Celestial Ancestor's sword in his eyes but also found nothing. At first, Empyrean Exalt High Z gave me the feeling that she was normal, but just now she seemed a little unbridled. Wang Lin frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he ignored this matter and immersed himself in absorbing the mountain sea tree spirit. In a flash, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Wang Lin ignored Empyrean Exalt High Z. He continued to absorb the mountain sea tree spirit and the wood essence in his body continued to grow. After 3 years, he had absorbed 4 spirits and his wood essence had reached small completion. Patterns of green had appeared on the surface of Wang Lin's skin. They looked like the veins of plants. It made Wang Lin look somewhat strange. During these 3 years, Empyrean Exalt High Z didn't speak a word and was immersed in cultivation like Wang Lin. Her expression sometimes changed, and it was unknown what spell she was cultivating. During these 3 years, a thunderous rumble would echo from outside every once in a while, as if there was a powerful force hitting the light curtain. As time went by, this rumble became even more common. The 1,000-foot light curtain had showed signs of shrinking over the last 3 years. On the 4th month after 3 years, the thunderous rumble was far louder than before. It interrupted Wang Lin's cultivation and he looked up. When he looked up, his expression changed and he stepped forward. The moment he stepped forward, the 1,000-foot light curtain suddenly shrank. It shrank nearly to half 500 feet. Empyrean Exalt High Z also awakened and stepped forward. The thunderous rumble lasted for almost half an hour before it slowly dissipated and the light curtain had shrank to only 500 feet. 500 feet was extremely close for Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z. The two of them looked at each other. It looks like this light curtain can't last even 10 years. I shrank it to resist against the broken palm, but even so, after 3 years it shrank to 500 feet. If it was still 100,000 feet like before, it might have already been broken. Empyrean Exalt High Z's appearance and speech were different from a few years ago. They seemed to have gone back to normal. I fear it won't take long for this 500-foot range to shrink until the light curtain collapses. Empyrean Exalt High Z frowned and revealed a look of helplessness. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked up at the light curtain and saw the blurry figure hiding in the darkness. The figure hiding there seemed to be looking back at him. The moment their gazes met, Wang Lin's heart trembled. It was as if the gaze from the figure contained a strange force that could suck in his attention. It also caused a sense of restlessness to fill his body. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he immediately came to his senses. It is still staring at us, watching our every move. It has constantly been doing this for 3 years. There was fear in Empyrean Exalt High Z's eyes as she spoke. Wang Lin slowly said, "It's a broken palm. But whose broken palm is it?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Empyrean Exalt High Z was startled as he flew upwards. Wang Lin's sudden movement caused Empyrean Exalt High Z to reveal a look of worry, and she was about to follow. "Don't come up. If you think that something is wrong with me, awaken me immediately." Wang Lin didn't look back, but his voice echoed in Empyrean Exalt High Z's mind. Empyrean Exalt High Z's beautiful body stopped and watched Wang Lin's back as he flew up. For some reason, this reminded her of when he blocked the palm for her a few years ago. Wang Lin instantly closed in on the edge of the light curtain until he was less than 3 feet from it. When he got close to the light curtain, the blurry figure outside moved toward him. Outside the light curtain, the blurry figure also stopped and was 3 feet away from the light curtain as well. It was 6 feet away from Wang Lin. It was a face without skin, it was a bloody mess, and extremely scary. However, it contained an unspeakable sense of majesty. But the overall figure was a blur. Only the left hand was very solid, as if it were real, but that was because it had skin. After faintly seeing the face of the figure, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he revealed a look of disbelief. It was as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind, and his body trembled. The blurry, skinless face's eyes revealed a strange light that seemed like it was going to penetrate Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin's mind rumbled and he lost consciousness. In his mind, that gaze contained a pair of eternal eyes. This pair of eyes contained an unspeakable sense of strangeness and turned into a voice that echoed in Wang Lin's mind. "Come, come, come." As the sound echoed, a thunder-like heartbeat came from Wang Lin's body, resisting the bombardment of the voice. Wang Lin suddenly awakened and heard the anxious calls from Empyrean Exalt High Z. A fragrance swept toward him as she was already closing in. "I'm fine," Wang Lin slowly said. He was only 1 foot away from the light curtain. He only needed 1 more step to walk out of the light curtain. The moment Wang Lin awakened, the blurry figure let out a roar and smashed into the light curtain. The light curtain flashed violently but didn't break. Celestial Ancestor. Wang Lin's gaze penetrated the light curtain and landed on the figure, smashing into the light curtain like crazy. Although the face of the figure outside had no skin and was just flesh and blood, Wang Lin had seen the shocking scene of the Celestial Ancestor sealing the heavenly bull when he absorbed the fire vein. The face of the vague figure was extremely similar to the face of the Celestial Ancestor. As the vague figure roared violently, ripples echoed across the light curtain. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he retreated back to the ground. The 500-foot light curtain trembled under the impact and shrank once more. It shrank from 500 feet to 300 feet. This caused Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z to be even closer. The vague figure smashed into the light curtain for half an hour before it slowly calmed down. It stared at Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z before retreating back into the dark. Empyrean Exalt High Z bit her lower lip and looked at the light curtain above. A moment later, she gloomily said, "This light curtain won't last for long." Wang Lin silently pondered. What he had vaguely seen made him feel like there was some secret hidden in the broken palm. If not, why would the celestial ancestor appear? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z. "Your teacher is Grand Empyrean Jiudi. Have you heard about the celestial ancestor?" "Celestial ancestor?" Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin. When Wang Lin recognized the figure as the celestial ancestor, he had thought about it but hadn't said it out loud. So Empyrean Exalt High Z didn't know what Wang Lin had seen. "I heard teacher mention it once. A long time ago, the celestial clan only had one continent. The celestial ancestor sealed beings that came from outside the continents to create the 72 continents we know today. I once heard from teacher that after sealing the 72nd being, the celestial ancestor went missing. No one knows where he went. Even his descendants searched for a long time and didn't learn the outcome. But teacher once accidentally muttered something that made it seem as if the celestial ancestor wasn't missing. Teacher suspects that the celestial ancestor encountered something. As for the specifics, teacher didn't want to elaborate on the matter." Empyrean Exalt High Z revealed a pondering gaze as she slowly spoke. When these words entered Wang Lin's ears, he was silent but pondering. Perhaps this broken palm belongs to the celestial ancestor. If so, who cut off the celestial ancestor's left hand? There are many rumors about the collapse of the celestial ancestor's sword. Could the collapse of the sword be related to this broken palm? However, why was this broken palm inside the mountain sea tree seal? And this seal has been around for countless years. The Grand Empyreans would have long noticed it, but why did it only move now? Also, this area belongs to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. With his cultivation level of Grand Empyrean, how could he not be aware? Or maybe... Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The several Grand Empyreans, including Dao Yi, long knew about the strange seal on the mountain sea tree, but in the end, none of them acted recklessly. Wang Lin cultivated and continued to deduce. He took a deep breath and was shaken by the conclusion he came to. Wang Lin's eyes shined undetectably as he slowly said, "Empyrean Exalt High Z, since your teacher is Grand Empyrean Jiudi, why are you so far away from the central continent and live at the mountain sea? You doubt me?" Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin. Her beautiful eyes shined brightly. What a clever woman, Wang Lin thought to himself. Just based on one sentence from him, Empyrean Exalt High Z had guessed a lot. Wang Lin didn't explain, he just calmly looked at Empyrean Exalt High Z. The beautiful woman pondered a bit and her expression changed as if she was thinking of something. After a long time, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked up, her eyes revealing a strange light. She frowned and whispered, "It was my teacher who told me to come the southern continent and make the mountain sea my cave." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This confirmed some of his speculations. If this was true, then this was very problematic. Empyrean Exalt High Z quickly asked, "Where did you learn that the mountain sea tree has tree spirits?" "I heard it from an Empyrean Exalt under Grand Empyrean Wu and that there were tree spirits under the mountain sea." Wang Lin pondered even more. "I came to the mountain sea before and had a cave here, but not for long. However, 200 years ago, teacher suddenly told me to live here for a long time. You were pointed here by someone under Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, and this territory belongs to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi." Empyrean Exalt High Z's expression was extremely gloomy. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Empyrean Exalt High Z's words meant that she understood the key to this problem. Empyrean Exalt High Z closed her beautiful eyes. After a long time, she quietly said, "Teacher is using me as bait to lure out the broken palm in the seal of the mountain sea tree. I can understand this. Teacher raised me and taught me how to cultivate. Even if I'm bait, I have no complaints. The strange part is, why did Grand Empyrean Wu Feng involve you? What's the point of luring you here?" Empyrean Exalt High Z opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral and he silently shook his head. However, he had a guess about this matter. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to see through my origin, and even Empyrean exalts would find it difficult to detect. However, it is no secret to Grand Empyreans. The person under Grand Empyrean Wu Feng pointed me here with the intent to verify my identity, and he also holds the same goal as Grand Empyrean Jiudi. Although Grand Empyrean Jiudi used his disciple as bait, his method was obviously still gentle, and he merely let her live here to silently attract the mountain sea tree spirit. However, I have no connection with Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, so he doesn't care about whether I live or die. He could both verify my identity and lure out the broken palm. They don't care if I came from the cave world or not. But if I'm an ancient country cultivator, Wang Lin had cultivated for nearly 3,000 years and, especially in the cave world, he had resolved crisis after crisis based on his own analysis and deduction. Although his mind was not too demonic, he had a mind that could deduct the truth by putting clues together. I just don't know what role Grand Empyrean Dao Yi played in this. Wang Lin's head was lowered and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Since teacher dared to let the Gue sect know, then I believe he is confident they won't leak the information. Apart from this weakness, no one would know I'm Grand Empyrean Shen Luo's only disciple. As long as I don't reveal my identity, everything will be fine even though I came from the cave world. Let's wait for a while. This is, after all, just my speculation. Wang Lin pondered and looked at Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi. This beautiful woman had her eyes closed and revealed nothing on her face. If Grand Empyrean Jiudi is really using her as bait, then there must be something strange about her. Wang Lin thought about the speculations from before and was more confident. However, he still had some doubts, like what kind of secret the Broken Palm had with the Celestial clan to attract the attention of Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on absorbing the mountain sea tree spirit. No matter what happened now, increasing his own cultivation level was fundamental to dealing with everything in the future. Time began to pass in this silence once more. In a flash, another 3 years passed. Adding the previous years, Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi had been trapped here for 7 years. During these 3 years, the blurry figure from the Broken Palm had appeared a total of 9 times. Each time, it roared and bombarded the light curtain, causing it to shrink 9 times. On this day it was the 9th time. As the light curtain trembled, a cracking sound echoed, as if the curtain had reached its limit. It had shrunk 9 times during the last 3 years due to the Broken Palm, so it was now only 30 feet wide. The 30-foot distance forced Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi to be very close. Wang Lin could even smell Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi's bodily fragrance. 30 feet wasn't big. If Wang Lin took out his Yin blade, it was 30 feet long. This showed how small this area was. Because they were so close, Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi could no longer cultivate. Her face was slightly red and she was somewhat uncomfortable. Her gaze toward Wang Lin had become more complicated. The same way Wang Lin could smell Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi's bodily fragrance, she could also feel the body heat coming from Wang Lin. This area is too small. If there is no solution, the light curtain will soon break, and if it shrinks again. Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi felt anger and shame. Wang Lin also frowned. In his whole life, aside from a limited number of women, he was rarely this close to a stranger. He was very uncomfortable as well, and the waves of bodily fragrance coming from her made Wang Lin frown constantly. Adding on their 7 years of contact, Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi was an absolute beauty, like Mu Bingmei. This feeling made Wang Lin sigh in secret. I can't let this continue. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. However, at this moment, due to the light curtain shrinking and cracks appearing, the shadow outside appeared once more. It violently attacked the light curtain, and the sound outside became even more intense. The cracks on the light curtain began to spread. Under the bombardment, the light curtain shrank once more. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. When only 5 feet remained, Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi was almost right next to Wang Lin's right side. Both could feel each other's body temperature through their clothes. The surroundings were completely black and the broken palm outside had stopped bombarding for some reason, leaving only silence. Only Empyrean Exalt High Z's breathing could be heard clearly inside the light curtain. Wang Lin. In the darkness, Empyrean Exalt High Z spoke softly. Her warm breath landed on Wang Lin's face. "Don't talk," Wang Lin suddenly said as his eyes lit up. He looked up at the light curtain, and the shadow formed by the broken palm stared back. "This light curtain will break soon. Control the formation to shatter and use the force from the collapse to push us out as fast as possible. When we charge out, both of us will use our strongest spells. I presume you have guessed that your teacher is already here." Wang Lin looked at the vague figure when he suddenly sent a message to Empyrean Exalt High Z. Empyrean Exalt High Z pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Wang Lin took a deep breath and inevitably inhaled some of High Z's fragrance. But he had no time to feel discomfort. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Empyrean Exalt High Z's hands formed a seal and pointed at the light curtain above. With this, the light curtain rumbled. The countless cracks collapsed. As the countless fragments shattered, the remaining force pushed the two of them out. Borrowing this force, Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z charged out as the light curtain collapsed. Also, Empyrean Exalt High Z followed Wang Lin's previous command. Her hands formed seals and the oval seal that contained 90 spells appeared. The oval seal emitted an extremely bright light. The oval seal first smashed into the shadow from the broken palm and created a thunderous rumble. This rumble was so loud, it felt like the void was blown open. The shadow was pushed back. At this moment, there were 3 figures above the mountain sea, floating there and looking down. Although the 3 of them were there, if cultivators passed by, they wouldn't be able to detect them at all. They wouldn't even be able to see them. Among these 3 figures, one of them was a young man in a Dao robe. Black hair, sword-like brows, and looked around 20 years old. His eyes were like the stars, and it was easy for people to lose themselves looking at them. He looked very young but was surrounded by an ancient aura. He looked calm, but everything around him was frozen. It was as if everything around him had to freeze to worship him. He was Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Several feet away from him was the second figure. This was a middle-aged man with a long figure. He was a head taller than Empyrean Exalt Dao Yi. He wore very simple linen clothes and his hands were behind his back. He didn't have any hair but didn't seem bald. His expression was rough and he was not handsome, but he gave off the illusion of a storm. His eyes revealed a terrifying aura that made the world tremble under his feet. Anyone who looked at him would forget about him and would only remember that shocking gaze. He looked calm and gave off an aura of might without being angry. An unspeakable aura spread out. This aura seemed like the limit of the celestial Tao, the ultimate martial art. It was as if this person had reached Tao with martial arts, used martial arts to break the world and step into the rank of Grand Empyrean. Then, the moment he became a Grand Empyrean, he sealed his own martial art to return to the origin and become one with the world. That's why his name is Wu Feng. Originally, nothing moved in the area around Dao Yi. But this man's hair and clothes fluttered as if there was wind. It seems like Dao Yi's aura had no effect on him. The last figure was an old man. The old man was wearing a blue robe and was standing there calmly. There was nothing extraordinary about him, and he looked like an ordinary cultivator. His appearance wasn't anything special, and he had a slightly hunched back. His face was filled with wrinkles, and there wasn't much light in his eyes. He looked sickly and depressed. But he was fine in Dao Yi's aura that froze everything. And it was as if Wu Feng's unique aura didn't even exist to him. "Jodi, your disciple is in trouble." Dao Yi smiled and looked at the old man in green. Although this old man looked normal, Dao Yi knew that Jodi was the oldest of the current 5 Grand Empyreans. It was rumored that he was a cultivator from back when the celestial ancestor was still around. His original name was Jodi and his appearance was extremely handsome. However, after countless years and 9 reincarnations, the Jodi became Jiulong. The green-robed old man slowly said, "If not for you two, my disciple could have long escaped. This has nothing to do with me. I have a good impression of this Wang Lin." Dao Yi smiled and shook his head. I also have a good impression of this person. But there is still something about his origin that needs to be tested here. The person who spoke was Wu Feng. Back then, Shen Luo came to the Celestial clan. As long as he is not related to Shen Luo, it will be fine. Dao Yi looked at the mountain sea below. However, Dao Yi suddenly exclaimed softly. Not only him, but Wu Feng also looked over with a serious gaze. The old man was also surprised as he looked over. The mountain sea below was covered by a layer of black ink. Beneath the black ink was the endless sea, and at the bottom was a black hole. Inside the black hole was the mountain sea tree. Violent rumbles came from the layers of seals around it. It was Empyrean Exalt High Z who had attacked. The oval seal collided with the broken palm, but after the broken palm collapsed, it reformed. Wang Lin raised his hand and the heavenly bull tattoo on his face flashed. The soul armor covered his whole body, and he used his strongest spell. There must be a Grand Empyrean outside, either Wu Feng, Dao Yi, or Zhou Di. Since you want to see my origin and my strength, then I'll let you all clearly see them. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved as he rushed out. With this wave, the world changed colors. The sound of waves echoing rang out in this dark void. A sea appeared, and at the edge of the sea, the outline of a golden sun was quickly rising. As the sun rose, endless golden light spread out in all directions. The sunlight contained the power to tear open the darkness and cause the dark night to be pushed back. A figure appeared inside the sun. That figure was Wang Lin. His eyes were closed and he rose with the sun. As the golden light tore open the darkness, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the endless golden light released by the sun contained a trace of faith. This was Wang Lin's faith. It was precisely this faith that made Wang Lin's sundered night into a faith spell. If you all want to see, then I'll let you see. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. I believe all darkness will be scattered. I believe light will penetrate the dark sky and shine on the earth. I believe all my enemies will scatter. As Wang Lin muttered this, the sunlight tore open the night and penetrated the dark, broken palm shadow. The shadow began to condense but immediately collapsed into countless specks, becoming dim. They didn't dissipate but were pushed back and showed signs of reforming. However, from its bleak color, this broken palm shadow didn't escape Wang Lin's most powerful spell uninjured. The endless sunlight continued to spread. It not only penetrated the night, but also the mountain sea tree. It was as if there was a sun inside the mountain sea tree. The sunlight shined through the trunk of the mountain sea tree and penetrated the seal. It ignored the black hole and shined through directly from the bottom of the mountain sea. The blackness in the sea faded as the sunlight shined through. It penetrated through the layer of black ink on the surface of the sea and entered the eyes of Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and Zhou Di. Faith spell. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes shined brightly. He's an Empyrean Exalt cultivator, but he has such faith power. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's eyes shined and revealed a powerful gaze. Only the short old man frowned. He raised his right hand and pointed at the water below. It was a very ordinary action, as if it was done by a mortal. As the sea was penetrated by the endless sunlight, thunderous rumbles echoed. The sea seemed to be boiling as it churned, and a huge finger seemed to push down toward the bottom. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin charged out from the sea without hesitation. He quickly flew away as if he didn't see the three Grand Empyreans. Behind him, Empyrean Exalt High Z followed, but the sea below her formed a vortex. A huge, broken palm was chasing after her. However, just as the broken palm closed in, the finger made of sea water arrived and collided with the broken palm. The resulting rumble was thunderous as the broken palm paused for a moment. Empyrean Exalt High Z's face was pale as she escaped from the sea. Roar! The broken palm was pushed down by the finger, but a ferocious roar echoed. The broken palm turned into the shadow and roared at the sky. Its eyes were even more crazed, and it could see the three Grand Empyreans in the sky. It ignored High Z and charged at those three. It was as if no one could trample on its might. The blue-robed old man's eyes shined and he stepped forward. He stood between Empyrean Exalt High Z and the broken palm as he raised his right hand. Teacher, Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at the old man. She silently pondered and couldn't help but look at where Wang Lin had gone. She had a complicated expression as she let out a sigh. Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the mountain sea. With one step, he merged with the world and disappeared. Only when Wang Lin was far away from the mountain sea continent, at the mountain sea forest continent, did he appear above an ancient pine forest. He floated above the forest and looked behind him. Earlier, he had used Sundered Night to awaken the broken palm. Then he escaped without hesitation. When he came out, he vaguely felt 3 powerful auras that could break the world looming there. Combined with his earlier speculations, it wasn't difficult to guess who they were. Wang Lin sat down on top of the pine tree and took a deep breath. The world here was very large and much more comfortable than inside the light curtain. There must be some secret with the broken palm. I gained a lot on this trip to the mountain sea tree. Aside from the spirits, I also gained a fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There was a hint of golden light in his hand. I couldn't absorb it inside Empyrean Exalt High Z's light curtain. Now that I'm free, I will fuse it with the fragment in my eye as soon as possible. Wang Lin had considered what the Grand Empyreans would ask him, but since they had let him leave, that meant he must have passed their test. In a flash, Wang Lin's body became a blur and slowly fused with a pine tree below. In the ancient tree, Wang Lin sat down and took out the last 2 mountain sea tree spirits. During these past several years, my wood essence has reached completion, and I can feel the wood essence in the world around me. I have 2 spirit lefts, but I don't know if I can create an essence true body after absorbing them. However, this wood essence is a bit strange. After fusing it with my body, the absorption became slower and slower. I wonder when it will become mine. Wang Lin took out the 2 spirits and immediately fused them with his body to be slowly absorbed and refined. This matter is not urgent, and it will still take some time to absorb them. I need to focus on absorbing the sword fragment, then consider my next action. Wang Lin's right hand moved and the sword fragment he had risked his life for appeared in his hand. The fragment gave off endless golden light. This fragment was the size of his palm and its edges were irregular, but it gave off a sharp aura, as if it could cut anything in the world. Staring at the fragment in his hand, Wang Lin's eyes also released golden light. In his eyes, the looming shadow of a sword fragment also appeared. The golden light coming from his eyes seemed to cross with the golden light from the fragment in his hand. A strange attraction force spread out from Wang Lin's heart. The feeling of something calling him echoed in his mind. As the feeling became even stronger, the sword fragment turned into countless golden light lines, as if it had melted. Then they all flew toward Wang Lin's eyes. When the last golden light entered Wang Lin's eyes, the golden light coming from the pine tree disappeared completely, and it was dark once more. Wang Lin sat there and calmly cultivated. Time passed slowly. As the sun and moon changed places in the sky, 7 days went by. It was autumn in the pine forest, and the sound of the pine needles in the wind sounded like countless people clapping. Leaves scattered with the wind like children leaving home. It was unknown where they would go. Cultivators passed by during these 7 days, but none of them knew that there was a cultivator inside one of the pine trees. During these 7 days of time, Wang Lin remained motionless, but a shocking golden light was hidden behind his eyes lid. In his mind, countless years had passed during these 7 days. In his mind, there were 2 sword fragments that were fusing. Both were the size of his palm and had irregular edges. However, during the last 7 days, these 2 fragments had completely fused. With their fusion, a small golden sword about 1 foot long appeared. The sword was very sharp and seemed to contain endless pressure. After it formed, it became even more solid in Wang Lin's mind. On the 8th day, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and a monstrous, golden light came from them. This golden light was several times more powerful than before, and the suppression force it carried felt solid. It was as if a sword had flown out and shattered the world. The pine tree Wang Lin was in was filled with this golden light. However, soon, The golden light coming from Wang Lin's eyes reduced inch by inch. After a few hours, all the golden light was condensed in Wang Lin's eyes, and none of it leaked out. Even his eyes were clear and didn't look abnormal. However, in this clarity, there was a hidden sense of strength and majesty. It was as if your heart would tremble and you would retreat before even battling if you met these eyes. This was the power of suppression. He was using the celestial ancestor's sword to suppress all life. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. At this moment, even that hidden sense of strength and majesty disappeared. It was as if he had reached a level of returning to the origin. Celestial ancestor's sword, the peak of the metal essence. I didn't expect the fusion of these two sword fragments to cause the last essence, the metal essence, to appear. Wang Lin looked calm. Although this was sudden, he had some enlightenment after 7 days of refining. One fragment was equal to be absorbing the mountain sea tree spirit for several years. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. A total of 98 afterimages appeared and fused with his hand as he formed a fist. Waves of crackling sounds came from the palm of his hand. It was crisp but contained the aura of destruction. 9 black vortexes appeared in his fist, each containing a spell fused with his body. Before Wang Lin went to the mountain sea, he could fuse 9 spells into his attacks. Now he stared at his right hand and watched the 9 vortexes around his right first. Cracking sounds echoed as the 10th vortex appeared around the other 9. Should be more than 10. Wang Lin loosened his right hand and gripped once more. A muffled rumble echoed as the 11th vortex appeared. The 11th vortex meant that Wang Lin could fuse 11 spells into his attacks with just his original body. Once his essence true bodies appeared, Wang Lin's attack would contain 44 spells. His 5-element true body would copy his original and double his spells. Then his thunder essence true body would triple it. Finally, there were his ethereal essences. Although he hadn't formed an essence true body for them, ethereal essences were always more mysterious. Wang Lin's 3 ethereal essences combined were enough to allow this to happen. This multiplication was a battle method he had slowly comprehended himself as he battled others over the last 50 years. I should be able to do more, Wang Lin muttered as his left hand pointed at his right palm. With this, Wang Lin's body trembled and he let out a roar. The 12th vortex suddenly appeared around his right hand, and following that, the 13th vortex appeared. Wang Lin's breathing became a bit rough. He could feel that he had reached his limit. 13 spells. Without the soul armor, I can battle against an Empyrean Exalt that has fused 52 spells if I use my essences. I wonder if I can pass the 5th level at the Empyrean trial with my current strength. It should be enough. Wang Lin smiled. However, he had no intention of going to the Empyrean trial again. Wang Lin had made up his mind. He was going to shock everyone the next time he went in there. Attracting the attention of all the Grand Empyreans will depend on my second attempt at the Empyrean trial. Now there is no need to keep challenging other Empyrean Exalts. I need to head to the Eastern Continent, go to the Donglin sect, and see if the Donglin pool is the same as the one I saw in the illusion in the cave world, or if it's different. Wang Lin stood up and his eyes shined. I'll head to the Donglin sect, and then head to the Empyrean trail the second time to see how many levels I can pass. After that, I will need to choose a Grand Empyrean, then I will head to my last stop in the Celestial Clan. The Imperial City at the Central Continent. After resolving the issue in the Imperial City, I'll leave the Celestial Clan and head to the ancient country. I'll find my teacher, Xianluo, and complete my promise. Wang Lin took a deep breath and disappeared from the pine. He turned into a ray of light and flew off toward the distant Eastern Continent. I can feel myself getting stronger and stronger. Once I become a Grand Empyrean, it will be the day when I personally resurrect my wife. That day is not far away. It's very close, very close. It is very close. As Wang Lin charged forward, he revealed a rare hint of warmth in his eyes. That warm gaze contained thousands of years of unrepentant persistence. To the north of the Eastern Continent, there was a continent called Great Sage. The Great Sage Continent was extremely remote and even more desolate than the Heavenly Bull Continent, but this was only for cultivators. There were a lot of mortals on this continent, and the land was good, so plants grew abundantly. The mortals on the Great Sage Continent lived a good life. Rumors of celestials had been passed down through the mortals for countless years, so almost everyone worshipped celestials. They all wanted to become celestials. However, the sects on this continent rarely went out. Maybe this was due to how mysterious the number one sect of the continent, the Donglin sect, was, and all the other sects followed suit. They all covered themselves in layers of fog. But it was because of this that the mortals yearned it even more. The mysteries of the Donglin sect made them very low-key among the 9 sects and 13 factions. Their disciples rarely went out, and most of them cultivated within the sect. There were many white clouds in the sky above the Great Sage Continent. The clouds covered the sky almost year-round. The white clouds seemed to become part of the sky, and if there was a time when there were no clouds, the mortals would be quite surprised. At this moment in the Great Sage Continent, outside Immortal City, there were nearly 100 people standing outside. They were being led by 3 or 4 old fellows who looked sickly but filled with spirit. Their servants were supporting them, and they had waited for 2 hours. The rest of the people were all very patient, as if simply being here was glorious. They all looked into the distance as if they were waiting for something. However, it seemed they had waited for too long. After another hour, it was now noon. The hot sun shined on the earth, and even the wind was hot. Some of the people could not bear the suffering anymore. Even if they had strong hearts, the heat from the sun caused them to feel faint. One of the middle-aged men in a clerk robe that was near the front received a piece of ice from a servant. He placed it on his forehead and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. "Did Great Celestial forget to come here? We have been waiting here for almost 3 hours. It is now noon, the hottest time. How long do we have to wait?" A sickly old man in front heard the middle-aged clerk and immediately turned around to stare at the middle-aged clerk. "Shut up. Even if Great Celestial doesn't come, it is a matter of fact. If you don't want to wait, no one is forcing you." After being scolded by the old man, the middle-aged man revealed a flattering smile and was about to explain. "Humph, Great Celestial was willing to come here after this old man and a few friends begged him for a long time. Even at my age, I'm waiting here, not daring to show any disrespect, and someone like you doesn't want to wait. If the Great Celestial is offended, then your whole family can scram out of this city." The old man gave the middle-aged man a fierce stare. He took a servant's handkerchief that was covered in ice and wiped his forehead. "Great Celestial is kind and is willing to lose time cultivating to travel the Great Sage Continent. Who doesn't know his name? I heard the city of Lin invited the Great Celestial and then 7 children ended up being selected. Although 3 were sent back, 4 of them entered a celestial sect. Once one becomes a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. This is what the celestial said. Once one becomes a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. If my grandson can enter a celestial sect, then I'm willing to give away all my wealth." Another old man muttered with an excited expression. "That's right, the city of Lin's Li Yuanwei is my friend." And the Great Celestial stayed in his home. His granddaughter was already in her 20s and, according to the rumors, it was impossible for her to enter a sect. However, due to Li Yuanwei's plea, the Great Celestial still took her away. I also heard about what the Great Celestial had said. Once one becomes a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. This line had become very popular across the Great Sage Continent. The surrounding people all began to talk, and they seemed to envy those who got lucky. Just as everyone was excitedly talking and forgot the heat, a gust of wind blew by. The wind caused these 100 people to feel cool, and they all looked over. In the distance, a red umbrella hundreds of feet wide opened, and below it was a purple, bamboo chair. There were 4 burly men in golden robes carrying the chair. Around the 4 burly men were dozens of children. They were holding treasure bottles, whisks, or shining jades as they walked over. On the chair at the center sat a white-haired old man. He gave off the aura of a celestial and looked like a real celestial at a glance. He was clearly different from ordinary people. He wore a white robe, and although his hair was all white, he had skin as delicate as a baby's. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and a burst of light came from them. Celestial! Great Celestial! It's Great Celestial Gene! Seeing this, the 100 of people outside the city looked excited and revealed feverish reverence. Those old fellows being supported by their servants pushed their servants away. They knelt down and began to excitedly worship. Great Celestial Gene Biao! Help this mortal become a celestial. Great Celestial Gene Bao! Descend to refine pills. Great Celestial Gene Biao! Take our children to become celestials. The 4 men holding the chair up shouted in unison. Their voices seemed to fuse into one, and it seemed like they had practiced this a lot. At this moment, their voices spread out from the sky like celestial music to those below. Great Celestial Gene Biao, the Immortal Celestial. Great Celestial Gene Biao, Mountain of the World. Great Celestial Gene Biao, Reappearance of a Sage. As the 4 big men roared, the children around them shouted one by one as well. Their voices continued to echo. The old man on the seat revealed a kind face, but that kindness contained a sense of might as he looked at the kneeling people below. He raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. With this, the world changed colors and the clouds in the sky scattered. The area within 10,000 kilometers was now clear sky. This kind of change in the sky completely startled the mortals below and caused them to feel even more awe and excitement. As he closed in, the white-haired old man revealed an undetectable flash of self-satisfaction. He had even fooled real celestials, and he had fooled far too many mortals in his life. But although he was proud, he still had to do what he had to do perfectly. This was his own strict requirement for himself. He raised his left hand and waved once more. An extremely luxurious palace appeared in the blue sky. Although it was only an illusion under the sun at this time of day, it gave people the illusion that it was a celestial palace. There were even several celestial cranes flying out from the celestial palace. As they flew around in the sky, gusts of wind blew into the earth. The people below were all attracted by the strange scene above. They were also really far away, so they couldn't see the sweat appear on the old man's face. It seemed that this spell he created was a heavy load for him to cast. When the mood had reached its peak, the old man stood up. He waved his hand and a thunder-like voice echoed. Once one becomes a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. The moment the voice echoed, all the mortals kneeling below became excited and muttered along with the old man. Once one become a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. Outside the city, as the chair gradually descended from the sky, the white-haired old man smiled. The people kneeling in front slowly got up and were very excited to see the old man. Welcome, Great Celestial Gene Biao. Welcome, Great Celestial Gene Biao. It's fine, this celestial has always been easygoing. My time is limited, so I will only stay there for 3 days. In 3 days, bring your children to me to see if they have the fate of becoming a celestial, and I'll take them with me. The white-haired old man smiled, and his words were gentle. However, the more he acted like this, the more he gave off the aura of a celestial. The white-haired old man seemed to be used to these people's excited expressions. He smiled and felt a little proud in his heart. I, Jin Biaozi, left my village when I was only 6 or 7 years old and cheated people along the way. So many years have passed and I have deceived so many people. I, Jin Biaozi, was born different from other people. Not only am I talented, but even without a teacher or sect, I learned cultivation on my own. People like me are very rare, but it was worth the effort of deceiving someone to transport me to the great sage continent. The people here are simple and yearn to become celestials, which makes this place a treasure trove for people like me. And most importantly, no one in the same line of work has opened shop here. All I had to do was make up one line. Once one becomes a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. And my path has been smooth. The old man smiled as he was greeted respectfully by the people of the city, and he entered the city. At this moment, in the great sage continent, tens of thousands of kilometers away from this city, Ripples echoed in the sky and Wang Lin appeared. He looked around and his eyes lit up. This place is the Great Sage Continent, where the Dong Lin sect is located. The Dong Lin sect has always been mysterious among the 9 sects and 13 factions. I wonder if they have an Empyrean exalt. The tortoiseshell and map jades Wang Lin had obtained had very little information about the Dong Lin sect. This was related to the fact that very few people from the sect would ever leave and communicate with other people. Since this sect is part of the 9 sects and 13 factions, it can't be average, but even if there are Empyrean exalt cultivators, it is no problem. Wang Lin pondered and his divine sense spread out. Just as he was about to head toward the Dong Lin sect, he suddenly stopped. As his divine sense spread out, he felt a familiar fluctuation in Immortal City hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He had placed this on the seals of all the incarnated people. He can't detect them from far away, but once he got close, he could sense the seals. This fluctuation, who could it be? Wang Lin smiled and had a hint of expectation. It was impossible for him to know who it was, like when he found Zhou and Qing Shuang. He could only detect them. Unless he saw them with his eyes, it would be very difficult to see the person's identity. After all, the seal had been placed on everyone at once, so there wasn't much difference between them. He revealed a joyous smile. To meet an old friend in this foreign land would make Wang Lin happy, no matter who it was. In a flash, he changed his idea of going to the Dong Lin sect and flew toward the mortal city hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. With his cultivation level, he could cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a flash. As he got closer to the mortal city, the feeling became even stronger. He arrived above the city and looked down to see a white-haired old man with the aura of a celestial inside the city. He revealed a strange expression. This old man was the source of the seal fluctuation. Even without the fluctuation, Wang Lin could immediately recognize this white-haired old man's familiar face. Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin's expression became even more strange and a smile appeared on the corner of his face. This Lu Jinbiao comprehended the Tao of deception, and after reincarnating, he walked the same path. With Wang Lin's insight and understanding of Lu Jinbiao, he immediately understood why Lu Jinbiao was surrounded by nearly 100 mortals. Looking at Lu Jinbiao's hidden sense of pride and the mortals surrounding him, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile even wider. However, part of this smile was a bitter smile from a headache. Deceiving mortals. Lu Jinbiao was someone who could deceive cultivators, so why he is deceiving mortals? There are fluctuations of cultivation coming from his body. He has reached the core formation stage over the years. Using his cultivation to deceive mortals. I wonder what he is thinking. Wang Lin frowned as he watched and pondered a bit. He didn't immediately awaken Lu Jinbiao's memory but watched how he deceived them. If Wang Lin didn't want others to notice him, very few people would see him. Lu Jinbiao, who had entered the city, suddenly trembled and felt like something bad was going to happen. This feeling was sudden, and he had never felt it before. He carefully looked around and at the sky. He blinked and was very surprised. Strange. Why did I suddenly have this kind of feeling? I felt like a child who saw their parents after doing something bad. Strange. Lu Jinbiao frowned and suppressed his doubt. Luckily, this feeling lasted only for an instant. After entering the city, 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, many famous people in the city had brought their children to see Lu Jinbiao. He looked at them with a kind gaze and left on the 4th day with 5 children. Among them were 3 boys and 2 girls. The oldest was 13 and the youngest was 8. During everyone's respectful and excited goodbyes, Lu Jinbiao brought the 5 children onto the chair and flew into the air. During these 3 days, Wang Lin had watched Lu Jinbiao's actions, and he was frowning. What exactly is Lu Jinbiao doing? He didn't cheat any property. He only took 5 children with the slightest bit of talent. Although they are somewhat qualified, no sect would take them. If he has any evil intention, I will not spare him. Wang Lin calmly followed Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao was sitting on the chair with a joyous expression. His gaze occasionally swept by the 5 children with an undetectable sense of joy. I didn't expect this city to have 5 suitable people. Haha, this is not bad. I can definitely earn a lot. The 5 children became nervous after being glanced at by him, but at the same time, they were filled with expectation. They aspired to enter a sect and become celestials. This was not only their thoughts, but the dreams of their parents and loved ones. Several days later, they arrived outside a mountain range. Lu Jinbiao stopped the chair and looked at his followers. You all wait for me to return. The 4 burly men and children all quickly nodded. The 4 burly men were at the foundation establishment stage, while those children were at the qi condensation stage. Most of them had been taught cultivation methods by Lu Jinbiao and had cultivated on their own. Lu Jinbiao took the 5 children in a black wind and disappeared. Wang Lin watched Lu Jinbiao from the sky. His expression was a bit gloomy as he followed. The black wind rushed through the mountains for a while and then appeared in a remote valley. This valley was not large and there were a few caves created. Lu Jinbao sat down and the 5 children sat across from him. His eyes lit up as his gaze became serious and he looked at the 5 children before him. The 5 children immediately became extremely nervous and pale as he looked at them. However, they gritted their teeth and didn't cry. Not bad. Actually, this old man didn't tell you the truth in front of your loved ones. Our talent is actually very bad and we barely qualify to cultivate. The reason this old man chose you was because your heart's determined. Cultivators aren't afraid of bad talent. And a determined heart is extremely important. The 5 children nervously looked at Lu Jinbiao and remained silent. Wang Lin was also silently pondering. No one had noticed him as he watched Lu Jinbiao and waited for him to continue. Lu Jinbao, if you cheat cultivators I don't care, but if you deceive these children, then I'll be disappointed. Wang Lin thought to himself. Lu Jinbiao suddenly said, I'm a fraud. When his words came out, the 5 children were completely startled. Even Wang Lin was shocked. I'm a con man. I lied to your loved ones and brought you all here. Lu Jinbiao's expression didn't change as he spoke to the 5 children. His words were too shocking, so the 5 children could not react right away. They stared dumbfoundedly at Lu Jinbiao. However, Lu Jinbao smiled as he looked around and continued speaking. However, I can allow you to enter the Great Sage sect, but this matter requires you to make your own decisions. First, your talent isn't good enough to pass the tests set by the sect, so you won't be admitted as disciples. Although you have the qualifications to become cultivators, it would be too difficult to develop you. With my knowledge of the various sects of the Great Sage continent, they won't accept you or waste their time on you. I'm not lying to you about this. Lu Jinbiao paused when he got to this point. Wang Lin watched this and pondered. He knew that Lu Jinbiao was right. With these children's talent, it would be difficult for them to catch the attention of the sects. But I have a method that allows you to deceive those who are assessing you to get you into the sect. It can even make your talent look extremely good. However, this is all fake. If you perform poorly after entering the sect, you will be found out. You will not face any life-threatening dangers and will likely not be expelled from the sect, but you will be forgotten. This is why I said talent is not important. What's important is for your heart to be determined. Lu Jinbao continued to speak as he looked at the 5 children before him. And because your talent is pretty good, I can trade you all for the materials I need from the sect. The better your talent, the better the initial treatment you get, and the better the reward I will get. But someone with a large amount of talent has a higher chance of being exposed. I can help you cheat the heavens to cross the sea to get you all into a sect. After that, it's all on yourself and me earning from it is just a matter of fact. However, all of you have to consider it carefully. If you don't agree, I'll erase your memory and send you back to your loved ones. If you agree, then choose what kind of talent you want to enter the sect with. Excellent, good, ordinary. These are the 3 options. I suggest you choose ordinary to enter the sect. After all, I plan to do business for a long time and don't want to be exposed too much and end up being hunted. After Lu Jinbao spoke, he slapped the bag of holding on his waist and took out some peanuts. He began to peel them and eat. Wang Lin revealed a bitter smile when he saw this. Lu Jinbao was a con man in the past, and in this life, his deception skills seemed to be even better. Among the 5 children, 3 were scared and chose to go home. However, a girl and a boy revealed determined expressions. The girl chose ordinary talent while the boy chose good talent. Lu Jinbiao gave the boy who had chosen good talent a profound look. Among the 5, he had the best talent and his heart was determined. His family was not rich but ordinary, and Lu Jinbiao had only noticed by him by coincidence. Lu Jinbiao nodded and erased the memories of the 3 children. The 3 children were sent out of the cave to outside the mountain, where his followers were. He also sent out a message to have his followers take the children back to the city to inform their relatives that they had failed to enter the sect. Wang Lin watched as Lu Jinbiao took out 2 purple herbs. They had similar color, but one was darker than the other. He pressed the herbs between the eyebrows of the 2 children. The herbs gave off a strange scent and looked extraordinary. After being pressed against their foreheads, it spread out under their skin like a net. Staring at the herb, he could feel faint vitality coming from it. Although it was weak, it was extremely pure. If Wang Lin absorbed it, it would help him heal. However, the vitality inside the herbs was too little. If used for healing, more than 10,000 would be required. The reason the faint vitality was pure was because of the celestial energy coming from the herb. The vitality came from the small amount of celestial energy. Although it was faint, it caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. He had seen this kind of herb before. He had been on the immortal astral continent for a while and experienced a lot of things. He had seen a lot and even looked at a lot of jades about alchemy. But no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't think of something related to this herb. But he could feel that these 2 herbs would cause no harm to the 2 children and could strengthen their bodies a lot. After Wang Lin observed for a bit more, he saw that after fusing with the herbs, the talent of the 2 child actually changed. The darker herb formed a net inside the boy's body and completely hid his true talent. Then the herb turned into a good talent that masked over the boy's real talent. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could naturally see through it, but if a second-step cultivator looked, they would find it difficult to see. Only third-step cultivators would see some clues, because the net the herb formed had completely fused with the child. Adding the celestial energy inside, it could really hide from the heavens and cross the sea. This surprised Wang Lin greatly. He looked at the girl and the same thing happened to her. She obtained an ordinary talent that was far better than her own talent. Items of fortune are extremely unpredictable. Wang Lin pondered. This purple herb was extraordinary. But if Lu Jinbiao continues this, he will be hunted once he is found out. Wang Lin secretly shook his head. There were a lot of sects on the immortal astral continent, and there was no lack of third-step cultivators. As for whether Lu Jinbiao would be found out before he could leave the Great Sage sect, it would depend on his luck. He is very careful and didn't greedily force all the children. If he did, the risk of being exposed would increase along with the number of children. Wang Lin looked at the proud Lu Jinbiao and revealed a bitter smile. After the 2 children fused with the herb, he revealed a proud expression. He looked at the children before him and his eyes almost shined. He stood up and flew out of the cave with the 2 children to the south. Shortly after, a mountain covered in clouds appeared before Lu Jinbiao. The mountain was extremely steep, and the roars of beasts occasionally came out from it. Lu Jinbiao looked at the mountain ahead and thought to himself, I have been coming to the Great Sage sect for a while and have gone to a lot of other sections. It is time to leave. After this last one, even if no one finds out, I should change my face, leave the Great Sage continent and go to another place. The large amount of pills and spells I have obtained should allow me to reach the nascent soul stage. Then I'll go to another continent and enter a small sect. I'll be a disciple for dozens to hundreds of years before going out to do business again. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath and brought the 2 children to the peak. Wang Lin was still following Lu Jinbiao. He watched him skillfully circle the mountain a few times before flying out alone. His eyes could barely hide his excitement. After flying out from the mountain, Lu Jinbiao didn't hesitate and quickly left. Wang Lin took a glance and suddenly looked up. He saw a ripple echo in the sky and then suddenly disappear without a trace. Ordinary cultivators couldn't detect it, but Wang Lin could see it clearly. It was someone divinating, causing the world to change. And Lu Jinbiao was the center of this. Someone is divinating Lu Jinbiao's location. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He looked at the ripples and his gaze pierced through, borrowing the divination power from the other side. He saw a magnificent palace with 7 or 8 second-step cultivators respectfully stood there. There was a boy with his eyes closed, and behind him, an old man had his hand on the boy's head. The old man's other hand was forming seals. A moment later, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a flash of coldness. I found that Jin Biaozi. He is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. You all quickly use the transfer array to capture him. Remember to not destroy his origin soul. I want to search his soul, the old man said before throwing out a jade. Hold this jade and you can find that Jin Biaozi. As for this disciple, kick him out to the outer sect and the rest will depend on his own efforts. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense retreated from the ripples. He looked at Lu Jinbiao, who hadn't noticed a thing, and shook his head with a sigh. Forget it. If he doesn't suffer a bit, he won't learn his lesson. It didn't take long. Half an hour later, while Lu Jinbiao was flying, 4 figures appeared before him. These cultivators were the people Wang Lin had seen the sect send out to capture Lu Jinbiao. The 4 of them had teleported hundreds of thousands of kilometers and tracked Lu Jinbiao down using the jade. They closed in on him. When Lu Jinbiao saw this, his expression changed greatly. He knew that something was wrong, but he didn't escape immediately. He felt their powerful cultivation and couldn't escape at all. His eyes turned and he moved aside as if he was making way. However, the 4 rays of light surrounded him and the 4 cultivators stared at Lu Jinbiao coldly. Lu Jinbiao was extremely nervous, but he didn't reveal it at all. Instead, he frowned and coldly looked at the 4 of them. For seniors, I wonder, why are you blocking juniors' path? He was very calm. So calm that the 4 people sent to capture him couldn't help but be startled. Capture him. The person leading the way looked at Lu Jinbiao carefully and waved his sleeve. A second-step cultivator stepped out. A core formation cultivator like Lu Jinbiao couldn't resist at all. Lu Jinbiao's face was still calm, but he smiled coldly. He was secretly panicking inside, but he quickly thought about this matter. Some sect must have noticed that something was abnormal. Lu Jinbiao opened his eyes and coldly said, "Arrogant, before you do anything, I'll go with you guys." The more calm he was, the more strange the 4 of them felt. The person who closed in on him didn't attack but stood behind Lu Jinbiao. He pushed Lu Jinbiao and then the 4 of them took him away. Your little sect dares to capture me? If I'm injured at all, my master will destroy your entire sect. Lu Jinbiao sneered and didn't reveal any fear. He calmly followed the 4 cultivators and disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin appeared after they were far away. He looked ahead and slightly shook his head. After being caught, he still tries to maintain his lie. This Lu Jinbiao, who is this master he speaks of? Wang Lin put on a strange expression and followed. These cultivators needed to use a transfer away, but for Wang Lin, a mere few 100,000 kilometers only required 1 spatial bending. After almost an hour, in the northern part of the Great Sage Sect, there was a valley. There were many palaces here, and a formation was protecting this place. It was an ordinary sect of the Great Sage Continent. Lu Jinbiao was brought to a palace in this valley. Although his heart was trembling in fear, his expression was calm. There was even a cold smile of contempt on the corner of his mouth. There was an old man sitting before him. It was this old man who had divinated Lu Jinbiao's location. He looked at Lu Jinbiao with a cold gaze. You have guts to dare to deceive my cloud sect. The old man spoke slowly and his voice was filled with a sense of coldness. So what if I cheated you? A mere tiny cloud sect of the Great Sage Continent dares to capture me? You have guts as well. Lu Jinbiao's gaze didn't fluctuate as he looked at the old man. The old man frowned. If I'm injured at all, my master will come immediately. Forget your tiny cloud sect. Even the Great Sage Continent's Donglin sect would have to greet my master with respect. Lu Jinbiao sneered as he spoke. His words contained a sense of confidence and his expression added credibility. After the old man heard this, he suddenly laughed, but in his laughter, the sense of coldness became even stronger. "Oh? Then who is your master?" Lu Jinbiao's expression was proud as he said, "Grand Empyrean Gemini's follower? Empyrean Exalt Guya." His calm expression and confident words startled the old man. What a joke! If you were really Empyrean Exalt Guya's servant, you wouldn't be cheating people here, and you wouldn't only be a core formation cultivator. The old man didn't believe him at all. Lu Jinbiao waved his sleeve and coldly said, "The Tao of Deception is my domain. As for my cultivation level, open your old eyes and look carefully. Is my cultivation level really only core formation?" However, at this moment he was terrified in his heart, but he had deceived people for so many years that he had reached the second step of deception. To deceive himself. He had long deceived himself, and if he could deceive even himself, then he was not afraid others wouldn't believe him. Wang Lin sat inside the palace and was not afraid that others would notice him. He smiled bitterly but also recalled the past. After the old man heard this, his eyes narrowed and he looked at Lu Jinbiao carefully. With this, he felt like something was wrong. Lu Jinbiao was only at the core formation stage, but he found something that was hidden. It was an unspeakably ancient aura that seemed to have been around for a long time. Lu Jinbiao looked at the old man and coldly said, "I know you're thinking of searching my soul, but I can tell you that before you finish, my master will come. What awaits your cloud sect is a sect destruction disaster. Even if Empyrean Exalt Guya came, he would still have to speak reason. You cheated first." The old man could not see through Lu Jinbiao. The other party was very calm, which was extremely rare. Unless he had a powerful backing, how could he be so calm? Cheat? This old man Lu Jinbiao cultivates the Tao of Deception. So what if I cheated your little cloud sect? Did I cheat any of your lives or treasures? I only brought some mortals that wanted to cultivate and traded them to you for some pills. Do you think I care about these pills? Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with contempt. His right hand touched his bag of holding and a large amount of pills flew out until they formed a small hill. Take a good look. These dozens of pills came from your cloud sect. These were just collateral for me cultivating my Tao of Deception. Do you really think I care about these pills? Lu Jinbiao laughed and waved his right hand. Those pills immediately shattered into dust. This sudden scene startled the old man. Forget these pills. I even cheated a lot of treasures. But do you think I care? Lu Jinbiao sneered again and touched his bag of holding. Dozens of treasures for core formation cultivators flew out. He waved his sleeves and they all shattered into pieces. I can tell you that I don't care about these things at all. If you dare to search my soul, I'll make sure your entire cloud sect is destroyed. Think for yourself, goodbye. Lu Jinbiao sneered and turned around. He no longer looked at the startled old man and began walking out of the palace. As he walked away, there was no cold sweat on his body and his heartbeat was normal. At this moment even he believed himself, so how could he be scared? After he walked out of the temple, the old man had a gloomy expression that constantly changed. He stared at the fragments of pills and treasures before him. At this moment, he lost his judgment of Lu Jinbiao's words. He had never experienced this kind of thing before. Is what he said true or a lie? If it were a lie, how could he be so calm and also not care about all the pills and treasures he destroyed? Although they are all low-level things, it is clear he cheated a lot. He has deceived people for so long and never died. There must be a reason. If what he says is true, I really can't provoke him. After all, what he said was correct. He didn't cheat any valuable treasures or lives, only some low-rank pills. The old man was startled for a while. At this moment, Lu Jinbiao walked out of the temple, but the disciples of the Cloud sect stopped him. Wang Lin clearly saw all of this and couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that Lu Jinbiao would suffer a bit, but things had changed too quickly. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but admire Lu Jinbiao. This acting is too realistic. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. The old man stared at Lu Jinbiao, who was standing outside the palace and was surrounded by the disciples of the Cloud sect. If I knew it would be so complicated, I would have ignored him. Why even capture him at all? Although this matter sound credit, it is also not credible. But if I just let him leave, it means I was scared by his words, and I would lose too much. The old man gritted his teeth and was about to speak. However, just at this moment, Lu Jinbiao turned around and his right hand touched his bag of holding. He took out a palm-sized wooden token and threw it at the old man. Lu Jinbiao's expression was calm as he coldly said, "After seeing this, I give you 3 breaths to consider." The old man took the black wooden token, and after a glance, his expression changed. There were 2 clear words on this token. Guya. The material is ordinary. It is only an ordinary piece of wood. However, it contains a shocking aura that makes my heart tremble. This aura, if filled with death, it is extraordinary. The old man was suspicious before, but after seeing the wooden token, he was 70% to 80% confident that what Lu Jinbiao had said was true. If Lu Jinbiao had taken out the token out right away, the old man would have been skeptical. However, after what Lu Jinbiao had said, the effect was very different. 1, 2, Lu Jinbiao slowly said. Before he said 3. The old man gritted his teeth and threw the wooden token back at Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao caught the token and a gloomy voice echoed in his ears. "Open the gate and let him leave." All the Cloud sect disciples outside the place were startled. The Cloud sect was the lowest rank sect in the Great Sage continent. They only had 1 third-step cultivator, a Nirvana void old ancestor who was in closed-door cultivation year-round. As for the old man, he was only at the Heaven's Blight stage. He was not willing to gamble for a small thing like this. Lu Jinbiao's expression remained neutral, and he let out a cold snort in his heart. He flew out from the Cloud sect, and only when he was far away did he land in an old forest deep in the mountains. The moment Lu Jinbiao landed, his face immediately turned pale. He could no longer control his body and began to shake. He was filled with a lingering sense of fear. What danger! Damn it! I almost lost my life in this great sage continent. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath and felt his heart ache. Such misfortune about so many pills. Alas, I was too immersed in my role and even believed that those pills were not worth my time. Too many pills were destroyed. Lu Jinbiao thought about how he had casually thrown them out and felt even more regret. I should have taken out less. It's over. I wasted all these years. Alas, I'll just get them back again. I, Lu Jinbiao, was born different and will get them back. He took a deep breath and sat down to calm himself. However, just at this moment, a gentle voice came from behind him. You have already completed the 2nd step of deception. This voice appeared so suddenly, it caused Lu Jinbiao to tremble. However, he immediately calmed down and looked behind him coldly. He saw a young man with white hair wearing white clothes looking at him. It looks like your Cloud sect doesn't want to live, Lu Jinbiao slowly said, but deep down, the person before him gave him an indescribable feeling. Even after he deceived himself, he still felt fear. I'm not from the Cloud sect. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at Lu Jinbiao and sat down. He waved his hand to take out a wine jug and took a sip. No matter where you come from, if you dare to hurt me at all, my master will immediately come and destroy you. Lu Jinbiao's voice trembled, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His body was trembling even though he was using the 2nd step of deception, and it felt like his deception was going to collapse. It was as if he could not deceive the person before him. He didn't even have this feeling back at the Cloud sect. In fact, he had never felt this in his life. As he trembled, he leaned against a tree and stared at Wang Lin. My master is Grand Empyrean Gemini's follower, Empyrean Exalt Guya. I practice the Tao of Deception with the approval of my master. I have my master's token. Lu Jinbiao trembled as he took out the black, wooden token. As he was about to wave it, Wang Lin's hand reached out and the wooden token flew into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin looked at it a few times and smiled as he said, "This is a good fake. You must have deceived yourself using the second step of deception to tell yourself over and over that you are Empyrean Exalt Guya before writing it. As for the aura on the wooden token, this powerful death aura, you must have found the body of a powerful cultivator. You placed the token next to the body for many years and the shocking death aura gathered on it. With every word Wang Lin said, Lu Jinbiao's face turned even more pale. As Wang Lin smiled at him, Lu Jinbiao felt his mind rumble. The second step of deception, to deceive oneself, collapsed and he fell to the ground. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination. He had cheated for so many years, but this was the first time someone else had seen through him completely. This wasn't even the important part. The important part was that this person understood the Tao of deception he had comprehended. And he even knew the second step of the Tao of deception. Knew that the second step of deception was to deceive oneself. Even looking at the party's smile, Lu Jinbiao felt like he was going to lose his mind. It was as if there was a profound sense of fear coming from his soul. This feeling made Wang Lin even more familiar the more he looked at him. It was as if he had met Wang Lin somewhere before. You? Who are you? His body was trembling and his eyes were filled with indescribable fear. Signs of breaking your own seal. Wang Lin was surprised. He clearly saw that the seal on Lu Jinbiao's memory was loosening. It looks like the seal on the memories of their previous lives can break on their own with stimulation without me breaking it. Wang Lin pondered. How do you know about my Tao of deception? You? Who are you? Lu Jinbiao's body trembled. The fear he felt overlapped with the fear in his soul. It was as if he had experienced this a long time ago. You told me personally. Wang Lin took a sip of wine. Impossible. My master is Empyrean Exalt Guya. If you hurt me, you will die. Besides, I have never seen you or cheated you. What do you want with me? The fear in Lu Jinbiao's eyes became even stronger until even his words became a mess. Unless you're someone who walks the same path. Lu Jinbiao didn't know what to think as he stared at Wang Lin. Your name is Lu Jinbiao and my name is Wang Lin. Can you remember? Wang Lin put down the wine jug and looked at Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin. Very familiar. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with confusion and he seemed to be struggling. Soon, he began to tremble, and pain appeared on his face. It looks like he can't break the seal on his own. He can't and Joey couldn't. I wonder if there is anyone who can break it themselves. Wang Lin sighed. He couldn't bear to see Lu Jinbiao suffer. He raised his finger and pointed to between Lu Jinbiao's eyebrows. With this, a thunderous rumble echoed in Lu Jinbiao's mind as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded at once. His vision became blurry and he saw this hundreds of years of life. Him using his Tao of deception again and again. Great Celestial Jinbiao, Immortal Celestial. This is pretty good. In the future, all of you will shout like this. This old man's name is Lu. From now on, I'll be called Lu Jinbiao. It's a domineering name. Once one becomes a celestial, even chickens and dogs can rise to the heavens. Haha, this was created by me. With this, I'll become famous across the great sage continent and make a killing. It is best not to stay here for long. It's best for me to go to the great sage continent. This celestial has reincarnated and has naturally taken on the appearance of a child. How can mortals like you understand this? You mortals are very interesting. You kneel before a celestial not to become a celestial but to borrow the power of a celestial to become a king? This matter is simple. Alas, perhaps I was a big fraud in my previous life. Otherwise, how could I know how to cheat people the moment I understood the world around me? You look like a thief and can't be a good person. What is your name? What, you feel that you should be called Su Ligua? What do you think your name should be? Forget it. This celestial will help you calculate your fortune. Go to the central continent, yes, the central continent. There you will meet your fortune. This is the first time this celestial has descended into the mortal world. But your ancestors were virtuous. Forget it, I'll live here and help you guys. Humph, I'm only 7 years old. But I have cheated almost everyone. It looks like I need to leave and develop elsewhere. Little brother, this candy is pretty good. How about letting me have a bite? His last memory was when he was 4 years old and he tried to cheat the Lin family's kids' candy. The memories of the past echoed in his mind. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a vortex devoured all these memories. As the rumbles became even more intense, he saw his other life. He saw himself struggle to cultivate and slowly discover the Tao of deception. He found a treasure that made him almost invisible, but he ended up losing it to a cultivator named Wang Lin. Countless years after, he followed that person until he reincarnated. He remembered his good friend Su Ligua. Even though Su Ligua had done some things that made him very uncomfortable, they both had the same bad personality and thus became good friends. The memories of the two lives gradually overlapped until Lu Jinbiao's vision was no longer blurry. He looked at Wang Lin, who was drinking wine, and tears flowed down. All of this was so unreal, as if it was just a dream. When he closed his eyes, he was still in the dream world. And when he opened them, it all felt like an unforgettable dream. Even though he was awake now, there was still a sense of confusion. However, this confusion immediately dissipated after he saw Wang Lin. Master. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with excitement. Even though he had cheated a lot of things, he had never felt this kind of excitement that came from his heart. Wang Lin also revealed a happy smile. He laughed as he looked at Lu Jinbiao and passed over the wine in his hand. Drink a mouthful of wine for our meeting on the immortal astral continent. Lu Jinbiao's trembling left hand took the jug, and he drank a big mouthful. The spicy wine entered his belly and warmed his body, caused him to tremble, and he became focused. Lu Jinbiao looked at the jug in his hand as he muttered, I originally thought my Tao of deception had already reached the peak of the second step. I could instantly deceive myself to believe anything. But this dream that wasn't like a dream, reincarnation, made me understand this was the real peak of the second step of deception. If I had understood this then, before I reincarnated, I would have deceived myself to become a good person, and then, even after reincarnation, I would have continued to be one. Lu Jinbiao shook his head as he looked at Wang Lin. The excitement in his eyes was slowly hidden and he bowed at Wang Lin. Why worship me? Wang Lin smiled and looked at Lu Jinbiao. Master gave me the gift of reincarnation, so I have to worship you. Master allowed me to understand the real Tao of deception through reincarnation, so I must worship you. I'm not your master. Before you reincarnated you were free, and you are still free after reincarnation. Wang Lin shook his head. This immortal astral continent is too dangerous. It is better to follow Master. Lu Jinbiao smiled bitterly. Wang Lin laughed and looked at Lu Jinbiao. His laughter was even more joyous. Forget it, follow me. Of course I'll protect you. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and a gentle wind took him and Lu Jinbiao into the sky. I'm going to the Dong Lin sect. Come with me. Now that your memories have recovered, you will quickly recover to your previous cultivation level. Lu Jinbiao hesitated and then whispered, Master, in my memory of this life, I seem to have met Su Ligua. Oh! Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Jinbiao. Where did you meet him? I hadn't recovered my memories back then. In the Heaven Water continent in the Eastern continent, I saw an extremely vicious mountain bandit who claimed his name should be Su Ligua. Back then, I was famous in the area. Oh, not that famous, not that famous. He invited me up the mountain and waited on me to give him some pointers. I randomly gave him some pointers and told him to go to the central continent. As Lu Jinbiao spoke, he became rather embarrassed. Lu Jinbiao added, This was hundreds of years ago. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. The image of Su Ligua trying to flatter him appeared in his mind, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his face. With Su Ligua's character, he will not suffer. If he is still around, then he must have met his fortune. I'm going to go to the central continent later. If possible, let's see if we meet him. If I can really meet him, I wonder what expression he will have when he sees me. Wang Lin's smile became even wider. Lu Jinbiao chuckled on the side and secretly thought that he was the first one to follow his master after reincarnation. Now that Su Liugo was number 2, he would have to take advantage of him before he recovered his memories. to pay him back for what happened in the cave world? Who let him always use the fact that he was the first to follow master to bully me? As Lu Jinbiao thought about it, he became excited. Lu Jinbiao and Situ Nan were not familiar with each other. Deep in his memories, he had deceived a guy who wanted to become king. But he had long forgotten. With Lu Jinbiao, Wang Lin flew toward the Dong Lin sect. The Dong Lin sect, the number 1 sect of the Great Sage Continent and one of the 9 sects and 13 factions. It was always very mysterious, and outsiders rarely knew how deep the sect was hidden. Wang Lin had gone to the Dong Lin sect in the cave world before. At this moment he was closing in on the Dong Lin sect. As he looked at the earth below, the mountains of the Dong Lin sect looked vaguely familiar. The location of the Dong Lin sect was very ordinary and the protection formation could not stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin entered the Dong Lin sect with Lu Jinbiao. He didn't immediately go to the Dong Lin pool but to where the 7-colored celestial sovereign, Su Dao, had lived. Under the small mountain, Wang Lin heard the sound of a river flowing and he saw the clear river. There were a lot of fishes inside the river, and there was a child fetching water. Following the steps, Wang Lin walked up the mountain, and Lu Jinbiao followed. There were cultivators who walked by, but they didn't notice the two of them. It was as if they didn't belong in the same space. When Wang Lin stepped onto the top of the mountain, dark clouds appeared in the sky and rain began to fall. The rain poured down onto the roof of the temple ahead. The rain caused ripples to echo across the green stone slab as water splattered. Water vapor seemed to rise, but it dissipated in mid-air. This scene was very similar to the illusion back then. Wang Lin felt an unspeakable feeling, as if he had undergone a change under this rain. As Wang Lin stood under the rain, he closed his eyes and remained motionless. At a different time and a different space, Wang Lin stood at this exact same spot. It was a very rare moment, and Wang Lin didn't know if others had experienced this, but he knew he was experiencing it. He stood like he did when he entered the dream on planet Suzaku. He was in an enlightened state under the rain, and although his eyes were closed, the world was there in his heart. It was like a child who had left home and, after decades, suddenly saw something that looked very familiar. No matter how much the child tried, they couldn't remember where the feeling of familiarity came from. Wang Lin closed his eyes and connected the familiar feeling to the scene back in the cave world. His body became a connection that connected the cave world and the immortal astral continent. This rain is very familiar. The sound of the rain landing on the green stone slabs is also very familiar. Wang Lin muttered to himself. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at the mountain, temple, square, and the furnace above the square. This scene made him vaguely understand something. Life is like a dream and dream is like life. I comprehended this in the dream Dao on planet Suzaku. I know this is not the end. Wang Lin calmly stood there and didn't create any ripples. Lu Jinbiao was standing behind Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin wasn't thinking silently but voicing his thoughts. When Lu Jinbiao heard this, he seemed to comprehend something. I use my left hand as life and right hand as death. My open palm is karmic cause and my closed palm is karmic effect. My open eyes are truth and closed eyes are false. I used these 3 things to create a world of my own. A dream world. In the illusion, I saw rain at the same location. Here in the real world, standing here, I also see rain. The world is being seen by my eyes. Because I see it, it exists. The rain made everything look hazy. Some disciples quickly traveled down the mountain and walked past Wang Lin. The rain had come too suddenly, so most disciples were not prepared. However, these people seemed to be unable to see Wang Lin and Lu Jinbiao. They walked by as if the two of them didn't exist. I use my eyes to see the world, and the grass and trees reflect in my eyes. I thought that with my eyes opened, the world was real, and if my eyes were closed, everything was fake. This was true and false, an expression of the heart. I thought that after I closed my eyes, the grass and trees would disappear, but will they really disappear? What exists and what doesn't exist? I look at the world with my eyes and the world looks back at me. When I close my eyes, everything becomes false. But if the world closes its eyes, Will I become false? Wang Lin looked at the rain falling from the sky. I don't understand what Master said, but I felt that the reincarnation made me understand the second step of deception. Deceiving oneself doesn't just end once you believe it. You must make the world also believe it. To deceive yourself is, in truth, to deceive the cycle of reincarnation. Since I deceived reincarnation, then I can do as I wish. The heavens can't go against my intent, and the reincarnation cycle can't stop my soul. To cheat the world, to cheat time. I didn't understand this before, but after awakening from reincarnation, I understood. Lu Jinbiao muttered behind Wang Lin. Who set the 3,000 grand Tao? Who chooses these things in the world? The Tao of deception was rejected by people as shameless, but they don't know that the Tao of deception has to be among the 3,000 grand Taos. Lu Jinbiao's dream was to make the Tao of deception one of the 3,000 grand Taos. Even in this life he was still the same. The heavens and earth created essences, and cultivators like us cultivate essence. Master said that once you obtain an essence you can enter the third step. In my opinion, the Tao of deception is also 3 steps. The first step is to cheat others, the second step is to cheat oneself, and the third step is to return to the source to devour yourself to deceive others. The other was just a collective name, but in fact it contained the heaven, the earth, time, reincarnation, everything. To deceive the world, to deceive time, to deceive the grand Taos of the world. Even Taos can be cheated, and I'll become a celestial. All Taos return to the same origin. My third step of returning to the origin is the same as what Master said before. If you close your eyes, does everything around you dissipate? If the heavens close its eyes, do you and I stop existing? Lu Jinbiao muttered. The confusion in his eyes from his awakening gradually became clear. It was as if thunder had light up the darkness in his eyes. His words fell in Wang Lin's ears and caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. He vaguely understood something. Whether it was him or Lu Jinbiao, both were struggling to confirm their Taos. The path of Tao was lonely, but if one could see another struggle, then the path would no longer be lonely, and they could confirm their own Tao. You use deception as Tao to cheat the world. I use my life as Tao to defy the world and confirm my Tao shadow. In truth, both of us are cultivating our hearts. Wang Lin closed his eyes. In my eyes, the world is my appearance. If I close my eyes, the world no longer exists. If the world closes its eyes, I still exist. If I can reach a state where I open my eyes, the world closes its eyes, and the world remains dormant as long as I live, then I will have ascended. Wang Lin took a deep breath and opened his eyes. I have experienced life and death, walked through karma, and searched through true and false for me, who sank into the sea. If there is a fourth ethereal essence, it is reincarnation. This reincarnation is not the life and death reincarnation, but the reincarnation of the world. Not the lives of souls but Tao, the reincarnation of everything. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he raised his feet and walked forward under the rain. Restrain the heavenly Tao. All souls beneath the heavens must suffer divine tribulation. Free thyself from convictions that lead only to destruction and walk the path of the true Tao. Facing the boundless unknown, all souls must resolve their questions in life and break free from the machinations of heaven. Obtain the path of life and walk the path of the true Tao. Lock down the fortune of heaven and seal the underworld. Those who do not achieve the true Tao will sink into a sea of suffering and forever lose the path of the true Tao. Walk the path of true Tao. He understood. This Tao scripture was complicated, and he barely understood it back then. However, here, under the rain on a mountain at the Donglin sect, he understood its meaning. Those who do not achieve the true Tao will sink into a sea of suffering and forever lose the path of the true Tao. All souls beneath the heavens must suffer divine tribulation. Free thyself from convictions that lead only to destruction. I have comprehended life and death is a rope. One end is life and the other end is death. Connected together, it forms a circle. I have comprehended karma, and karma is like a net. It is a large net formed by countless lives and deaths. All lives inside would find it difficult to break free. I comprehended true and false, and true and false is like a dream barrier. Everyone has a dream barrier in their heart. And when you thought you were awake, you didn't realize your world was just a dream. Everything around you is just a part of your dream. All beings are in their own dreams they can't awaken from. It is like a circle that was layered around you. When you thought you had awakened and walked out from a circle, you were just in another circle. I how have an answer to Li Qianmei's 3 questions. I connect life and death to form a large net of karma. I open my eyes in the dream and use true and false to cast the net into the dream to catch a fish. That fish is me. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he walked forward. He understood that this was related to Lu Jinbiao. If not for his Tao of deception, Wang Lin would still be confused and would be unable to completely see through his 3 ethereal essences. Lu Jinbiao followed behind him and seemed to gain enlightenment. When he looked at Wang Lin, he felt like Wang Lin was different, but he didn't know why. It was as if there was a layer of fog around Wang Lin. This fog couldn't be seen, but it made him feel like he was from a dream, very unreal. However, now it was as if Wang Lin had awakened from a dream and everything was clear. This Dong Lin sect was very mysterious to me. The disciples almost never leave and only cultivate inside the sect. I thought this was the rule and custom of the sect. But after I entered this place, I felt something familiar and gained enlightenment about my Tao. This is related to my state of mind, but it is also related to this place. Standing on the hill, Wang Lin appeared on top of the palace. He stood there and allowed the wind to blow on his white hair and clothes. He looked down on the world, on more than half of the Dong Lin sect. From his view, the entire Dong Lin sect was extremely large. He saw the disciples of the Dong Lin sect move through the rain and many cultivators cultivating in their residences. He also saw the beauty of the mountains under the rain and the vitality of the trees. As he watched, sadness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Su Dao, I don't know if it was like this when you were here, but right now the Dong Lin sect is a dead sect. All of this is just a dream. No wonder the Dong Lin sect is mysterious and their disciples rarely go out. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He closed his eyes and then slowly them. He saw the Dong Lin sect that outsiders could not see. The green mountain was no longer there. It had become a bare and dead mountain. The water was no longer clear and gave off a foul smell. Even the wind that blew by was filled with sorrow and the smell of decay. Also, the intricate pavilions were covered in dust. They had lost their sense of vitality and looked fallen. The stone steps that led up the mountains were mostly damaged. The howling wind played a sad tone. Those Dong Lin sect disciples Wang Lin had seen walking through the sect became skeletons scattered across the square, pavilions, and stone steps. They had long decayed and only skeletons remained. The Dong Lin sect disciples inside the residences that were sitting there cultivating were all the same. They were merely skeletons. This was a dead sect. There was no trace of vitality, and it was filled with a powerful death aura. But there was a dream that existed over this powerful death aura. This dream contained the illusion of the countless people that had died here. It was as if the disciples of the Dong Lin sect didn't know they had died. They were still cultivating in that dream. This was also why when Wang Lin and Lu Jinbiao stood there, all the Dong Lin sect disciples just walked past them. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't exist, but they didn't exist. It would not be appropriate to call them ghosts, because Wang Lin saw no ghosts. It was only a dream that didn't know death. In this dream, even if an outsider came, they would find it difficult to notice. It was as if they had become part of the dream and had integrated with it. This place had been destroyed for countless years. He didn't know how long it had been, but he understood that people came without noticing that this was a dead sect. They stayed as guests and then left, but it was impossible for him to the first person to see through this place, because he saw that there was a large temple at the center of the Dong Lin sect, and a powerful vitality filled with sadness silently existed there. That vitality was filled with loneliness and sorrow. It was like a child that had lost their family and all relatives. After crying for a long time in the ruins, the child silently guarded this place. With no one to accompany them, All they had left were the ruins and the dead bodies. In that loneliness and sorrow, a dream was formed. In this dream, the mountain was green and the water was clear. The sect was filled with the vitality of the Donglin sect disciples to accompany them. If Wang Lin had come here before he comprehended his own ethereal essences, he wouldn't have been able to see anything. But at this moment, he saw it and he let out a sigh as he closed his eyes. When the wind passed, he opened his eyes and the death and decay disappeared from the Donglin sect. Instead, it was filled with life as the countless disciples moved about. "Let's go," Wang Lin slowly said and then walked forward. Lu Jinbiao couldn't see the change here, but he could feel that something was wrong. He followed behind Wang Lin. Moving forward, ripples echoed around Wang Lin. Other people couldn't see these ripples. This was Wang Lin allowing himself to become part of the dream. When he and Lu Jinbiao landed, 2 rays of light flew over from the distance, revealing 2 cultivators, 1 man and 1 woman. These 2 cultivators were very young. The man was very handsome and quickly showed his respect. The woman next to him was very beautiful and looked at Wang Lin with a curious gaze. Senior, Junior came under orders from the ancestor to invite Senior to the Donglin temple. The young man smiled and clasped his hands. His words were very respectful and so was his expression. The woman beside him also clasped her hands, and her gaze swept by Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the 2 Donglin sect disciples before him. He let out a sigh in his heart as he revealed a gentle expression and nodded. Under the guidance of the Donglin sect disciples, Wang Lin flew toward the center of the Donglin sect. The Donglin sect was very large, and along the way, Wang Lin saw the Donglin sect filled with vitality. He also saw many cranes flying in the sky. On the ground, whether it was the alchemy yard or the residences, there were disciples sitting there cultivating or chatting. When the wind blew, it was filled with dense celestial energy, as if it was a paradise. Along the way, Wang Lin saw Donglin sect disciples who passed by him introduce themselves and clasped their hands at him. The people of the Donglin sect were very gentle and very polite, as if Wang Lin was a treasured guest. When they got close to the Donglin temple at the center, 2 rays of light closed in. When they arrived before Wang Lin, a hearty laughter echoed. "Dong Xiuan, Xiaoyan, the 2 of you can leave." The laughter echoed as 2 cultivators were revealed inside the 2 rays of light. The speaker was an old man, and beside him was a middle-aged man who smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. The 2 of them were golden exalts and extraordinary. The old man's hearty laugh echoed as he clasped his hands toward Wang Lin. "My name is Su Tianyan, the head elder of the Donglin sect. I'm on the ancestors' order to invite Senior to the Donglin temple. Junior is He Dao, the Donglin sect's sect master. Greetings, Senior." The middle-aged man smiled and was very polite. Looking at the 2 of them, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. What kind of loneliness would make someone create a dream to accompany them? Wang Lin sighed and said to the 2 of them, "Let's go." The 2 golden exalts accompanied Wang Lin and gave him respect worthy of his status. They came to the center of the Donglin sect, the holy land of the Donglin sect, the Donglin temple. The old man clasped his hands at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "The ancestor is inside. We don't have a summon and therefore can't go in, so Senior, please proceed on your own." Wang Lin nodded and looked at the door of the Donglin sect. In truth, after he had seen through the dream, he could have come here himself and walked through the ruins to this temple filled with sorrow. There was no need for him to talk to some illusions from the dream. But he didn't do this, as he could feel the sorrow and loneliness. He respected the Donglin sect's old ancestor, and what he got was the respect of the Donglin sect's old ancestor. "Jin Biao, wait for me outside," Wang Lin softly said before walking toward the Donglin temple. Lu Jinbiao respectfully nodded and subconsciously looked around. He felt like something about this place was strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Wang Lin slowly walked toward the Donglin temple. Once he completely entered the temple, an ancient voice filled with loneliness and sorrow echoed inside. "You came." In the temple, directly before Wang Lin, there were 3 large statues of 2 men and 1 woman. They were all looking toward the east with smiles, exuding an aura of pride. Under the statues, there was an old man wearing a gray robe. His face was filled with brown spots, like a mortal who was in his twilight years. His expression was miserable and was filled with endless sorrow. Aside from the sadness, there was a powerful aura buried deep inside his body. This aura was beyond that of any Empyrean exalt Wang Lin had met. "I'm here." Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked up to the old man. He sat down and waved his right hand to take out a jug of wine. "Want some?" Wang Lin handed the wine jug to the old man. The old man silently pondered for a while. He then took the wine jug and took a sip. "I feel a familiar aura from you. It should not be your first time here." The old man looked up at Wang Lin. "I came in a dream." Wang Lin took out a second wine jug and took a sip. The old man looked at the great temple in the distance and slowly said, "Perhaps, I have sat here for a very long time. Perhaps you really came here in your dream." The old man softly asked, "Was the Dong Lin sect in your dream the same as now?" "The same." When Wang Lin looked at the old man, he could feel his sadness. "Thank you." The old man closed his eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. With his cultivation level, he should not know what tears were. But when Wang Lin said the same, the tears just flowed down. "I have been sitting here for a long time. You're the only one who has given me a sense of familiarity. This is my home. I left a long time ago, when I became an ascendant Empyrean, and when I came home, it was already like this." The old man opened his eyes, and they were filled with dense pain and sorrow. Wang Lin silently pondered. "I don't know who did it. I can't find out. Not even Grand Empyreans can find out. I can only sit here with my memories and create this dream. Allow this dream to accompany me, and let the Dong Lin sect to exist, until the day I die." The old man whispered, his voice turning hoarse. Wang Lin looked at the old man and didn't speak. What kind of emotion could make a person like this? What kind of sadness could make one deceive themselves with a dream? What kind of loneliness would make a person create an illusion to accompany them? If Wan Er still can't awaken, if Ping Er can't open his eyes, if planet Suzaku was destroyed, perhaps I would be like him, a person sitting in the void in his own cultivation planet, numbing myself with a dream. In that world, there would be my parents, me, Wan Er, Ping Er, and all the faces I'm familiar with. If that day really comes, perhaps I will do the same. The old man suddenly spoke, and what he said caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. "Lock down the fortune of heaven and seal the underworld. Those who do not achieve the true Tao will sink into a sea of suffering and forever lose the path of the true Tao. Walk the path of true Tao." This was written on a stone tablet with the blood of my Dong Lin sect by the culprit. Over the countless years, I have studied this line. I want to know who destroyed my Dong Lin sect and what his thoughts were. My Dong Lin sect never entered disputes with the world and has always had strict sect rules. Disciples rarely go out, let alone create feuds with others. Even I have a lot of friends and focus solely on cultivation. Even so, the Dong Lin sect, my home, was destroyed. I went to a Grand Empyrean to help me divinate, but even they couldn't divinate the cause of my Dong Lin sect's destruction. I visited the 5 Grand Empyreans and even the Imperial Teacher, but none of them could find anything. Only the Imperial Teacher coughed out a mouthful of blood during the divination, and his eyes were filled with fear. However, that fear lasted for a moment and then was replaced with confusion. He was confused for 3 days, and I watched him for those 3 days. When he became sober, he had forgotten what he had divinated for me. It was as if an invisible force had wiped away his memories of these 3 days. The old man murmured as his sad eyes revealed unimaginable hatred and madness. "I can't understand that stone tablet, but I imprinted that handwriting into my soul. It is my only clue to finding that person." After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to look at the stone tablet?" Wang Lin calmly nodded. The old man with his eyes closed seemed to be able to notice the nod. He raised his right hand and waved. With this, an aura of death quickly filled the temple. It was as if the temple had aged countless years. It went from its state of glory to a state of decay. The temple was covered in dust and there were cracks on the pillars. Even the 3 statues behind the old man changed and became broken. Cracks appeared on the ground under the old man, showing signs of ruin. This wind of decay spread out across the entire Donglin sect, with the temple as the center. Outside the temple, the square was broken and the decay spread. The mountains were no longer green and became dead. The water was dried up and what water remained gave off a foul smell. The Donglin sect disciples, including the 2 golden exalt cultivators, disappeared without a trace. The entire Donglin sect became a dead land. Only those skeleton-like corpses filled the entire sect. Lu Jinbiao stood outside the temple and stared at everything before him dumbfoundedly as his pupils shrank. Now he knew why he had such a strange feeling. Beside him was a skeleton that seemed to be looking at him or at the sky. A huge, stone tablet standing outside the Donglin temple was swept with the wind of decay. It was more than 1,000 feet tall and seemed to appear out of nowhere. There was a line of words in blood on the stone tablet. Lock down the fortune of heaven and seal the underworld. Those who do not achieve the true Tao will sink into a sea of suffering and forever lose the path of the true Tao. Walk the path of true Tao. The words written in blood were no longer bright red, but had long dried into dark brown. An aura of terror spread out from the stone tablet and shrouded the entire Donglin sect. The sky darkened as if a large hand had covered the sun above the Donglin sect. It was as if this force was blinding the heavens themselves. This is the stone tablet. The old man stared at the stone tablet outside the temple behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the stone tablet, a thunderous rumble echoed inside his head. He had seen the stone tablet before. He had seen it inside the 7-colored realm in the cave world. He originally thought that the stone tablet in the 7-colored realm was something the sovereign had set up, but it seemed like it was completely different from what he expected. What shocked Wang Lin was the handwriting of the words on the stone tablet. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. It was as if he had seen someone personally write it. Handwriting could be imitated, but the aura from the handwriting was extremely difficult to imitate. Wang Lin was not only familiar with the handwriting, but he was also familiar with the handwriting's aura. All-seer. Wang Lin was startled. How could he forget this aura? This was a person he dreaded greatly in the cave world. This person was part of the heavenly Tao, and he had already been destroyed by Wang Lin. But Wang Lin suspected that the all-seer wasn't dead. The handwriting and aura here were not the same as the ones on stone tablet inside the 7-colored realm. However, the appearance of the stone tablet caused Wang Lin's understanding of the cave world to blur. Cave world, immortal astral continent, Donglin sect. The only thing that connects the 3 places is the 7-colored celestial sovereign. But his soul was divided into 3 and they were sealed by me. The 3rd soul is Su Dao. I even came to the Donglin sect in the cave world. But why? Why did this line appear here? This stone tablet, why does the cave world have this stone tablet as well? What the hell is going on? As Wang Lin looked at the stone tablet, confusion appeared in his eyes. Who destroyed the Donglin sect and left this stone tablet here? The handwriting and aura belonged to the All-Seer, but how did he come to the immortal astral continent and why did he destroy the Donglin sect? Also, the 7-colored celestial sovereign. I thought he was dead. But is he really dead? The cave world is definitely not that simple. What kind of secret is hidden inside? I thought I had learned everything back then. But was what I learned merely the edge of the hidden truth? I stood on the peak of the mountain and thought I saw the world. But I didn't know that there was a pair of eyes in the sky behind the mountain. Looking at my world, Wang Lin instantly felt a chill. If you have seen this handwriting and aura in your life, please tell me. The old man's hoarse and sad voice echoed behind Wang Lin. You must tell me. If I can take revenge, then I'm willing to become a slave until I die to those that provide me with the clue. The old man spoke slowly and his words were filled with startling faith and determination. After the old man spoke, he waved his right hand and a breeze blew by. The temple returned to its original appearance. The mountain was still green, the water clear, the birds sang, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the sect. The disciples that didn't know they were already dead lived happily in the Donglin sect that was filled with vitality. The stone tablet outside the temple disappeared and the piles of bones could not be seen. Lu Jinbiao looked at where the stone tablet was, and he felt his hair standing up. What kind of damn place is this? Lu Jinbiao's heart skipped a beat as he looked around. When he looked at some of the Donglin sect disciples, the feeling of fear became even stronger. In the temple, Wang Lin didn't reveal any of the shock he had felt in his heart, as he answered calmly, "I will." The old man looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, he lowered his head and hid the sorrow and loneliness in his eyes. However, even with his head lowered, it wasn't able to dispel any of this sadness. The old man said with a hoarse voice, "Did you pass by the Donglin sect? Or did you come with a purpose?" "I want to borrow the Donglin pool." Wang Lin suppressed the waves in his heart. These things gave him a strange feeling and shocked him at the same time. "Donglin pool?" The old man pondered for a bit and then gently nodded. "The water in the Donglin pool is connected to the soul sealed in the Great Sage Continent. The soul sealed here is not a beast, but a foreign cultivator. This person lost to the celestial ancestor and was sealed here. He has long died, but his soul didn't disappear. Instead, it fused with the underground river in the continent. The Donglin pool is one of the places it flows out from. A cultivator can only enter the Donglin pool twice. Once you enter for the third time, you will immediately die. Not many outsiders know that Donglin sect has the Donglin pool. Those that know would pay a great price to be allowed to enter the Donglin pool. Rumors outside and even inside the sect say that the Donglin pool can help form essence true bodies. But that is false. If that was the case, my Donglin sect would have long become the #1 sect of the Celestial Clan. We also wouldn't be able to keep it, and the Donglin pool would have long been taken by a Grand Empyrean. Even so, it has caused a lot of concern, but on the reputation of the Donglin sect's first ancestor, Grand Empyrean Donglin, and the fact the pool can't be moved, and how the effect weakens with the passage of time, no one has come to steal it. Grand Empyrean Donglin? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he had heard this name. The Celestial Clan's 5 Grand Empyreans aren't eternal, and some fall. My Donglin sect's first-generation ancestor was a Grand Empyrean. But he fell. No one even knows where his body went. Many people have searched for his body, including some of the later Grand Empyreans, but no one could find it. There was a rumor saying that if one can find the ancestor's body, it is possible to become a Grand Empyrean without going through the test in the immemorial God realm. But this is just a rumor, the old man calmly said. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't expect the Donglin sect to have such a background, and a Grand Empyrean had appeared in the sect before. The effect of the Donglin pool is very weak now. The rumor is that it can help you form an essence true body, but the real effect is to put you into a strange state, and then you will have a certain chance of comprehending the special essence that belonged to the foreign cultivator. If it fails, it will only make your essences a bit stronger. The Donglin sect in the illusion was beautiful under the early morning sun. The sunlight covered the sect and caused the shadows outside the Donglin temple to continue to shrink. The members of the Donglin sect were silently cultivating. They were all absorbing the power of the world to cultivate their bodies. The entire Donglin sect was like a bubble blown by a mortal child. It shined brightly in the world but was also fragile. It was as if it could break with the touch of a hand. The more beautiful something was, the more illusory it was. In the back mountain of this illusion, the birds sang and the fragrance of the flower drifted by. There were bursts of cheerful roars from small beasts, and there was a mighty altar built here. This altar was like a tower. It was 10,000 feet wide and 1,000 feet tall. It was made of blue stone and gave off a distinct sense of coldness. Above the altar there was a platform about 1,000 feet wide, and there was a small pool at the center. The pool looked dry but still had a shallow layer of water. Ripples echoed in the water as the wind blew by. Some vegetation floated on the surface and moved with the ripples. Wang Lin stood outside the pool and looked at it with confusion in his eyes. Lu Jinbiao stood behind Wang Lin, and his eyes turned as he looked around, but there was fear in his eyes. This damn place is not what I see now. Perhaps there is a skeleton under my feet. That pool of water seems clear, but it may actually be foul water with corpses soaking inside. The more Lu Jinbiao imagined, the more terrified he felt. He was not afraid of the corpses, but of the unknown. While fearing the unknown, he didn't notice that the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes had become even stronger. Wang Lin looked at the pool and pondered for a long time. Why is it like this? Wang Lin closed his eyes and pictured the Donglin sect and the Donglin pool he saw in the dream. Why is this Donglin pool completely different from the dream realm created by the seven-colored celestial sovereign? The Donglin pool in the seven-colored celestial sovereign's memory was also here, but there was no altar and it was a large pool. However, this place, which is real, which is fake. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked around with a gaze that could break all illusions. What he saw was greatly different from before. When he looked at the altar, it was ancient and covered in cracks. There were even dried spots of blood everywhere. Under his gaze, this area was surrounded by an aurea of death. When he saw the pool, his gaze eased slightly. The pool hadn't changed. Aside from the pool of water, everything else around it changed. This should be the real Donglin pool. Looking at the altar, it has existed for a long time, but if so, why it is different from the memory of the seven-colored celestial sovereign? If this place never changed, then what changed was the seven-colored celestial sovereign. Wang Lin silently pondered. When he stepped into the Donglin sect on the immortal astral continent for the first time and not in the dream, a layer of fog appeared in his mind. He began to question his understanding of the cave world. Did I really control everything inside the cave world? The All-Seer's aura, those stone tablets, the seven-colored celestial sovereign's false memories. What kind of secret is hidden in all of this? This Donglin sect is no ordinary place. Grand Emperor Donglin appeared here and then fell. Not even his body can be found. Who destroyed the entire Donglin sect? Was it the All-Seer? Was it the seven-colored celestial sovereign? Or was it someone with deep connections to the cave world that I missed? Wang Lin silently pondered. Wang Lin looked at the Donglin pool for a long time before he took a deep breath and walked toward it. Outside the pool, he looked down on the water's surface and saw his own reflection. When he saw himself with his white hair and white robe, his body trembled. A rumble echoed through his mind and he seemed to remember something. One thing was very strange. I used to speculate about it, about my heaven-defying bead. Why was the seven-colored celestial sovereign able to take the heaven-defying bead from Grand Emperor Dao Yi and teacher without attracting their attention? Why is it that in the cave world, Blue Dream and company, including the seven-colored Taoist, could see that I have the heaven-defying bead, but on the immortal astral continent even now no one has noticed it? Why did even my teacher, Shen Luo, not see through it when he went to the cave world? Perhaps he saw through it but didn't speak? If that is really the case, I have also met Grand Emperor Dao Yi. Why did he not say anything or steal it? I'm more convinced they didn't see through it. What exactly is the heaven-defying bead? Who created the compass for the heaven-defying bead? And what is its use? Why can some people in the cave world see that I have it, but no one on the immortal astral continent can? When I absorbed the scorpion soul, the scorpion said, "White bead. White bead. Does that mean there is a black bead? What is inside it? If I can connect this matter with the destruction of the Donglin sect, perhaps I'll know what shocking secrets are hidden in the cave world." Wang Lin's expression changed as he looked around. In truth, I do have another method to see what happened to the Donglin sect, who destroyed it, but even Grand Emporians can't divinate it. Even the imperial teacher was confused for 3 days and lost his memory of it. Can I do it? Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, but soon, his eyes were filled with determination. This was not just something related to the Donglin sect, it was also related to him. After all, he came from the cave world and had the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin originally thought he had removed the curtain, But he had only lifted a corner, it still covered his eyes. He was now going to pry open the invisible hands blocking his eyes and allow himself to see through the gap. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin sat down next to the pool. He didn't look at the Donglin pool but at the Donglin temple in the distance. His aura seemed to disappear and he entered a strange state. Lu Jinbiao was beside Wang Lin and suddenly turned around. Wang Lin had disappeared from his senses, but when he looked back, he could see him. However, he felt like Wang Lin didn't belong here, as if this world was rejecting Wang Lin. With my body fused with this world, with my divine sense assimilated with the void, with my soul, create a world, with my dream of the change in time. The fusion of Wang Lin's dream Tao and flowing time created a mysterious power that would allow him to return to the past like in the cave world. Wang Lin didn't know if others could do this, but out of all the people he had met, only he could use it, and he had to borrow the power of the great soul sect's ghostly sail. When Wang Lin was immersed in the dream Tao, he silently lifted his right hand and waved. The ghostly sail appeared and rotated around him. A dream of thousands of years. In Wang Lin's dream, time reversed 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, until even he forgot how much time had passed. The Donglin sect was still the Donglin sect. The mountain was still the same and the water was still clear. Countless disciples of the Donglin sect were cultivating in the same morning, causing the entire Donglin sect to be covered in a hazy mist. It was calm, it was peaceful. There were sounds of Tao lectures coming from the great hall, where many disciples were listening. In the distance, rays of light flew between the mountains and large amounts of celestial cranes were flying in the air. On the ground, there were small, captured beasts letting out cheerful cries. A beautiful woman was smiling as she fed the small beasts pills. Even further away, in the herb garden of the Donglin sect, the disciples were taking care of the herbs according to their teacher's commands. There were Donglin sect disciples walking up and down the stone steps of the mountain. When they met, they would respectfully bow if it was a senior. At the foot of the mountain, a few outer sect disciples were laughing as they carried buckets of water. They wiped the sweat off their foreheads. This quiet Donglin sect gave Wang Lin a familiar feeling. It was like a bubble that emitted a brilliant light. At the next instant, the sky darkened, but this didn't attract the attention of any of the Donglin sect disciples. However, at the next instant, the several disciples carrying the buckets of water trembled and fell to the ground. The fellow sect members greeting each other all let out miserable screams, and then their bodies became bloody messes and corpses. In the sky, the herb garden, the small beasts, and the Tao lectures, miserable screams echoed. The entire Donglin sect was like a bubble, but at this moment, it was like a hand had touched the bubble, causing this beautiful bubble to pop. As soon as the bubble popped, all life inside died. As the people of the Donglin sect died, a blurry figure appeared in the sky, under the sun. This figure had the sun behind it, making it impossible to see clearly. Wang Lin raised his head in the dream to see the appearance of the figure. However, he only saw a blur and then intense pain filled his head. This pain was something he had never experienced before, and was far more intense than anything he had ever felt. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. They were now bloodshot. His clothes were covered in sweat and his face was pale, as if he had lost some strength. A sense of weakness spread across his body. "Master!" Lu Jinbiao quickly walked up. His eyes were filled with shock and panic. "How long were my eyes closed for?" Wang Lin's breathing was rough, as if even breathing was difficult. He was like a mortal, and after a long time he raised his hand, signaling he was fine. Lu Jinbiao hesitated for a moment and spoke the truth. You just closed our eyes and seemed to stop existing. I turned around to look at you and then you woke up." An instant. Wang Lin was startled. He had used the dream Tao many times, and he was always immersed for a long period of time, never just an instant. He looked at Lu Jinbiao and silently pondered. The blurry image from the dream Tao appeared in his mind. He couldn't even see the other person's appearance, only an outline. He could only vaguely remember that a person had appeared, but thinking about it carefully, it was vague. as if he was remembering it wrong. He felt like someone had changed his memory. His mind trembled. If what I saw in my dream Tao is real, then who is he? Wang Lin thought about the pain and powerlessness he felt after awakening. He had never felt that kind of feeling before. He felt the illusion of death, and not even the 3-life spell could help. If he died, he would have really died. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually recovered. He sat there, looking at the Dong Lin sect, and his eyes slowly shined. One day, I'll know what secret is hiding inside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stepped into the Dong Lin pool. When he sat down in the pool, the water was up to his waist. Wave of coldness entered Wang Lin's body. Inside the pool, Wang Lin took a deep breath and no longer thought about the secrets of the Dong Lin sect. He began to cycle his cultivation and seemed to fuse with the pool. He had experienced this kind of feeling before. However, now that he was actually integrated, Wang Lin suddenly entered a strange state. This strange state was similar to the state he was in when he created Sundered Night. However, now he had entered it by force with the help of the pool. In this state, Wang Lin was immersed in a sense of confusion. It felt like a long time had passed, or maybe just an instant. Wang Lin opened his eyes and there was a hint of confusion in them. He recovered a moment later and looked down at the pool below him. It had lost 30% of its water. Before Wang Lin asked, Lu Jinbiao said, "Master, 3 breaths of time has passed. From closing your eyes to awakening." Wang Lin nodded. "Failed. I only stayed in that state for 3 breaths, but nothing." Wang Lin frowned. He faintly felt that the many essences in his body had gained a bit of strength, but not much. The Dong Lin sect's ancestor said that the Dong Lin pool is related to the foreign cultivator sealed here. There is a chance to comprehend the special essence that foreign cultivator had. I didn't even see what his essence was, and I failed the first time. The Dong Lin sect's ancestor said that one only has 2 chances to enter the Dong Lin pool, and will die on the 3rd time. Why will you die? If I can figure that out, perhaps I can try a few more times. Wang Lin pondered as he sat inside the pool and closed his eyes again. The moment he closed his eyes, he entered that strange state once more. This time, Wang Lin seemed to enter a state of confusion. Everything became a blur and even his mind became muddled. He could vaguely feel a strange force enter his body. However, he could only feel it but had no chance of catching it. After an unknown amount of time, the confused Wang Lin suddenly saw a ray of light in his left eye. This light was very weak. If one didn't look closely, it would be impossible to see. This light immediately attracted Wang Lin's attention, but he could only see it in his left eye. The vision in his right eye was still blurry and he couldn't see anything with it. This strange change caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble, but he still focused on the light in his left eye. However, the light was very far away. Before he could clearly grasp it, he awakened from that state. The moment he opened his eyes, Lu Jinbiao's words entered his ears. "Master." This time it was 5 breaths. Wang Lin looked at the sky in the distance and pondered for a long time. The light he saw with his left eye was still in his mind. My left eye could see, but my right eye couldn't. This Dong Lin pool is more difficult than I imagined. Wang Lin looked at the pool. Now it had less than 30% of its water left. I wonder if this pool water will appear again when it's used up. In addition, I have tried to comprehend twice and failed both times. On the 3rd try, I wonder what kind of danger there will be. Wang Lin pondered and then waved his right hand. The golden exalt sea dragon flew by and hovered around him. It had shrunken a lot. The golden exalt sea dragon appeared and immediately stared at Lu Jinbiao viciously. It let out a low growl and looked very proud. Lu Jinbiao was startled. Looking at the sea dragon, he gasped. However, his eyes turned and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was unknown what ideas had appeared in his mind. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to them. He sent out a message to the sea dragon to immediately pull him out if something seemed wrong. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in that strange state for the 3rd time. When Wang Lin entered the strange state and the strange force inside the water entered his body, a rejection force gathered. This turned into a roar that echoed through his mind. This roar was extremely loud and contained a sense of madness and unwillingness. Lian Yunjue, you're despicable. This voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind rapidly. It seemed to turn into a roaring thunderclap, causing his body to tremble. He felt like this voice was going to make his mind collapse. Under the interference of this sound, he was unable to immerse himself in this state and was unable to comprehend. Just at this moment, a powerful force came from the outside. It was as if a giant claw had grabbed Wang Lin and pulled his body out from the Dong Lin pool. After leaving the pool, the voice in Wang Lin's mind disappeared. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the pool. His expression became gloomy. It is indeed impossible to comprehend a third time. If I hadn't prepared in advance and hadn't been warned by the Dong Lin sect's ancestor, although it wouldn't have been dangerous, it would have still taken some effort to leave. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the little remaining water left in the Dong Lin pool and pondered. Why were the first and second times different from the third time? That voice came from the mysterious force that entered my body from the pool after cycling once. Could this be the key? The force is checking how many times I have entered the pool. Then how does it judge how many times I have comprehended? And also that Lian Yunjue, surname Lian. Could that be the madman's ancestor, the name of the celestial ancestor? Wang Lin's eyes shined and he looked at the pool. As he pondered, water slowly appeared in the pool until all the lost water had recovered. Jin Biao, go down and try. Wang Lin was confident that he could protect Lu Jinbiao even if he went down a third time. He told Lu Jinbiao of the danger to pay attention to. Lu Jinbiao didn't hesitate to step forward and sit down inside the pool. After 4 breaths of time, he opened his eyes in confusion. I saw a ray of light, Lu Jinbiao muttered and then closed his eyes again. This time he spent 5 breaths. When he opened his eyes, there was a clear flash of light in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Very close to that light, but couldn't grasp it. Lu Jinbiao pondered for a bit and then closed his eyes again. He attempted to comprehend a third time, following Wang Lin's order. Wang Lin watched Lu Jinbiao closely, and time slowly passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, until the 10th breath, when Lu Jinbiao's body began to tremble violently. Wang Lin moved Lu Jinbiao out of the pool without hesitation. While trembling, Lu Jinbiao's left eye shined brightly. Even when Wang Lin looked at it, it felt like he was looking at the sun. I touched the light and a voice echoed inside my heart, telling me the name of the light. This is the absolute beginning, the beginning of everything. But my cultivation level is not high enough, so I only comprehended a little before I couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath and looked at the Dong Lin pool. Master, I feel that the reason I was able to comprehend it a third time was because of my Tao of deception. In that instant, I deceived myself, telling myself it was my first time entering. By doing this, I deceived the search from the pool. Ever since I awakened from my reincarnation, I've been able to exert my Tao of deception on others. Does Master want to try? Lu Jinbiao seemed to have comprehended something, and he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then shook his head. He had an understanding of the Tao of deception and had also comprehended a bit in the dream Tao. He knew the method, and with his cultivation level, he didn't need Lu Jinbiao's help. With 1 step, Wang Lin immersed himself in the pool of water for the 4th time. When the strange force entered his body, he used the Tao of deception to deceive the water and immersed himself in that strange state. Soon he saw the light in his left eye. The light moved closer and closer to him. A low voice muttered in Wang Lin's mind. I have walked through the world and watched hundreds of millions of sunrises and comprehended the absolute beginning essence. As the voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind, the light he saw in his left eye became even brighter. It was as if his whole body was shrouded by this shining light. A comprehension toward the absolute beginning gradually emerged as Wang Lin was shrouded by this light. This was not an inheritance, but a display of the complete absolute beginning essence before Wang Lin. How much one could comprehend had nothing to do with the Dong Lin pool. It all depended on the individual. Perhaps some people could see the light the first time and would gain a comprehension of the absolute beginning. Perhaps after they left, a seed of the absolute beginning would appear in their heart. Some people would be like Wang Lin, who obtained nothing and their essence's strength increased a bit. But some people might obtain a majority of the comprehension of the absolute beginning essence in just 2 attempts. They wouldn't just take away a seed, but a germinated seed. Wang Lin didn't know if anyone had ever taken away the complete absolute beginning essence. At this moment, he was immersed in a strange state and seemed to have forgotten everything around him. The vision of his left eye was blurry, but his left eye contained the stages of the special absolute beginning essence. Wang Lin had forgotten the passage of time. When he was forced to awaken by the force inside the Dong Lin pool, the light in his left eye lasted 1 breath before disappearing. Still need a bit more. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he closed his eyes to comprehend inside the pool for the 5th time. He immersed himself and used the Tao of deception to avoid the inspection of the pool. This time, Wang Lin instantly saw the endless light before his left eye. Absolute beginning was born from the void. A long time ago, before there were celestials, the ancients looked at the sun and worshipped it to obtain its heat. As a result, the power of absolute beginning appeared. This power is very mysterious. It manifested when the ancients worshipped the sun for the first time, and when the sun first appeared, the absolute beginning power gradually changed. As the time passed and mysterious people appeared, the ways of the heavens changed until the law of absolute beginning appeared. The law of absolute beginning caused the sun to rise and fall. However, as I observed, I comprehended that the rise and fall of the sun was due to one's heart. Because the heart moves, the earth moves, so the sky moves. Then even the immobile sun began to move up and down. I continued to comprehend and watch the sun rise countless times. I comprehended the origin of the rising sun. This absolute beginning essence was the source of all heat from light. Wang Lin was immersed in this voice, and he clearly saw the light in his left eye completely shroud him. In that light, it was as if he was watching hundreds of millions of sunrises. During the hundreds of millions of sunrises, Wang Lin felt an aura. This aura was a straightforward and righteous existence. Those that were immersed in this aura had to be a righteous people. They might not hold up the world, but they would be people who could live with all their decisions. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes from the 5th comprehension. When he opened his eyes, the light in his left eye lasted for dozens of breaths before slowly dissipating. When Lu Jinbiao saw Wang Lin's light, his heart trembled, not daring to look at it. Even the golden exalt sea dragon avoided the light. In Wang Lin's left eye, under the light, the outline of a sun slowly formed. However, when the light dissipated, the outline was unable to take shape. I'm not a stranger to the absolute beginning. Back in the cave world, when I created Sundered Night, it contained the power of the absolute beginning. Since then, my comprehension gradually increased. Then, when I arrived on the immortal astral continent, my Sundered Night contained faith. I didn't expect this absolute beginning to also produce an essence. An essence is something that you understand to such a profound degree that you see through it and use it with a wave of your hand. Wang Lin muttered as he immersed himself in the Dong Lin pool for the 6th time. Time passed. Wang Lin immersed himself in the Dong Lin pool. As the amount of time increased, the time he stayed each time increased greatly. On the 2nd day, right before daybreak, while the sky was still dark, Wang Lin opened his eyes inside the Dong Lin pool. His left eye released endless light and a sun appeared inside it. The sky was originally dark and the sun hadn't appeared yet. It would still need some more time to appear. However, when Wang Lin's eyes opened, the light from his left eye shined. It was as if Wang Lin had replaced the sun and dispelled the darkness from the world half an hour early. Comprehending the absolute beginning essence means you can control the rising of the sun and reverse night and day. My Sundered Night was only a spell before, but now, after comprehending the absolute beginning, it can replace the run. Wang Lin muttered as the light from his left eye enveloped his entire body. Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon had both long retreated and didn't dare to get close. Wang Lin was covered in the light that was bright like the rising sun as he flew up into the sky. In the process of rising, The darkness in the sky dissipated layer by layer as if it were retreating. The darkness over the earth seemed to melt under the rising sun formed by Wang Lin, revealing the earth below. When the sunlight from Wang Lin's sun swept over the Donglin temple and shrouded it in light, the Donglin sect's ancestor sitting inside opened his eyes. He looked at the light outside the temple and silently pondered. Even I can't tell if this light that dispelled the darkness is the real sun or a spell. He has comprehended it. As Wang Lin rose into the air, the world became bright and all the darkness dissipated. This process lasted about 1 incense stick of time. Then the real rising sun slowly appeared in the distance. At this point, 2 suns were in the sky. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the rising sun behind him, and his eyes shined brightly. He watched the sun rise high up into the sky before he closed his eyes. Is this the absolute beginning essence? I understand. The light around Wang Lin dissipated and he closed his eyes. He stood in the sky for a whole day. Only after the sun fell and the world was gradually engulfed by the darkness of night did Wang Lin's body slowly sink back into the pool. If the absolute beginning is the sunrise, then there must be another special essence that controls the sunset. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immersed himself inside the Donglin pool. This time, when he used the Donglin pool, his left eye shined brightly, but the vision in his right eye was still blurry. Nothing could be seen. If what I see in my left eye is the light of the rising sun, then my right eye must see the darkness of nightfall. Soon, Wang Lin awakened, but he didn't give up and tried again and again. It wasn't until it was late into the night, when the entire world was silent, that Wang Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself in the Donglin pool. The vision in his right eye was no longer blurry but gradually became dark. This darkness formed a sharp contrast with his left eye. In this contrast, Wang Lin's mind seemed to be divided in half. One represented the light of the rising sun, and the other represented the darkness after the sun sets. I walked through the void and saw the darkness after the sun sets. After the absolute beginning comes the absolute end. The absolute end essence represents all darkness. The low voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind again and lingered. Time passed. Wang Lin had stayed in the Donglin pool for 3 months. During these 3 months, whenever the sun rose, he would rise into the sky and turn into the sun that dispelled the darkness. When the sun set, he would silently sit in the pool, watching the night devour the light. 3 months of time, hundreds of sunrises and sunsets. Thanks to the strange sensation from the Donglin pool, Wang Lin slowly gained a profound understanding of the absolute end essence. However, unlike the absolute beginning, 3 months was far from enough for him to obtain the absolute end essence. Due to this, he had gained initial mastery over the absolute beginning essence, and his understanding became even more profound after 3 months. However, he was still sensing and grasping the absolute end essence. Wang Lin was in no rush to leave. He decided to live here and observe the changes of day and night. Sometimes he would immerse himself inside the Donglin pool to comprehend. Just like this, 8 years passed in a flash. During these 8 years, no new guest had come to the Donglin sect, and the Donglin sect's ancestor hadn't come to disturb Wang Lin. Wang Lin passed these 8 years in peace. During the 8 years, Lu Jinbiao had used some unknown method and got along with the Golden Exalt Sea Dragon very well. It even allowed Lu Jinbiao to sit on its back and take him out to see the world. After 8 years, 5 more years passed. For cultivators, 13 years was just a flash. For the past 13 years, Wang Lin had comprehended the absolute beginning essence, so he now had one more special essence. As for the absolute end essence, after 13 years and watching the night devour the light more than 4,000 times, Wang Lin hadn't fully mastered it, but he had gained some understanding with the help of the Donglin pool. In these 13 years of comprehension, that low voice never appeared again. Wang Lin was sitting outside, on the altar outside the Donglin pool. His cultivation level had remained the same for the last 13 years, but for some reason, as he observed the sunrises and sunsets, his hair slowly grew longer. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His left eye contained a rising sun, while his right eye was filled with darkness. These two strange eyes caused Wang Lin to look very strange. The absolute beginning essence can fuse with the slaughter and restriction essences to become the fourth essence inside the thunder essence true body. As for the absolute end essence, I haven't fully comprehended it and have only gained small completion, but I can still fuse it. Perhaps my cultivation will make a breakthrough because my thunder essence true body will have 5 essences. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The reason he had come to the Dong Lin sect was to find a chance to find a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Once he found this opportunity and his cultivation level rose, he could head to the Empyrean trial to complete his preparation to head to the imperial capital. As Wang Lin sat there, a shadow appeared on his body. Thunder arched as his thunder essence true body walked out and sat across from him. The thunder essence true body had a cold expression and thunder covered its body. When Wang Lin looked at this essence true body, he couldn't help but feel a sense of destruction in his heart. The slaughter thunder inside this thunder essence true body contains an indescribable force of destruction I'm very unfamiliar with. Wang Lin looked at his thunder essence true body. It was wearing the same white robe as him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at the thunder essence true body. Since you contain the slaughter essence and the thunder is filled with destruction, you should wear my black robe from my early days. Be the incarnate of darkness and make it easier to comprehend the mysterious absolute end essence. With a wave of his hand, the thunder essence true body's white robe turned black as if darkness had devoured all light. When the robe of the thunder essence true body turned completely black, the destructive force inside seemed a bit more intense. As Wang Lin silently looked at his thunder essence true body, the absolute beginning in his left eye silently flew out between him and the essence true body. After a moment, it flew into his thunder essence true body. The thunder essence true body trembled and piercing light shined from his body. The light seemed to trigger a rejection force with the destruction inside the thunder essence true body. Wang Lin observed for a moment but didn't pay attention to it. His right eye instantly turned dark like ink and the darkness condensed in his right hand into the outline of a sun. Only this was a black sun. With a wave of his hand, the black sun flew toward his thunder essence true body and began fusing with it. However, just as the black sun fused with the thunder essence true body, Wang Lin's divine sense suddenly spread out. It exerted a powerful pressure on the thunder essence true body so the essence would fuse according to his will. Although the dark sun didn't have much essence, perhaps it was immediately absorbed by the slaughter thunder because it was similar to destruction. The slaughter thunder changed once more. The slaughter thunder was an existence that could destroy the world and tear the void apart. After integrating with the absolute end essence, a destructive aura spread from the thunder essence true body. And even Wang Lin's divine sense felt like he could no longer suppress it. Slaughter all life and destroy a world. Tear apart the light so that night shrouds the world and turns everything into ruin. This was the full force of the thunder essence true body Wang Lin had made. However, this force was trapped inside the essence true body due to the restriction essence like a seal. Once this force escaped, it would create a terrifying calamity. The thunder essence true body was barely in balance with the restriction essence that was sealing the body. However, now that the absolute end essence was added, this already cracked balance collapsed directly. However, Wang Lin didn't expect any of this. When the restriction essence could no longer contain the destruction and collapsed, the light from the absolute beginning essence fused with the restriction essence. A new seal was created to form a balance against the destruction once more. Under this constant sealing and resisting, Wang Lin's thunder essence true body was like a fire ready to erupt. It was like a mortal holding fire in their hand. You either completely controlled it or got burned by the fire. Destruction and seal, darkness and light. At this moment, the thunder essence true body barely reached a balance. Although the absolute beginning essence had fused with the restriction essence, it was not strong enough to resist the slaughter and absolute end essences. The danger had not disappeared yet, but Wang Lin had to do this. From the moment he accidentally created the slaughter thunder, it was destined that this essence true body would be very different from the 5-element true body. In the thunder essence true body, The 4 special essences had fused together to resist it. When they barely managed to fuse into one, the essence true body opened its eyes. Its left eye was light and its right eye was dark. It stepped toward Wang Lin and overlapped with him as if it were transparent. Then it sat down and fused with Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin's cultivation level suddenly increased from early-stage void turbulent. When his cultivation level increased, the world changed colors and the clouds above him scattered. The sky above the Dong Lin sect was sometimes dark and sometimes bright. It alternated between light and dark until a rumble came from Wang Lin's body. A powerful gust of wind caused his hair and clothes to flutter. He had broken through to the mid-stage of void turbulent. Wang Lin suddenly stood up and the changes in the world disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. There was no wind, nothing moved, and it was silent. He stood there and after a long time he moved. The golden exalt sea dragon that was even more in awe of Wang Lin flew forward. So Wang Lin stepped on its head. Lu Jinbiao swallowed and also looked at Wang Lin with awe. This awe was the same way he felt back in the cave world, and it was no different here on the immortal astral continent. He quickly arrived on the back of the sea dragon and respectfully stood behind Wang Lin. His cultivation had mostly recovered during the last 13 years because of his memories and pleasing the sea dragon to get its help. The sea dragon rose into the air as Wang Lin stood on its head. He looked down at the Dong Lin sect and the Dong Lin pool below. After a moment, he clasped his hands and bowed at the Dong Lin pool. Although Senior is already dead, the grace Senior has given me is something I won't forget. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the Dong Lin temple, and for an instant, he saw the lonely and sad old man. Wang Lin let out a sigh and the sea dragon flew off into the distance under Wang Lin's command. Behind Wang Lin, a sigh containing countless years of loneliness and sadness, along with an even more powerful sense of persistence, echoed. Due to his loneliness, he had created a dream from his memory to accompany him. Because of his sorrow, he stayed in this dead sect as he recalled his memory and silently stood guard. Due to his persistence, even if tens of thousands of years passed, the deeply hidden hatred and madness was ingrained in him like those words on the stone tablet. Wang Lin left. But he didn't leave the great sage continent, he just sat down on the peak of a mountain. With the golden exalt sea dragon as a guard, he laid down restrictions around him. As the sun rose in the east, he closed his eyes. I'm going to attempt the Empyrean trial. Back then, I got through the 4th palace. I wonder how many I can break through this time. Wang Lin closed his eyes and calmed the violent fluctuations from his increase in cultivation level. After 3 months, he got familiar with his current cultivation level. He raised his right hand and waved, causing spells to appear. In the early stage of void turbulent, due to the limit of my cultivation level, I could only fuse 13 spells. Now that I'm at the mid-stage of void turbulent, how many can I fuse? How many would it be with the help of the essence true bodies and essences? Wang Lin's eyes lit up in expectation. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense gathered at his head. He formed an invisible body and charged into the sky. This time, I must become famous in one move. This time, I must make all the Empyrean exalts look up and watch. This time, I'm going to become rank 1 among Empyrean exalts. This time, I'm going to become the 49th Ascendant Empyrean. This time, I'm going to use the power of the heavenly bull soul armor. Wang Lin's divine sense went into the sky like an invisible column of gas. He continued to climb until his mind trembled. When his vision became clear again, he saw the familiar Empyrean trial. He saw the palaces floating in the sky and the hundreds of Empyrean exalts sitting outside the first palace. Similarly, these Empyrean exalts saw Wang Lin, who had arrived at the ancient transfer array. White equals haired Empyrean exalt. I remember that he passed through the first 4 floors back-to-back before. I thought he would try the 5th palace, but he gave up and left. He probably knew he couldn't pass and left on his own. This time, he must have gained some insight and found some confidence to pass the 5th palace. It's him. Outside the 1st palace, there was a middle-aged man in black. He seemed to have an arrogant personality, so there was no one around him. He was the first to see Wang Lin arrive. His name was Zhu Lin. Back then, he had passed through the 7th palace but stopped at the 8th. Empyrean trial had existed since ancient times in this strange space. Only when an Empyrean exalt cultivator's divine sense flew straight into the sky could they enter this place. Very few people could see through the principle of the structure of this place. They only knew that the celestial ancestor had created this place imitating the immemorial God realm. This was to allow the celestial descendants to get used to the immemorial God realm in advance, so there was a higher chance of grand Empyreans appearing. Over the countless years, the many Empyrean exalts would come here many times to attempt the palaces to prove their strength and become famous across the celestial clan. The Empyrean trial was a place the 5 grand Empyreans put a lot of focus on. Almost 90% of the Empyrean exalts they took under them had passed a certain palace. Before the gazes of the hundreds of Empyrean exalts outside the first palace, Wang Lin arrived in a ray of light. When he got close to the first palace, the light disappeared and he landed on the ground. When he stepped onto the area outside the first palace, the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators landed on him. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked around. He had met some of these Empyrean exalts, but he had never seen most of them before. After all, over the years people came and went. Some left and others came back to try again. Those that knew him smiled and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin would respond with a smile as well. Unless there was a feud between 2 Empyrean exalts, they would often make friends, unless one had an arrogant personality. Although Wang Lin had disappeared for a few decades, he had caused a small sensation when he passed several palaces in a row, so some Empyrean exalts were willing to make friends with him. However, passing through 4 palaces was not enough in the eyes of some Empyrean exalts. Some of them had slightly cold gazes. A few years ago, I heard that this white-haired Empyrean exalt entered the first palace and failed but then passed 4 in a row. He is not ordinary. 4 palaces? So what if it was only 4 palaces? Who among us can't pass through 4 palaces? It's just a gimmick he pulled by failing the first palace and then passing the first 4 in a row. That's true. I estimate this white-haired Empyrean exalt will at most pass the 5th palace. The surrounding Empyrean exalts all looked at Wang Lin. Those that were friendly talked with their minds. Among them, some recognized Wang Lin, while others felt contempt. Each had their own thoughts. However, at the Empyrean exalt stage, they wouldn't show any of it on their faces. In the distance, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin was sitting there, looking at Wang Lin. A moment later, he closed his eyes and no longer looked. He would not look down upon any Empyrean exalt cultivator. But he didn't think Wang Lin could pass the 7th palace. Although he paid attention to those below the 7th palace, it was limited. Wang Lin didn't immediately attempt the Empyrean trail but stood outside the first palace and looked up. Each palace was higher than the other, and the 9th palace was blurry. Over the years, Wang Lin already understood that the Empyrean trial had a total of 19 palaces. Less than 60 Empyrean exalts could break through the 9th palace. Those people were at the peak of the Empyrean exalt stage. With one more step, once they passed the 10th palace, they would become ascendant Empyreans. Every one of them who entered the Empyrean trial could set off a huge wave. After all, witnessing the appearance of an ascendant Empyrean was extremely rare. This could even attract the attention of grand Empyreans to personally come and watch. However, the Celestial Clan only had 48 ascendant Empyreans, and over the countless years there hadn't been a 49th. This showed how difficult the 10th palace was. Only ascendant Empyrean cultivators could attempt to break through the 11th palace after the 10th palace. If you could pass the 19th palace, rumor had it that you would have a great chance of becoming a grand Empyrean. An ascendant Empyrean that could break through the 19th palace had battle power not even a grand Empyrean would dare to casually mess with. However, no ascendant Empyreans had broken through the 19th palace. The most powerful ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, had stopped at the 16th palace and couldn't pass. For tens of thousands of years, no one could surpass ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Right now, he was the most likely person to become the next grand Empyrean, and some called him the Celestial Clan's 6th son. Although his name was not as great as that of the grand Empyreans, He was the most famous below the Grand Empyreans. The 8 extreme Grand Empyrean had spent a great price to attract Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to work under him. He didn't treat Ming Dao like any other Empyrean Exalt or Ascendant Empyrean, but with even more courtesy. I might meet the famous Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao on my trip to the Imperial City. This person is the #1 Ascendant Empyrean and must be extraordinary. Wang Lin's eyes couldn't help but light up. This time, I must shock everyone with one move. This time, I want to see how far I can go without the soul armor. Wang Lin was calm as he closed his eyes. A moment later, his eyes opened and shined brightly. He flew past the first palace and quickly flew upwards. When he flew into the air, some of the Empyrean Exalts looked up, but most of them kept their eyes closed and didn't care too much. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin also cultivated with his eyes closed and didn't look. Once you passed through a palace, you could directly pass it and not be suppressed by the pressure from the previous palaces. Wang Lin's body quickly flew into the sky and passed the first 4 levels. He stopped before the 5th palace and stepped inside without hesitation. The moment he entered the 5th level of the Empyrean trial, his vision became blurry. It was the same feeling he had when he last came here. A moment later, his vision became clear and he was in a star system. The 4th palace had 36 planets and a golden planet. That golden planet had power no weaker than all the other planets combined. I wonder how many golden planets this level will have. Wang Lin looked at the star system before him and his eyes lit up. Before him, 45 planets changed their trajectories and flew toward him from all directions. A thunderous howl echoed. As they closed in, 5 planets suddenly turned golden in the blink of an eye. These 5 golden planets released a powerful pressure as they flew at Wang Lin. 5. Wang Lin stood in the void and his expression was calm. As the planets flew toward him, he suddenly raised his right hand and his void turbulent cultivation erupted. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. Wang Lin clenched his fist and popping sounds echoed as 13 spells appeared around his hand. At this moment, his cultivation aura was still at early stage void turbulent, but it was still rising. I haven't gone all out after reaching the mid-stage of void turbulent. Let's see how many spells I can fuse into my punch now. Wang Lin's white hair and clothes danced as a powerful gust of wind swept by. His full cultivation erupted and his aura went from early stage void turbulent to mid-stage void turbulent. The 14th spell. Another spell appeared in Wang Lin's fist. Following that, the 15th, 16th, and 17th spells appeared without pause as his aura reached mid-stage void turbulent. In the blink of an eye, there were 21 spells. According to my expectations, each level of void turbulent can increase the number of spells fused by 9. The limit at the early stage of void turbulent is 9, and after reaching the mid-stage it should be 18. However, due to the metal and wood essences, my cultivation level increased a little and I can forcibly condense 4 more to reach 22 spells. Wang Lin's eyes shined as the 45 planets closed in on him. The 22nd spell. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as a rumble came from his fist and the 22nd spell formed. A shocking power came from this fist. It was as if this punch could destroy anything. Should be able to do more. The 23rd. Wang Lin roared but didn't immediately attack the incoming planets. He leaped upward and his right arm bulged. A powerful force seemed to replace the rapidly flowing blood in his body and gathered in his fist, creating a thunderous rumble. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's hair seemed to dance. His eyes shined as the 23rd spell formed in his hand. 23 spells is the limit of my current cultivation level. This extra spell was due to my time spent inside the Dong Lin pool that strengthened all my other essences slightly. Wang Lin lowered his head. Below him, the 45 planets flew toward him and the 5 golden planets gave off a powerful pressure. They were now only a few thousand feet from Wang Lin. Only one essence true body is enough for this 5th palace. A shadow seemed to overlap with Wang Lin's body as his 5-element true body appeared. Wang Lin punched at the incoming planets. The punch containing 23 spells combined with the avatar was equal to 46 spells, and this punch flew toward the 45 planets. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, The void collapsed and endless golden light pierced through the void. The golden light penetrated the fifth palace and covered the sky. It was seen by the hundreds of Empyrean exalts below. The golden light shrouded the Empyrean trial and colored the ground golden. The Empyrean exalts were all calm, as if they weren't surprised at all. Many people didn't even look up and were focused on their cultivation. They didn't even open their eyes, as if the golden light from passing the fifth floor couldn't attract their attention at all. In the distance, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin also didn't open his eyes. He was immersed in his own world, pondering how to pass the eighth palace. With his cultivation level, he should have the power to pass the eighth palace, but he was stopped there. It took this white-haired Empyrean exalt some time from entering the fifth palace to the golden light appearing. It was far slower than the rumored speed in which he passed the first four palaces. It seems like he spent some effort to pass the fifth palace. Although the time was still very fast, it is very similar to ordinary Empyrean exalts attempting the fifth palace. There is really nothing worth noting. I wonder if he will choose to leave like before and try the sixth palace now. But he shouldn't be able to pass the sixth palace. Those Empyrean exalts that looked up and secretly pondered. Some of them were a little disappointed. After all, the reason they cared was because they had heard of or seen the speed at which Wang Lin passed the first four palaces. If that wasn't the case, then merely passing the fifth palace, although shocking, wouldn't attract too much attention. Wang Lin's figure flew out from the golden light of the fifth palace. He was calm and he didn't look down, but instead turned toward the sixth palace. His eyes shined and he charged at the sixth palace without hesitation. This was seen by the Empyrean exalts below, and they all focused on him. He is really trying to pass the sixth palace. I was stopped at the sixth palace. He spent so much time on the fifth palace, even longer than me. If I can't pass the sixth palace, he will definitely fail. The white-haired Empyrean exalt didn't leave? The sixth palace, this is somewhat interesting. If he can pass it, it will be worth befriending him. Almost none of the Empyrean exalts below believed Wang Lin could pass the sixth palace. After all, the amount of time he had spent on the fifth palace was simply too ordinary. There was nothing shocking about it. Some of the Empyrean exalts that didn't open their eyes when the golden light shined from the fifth palace opened their eyes and looked at the sixth palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin in the distance opened his eyes and was about to close them when suddenly, a dazzling golden light came from his eyes. The moment the golden light appeared, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's expression became serious. He wasn't the only one whose eyes lit up. Outside the first palace, every Empyrean exalts here had golden light appear in their eyes. This golden light was not from their bodies, but the reflection of the light from the sixth palace. The sixth palace released shocking, golden light less than 7 breaths after Wang Lin entered. The light connected with the golden light from the fifth palace, reproducing the glory from the past. Some of the Empyrean exalts below suddenly stood up and shock filled their eyes. He passed through the sixth palace. It only took 7 breaths of time. Dozens of years ago, he passed the first 4 palaces back to back, and now he has passed through the 5th and 6th palace. His cultivation is definitely not ordinary. To be able to pass the 6th palace means he can at least fuse 50 spells into his body. In the entire Celestial clan, there are less than 400 Empyrean exalts who can do this. The Empyrean exalts below all had serious expressions and were looking at the sky. Even those who previously had their eyes closed and thought that this wasn't worthy of their attention opened their eyes. They looked up at the figure that was rushing from the golden light of the 6th palace. Those that could pass the 6th palace were considered powerful among Empyrean exalts. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin stared at Wang Lin's figure, and his expression was serious. The current Wang Lin couldn't help but remind him of the figure that he didn't care about at first, but then attracted his attention by passing through 4 palaces in a row. The 7th palace. He is going to attempt the 7th palace. He is going to try the 7th palace. There are less than 200 people who can pass the 7th palace. Although he passed the 6th palace easily, the 7th palace will not be so easy. Perhaps he can really break through. The Empyrean exalts below looked at Wang Lin. who hadn't come down but was flying directly toward the seventh palace. His figure was being watched by almost all the gazes below. Some of them were filled with expectation, suspicion, and even disdain. It was clear that although Wang Lin had the strength to pass the sixth palace, many thought it would be extremely difficult for Wang Lin to pass the seventh palace. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin no longer cultivated but watched Wang Lin's figure disappear into the seventh palace. Now his expression was extremely serious. If Wang Lin could pass through the seventh palace, it meant Wang Lin was on the same level as him. He was personally witnessing such a cultivator attempt the Empyrean trial twice. How could he not care? When Wang Lin entered the seventh palace, the surrounding cultivators were all silent and they all looked up. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, 5 breaths. After the 5th breath passed, many of the Empyrean exalts exclaimed in disbelief. The 7th palace in the sky shined brightly after the 5th breath. This light connected with the light from the 6th and 5th palaces. It was like a sun that completely lit up the Empyrean trial. The white hair of the figure that walked out from the 7th floor seemed to turn golden. The aura this figure released even caused some of the Empyrean exalts below to stop breathing. He passed the 7th palace. 5 breaths of time, even faster than the 6th palace. What kind of combat power does he have to pass the 7th palace? His name will shake the entire celestial clan in a short period of time. 5 breaths of time to pass the 7th palace. I have never heard of this speed before. The hearts of the hundreds of cultivators below trembled, and there was no longer any disdain. Instead, there was respect in their eyes. Some of those that were stopped at the 4th or 5th palaces looked at Wang Lin with complicated gazes. The gap between the strong and weak Empyrean exalts was extremely wide. Those that could pass the 7th palace needed to be respected even by Empyrean exalts. For example, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin. Although he was arrogant, whenever he attempted the Empyrean trail, everyone would watch. The 7th palace? Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin silently pondered. He didn't think Wang Lin had such strength. Will he try the 8th palace? The 8th palace is difficult. In the sky, Wang Lin was standing inside the golden light from the 7th palace and was very calm. In this palace, he had used the thunder and 5-element true bodies. Only with 2 true bodies was he able to pass the 7th palace with an overwhelming advantage. The higher I go, the more difficult it becomes. I wonder how the 8th palace will be. Wang Lin looked up at the 8th palace and flew toward it. He was bent on going through the trial and didn't care about the actions of others. He didn't know what kind of storm he had set off below. The 8th palace? He went to try the 8th palace. What an arrogant person. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin failed at the 8th palace. This person. I can't guess accurately. In the Celestial Clan, there are less than 150 people who can pass the 8th palace, and this is due to the accumulation of time. This palace is very difficult, and once someone passes it, all the Grand Empyreans will know. At this moment, almost all the cultivators present stood up. Going through the 5th, 6th, and 7th palaces was enough to cause a clamor. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin stood up and no longer sat there as he stared at the 8th palace. He had tried the 8th palace many times but failed each time. Now that someone else was attempting the 8th palace, he flew into the air to watch. The 8th palace, can he pass it? These people thought the passage of time would be slow. But after just 3 breaths, golden light erupted from the 8th palace. The sudden burst of light startled everyone. The golden light from the 8th palace hadn't shined in many years. However, right now, the golden light from the 8th palace fused with the light below and covered everyone inside the endless golden light. He passed the 8th palace? Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He had tried the 8th palace many times but always failed. However, now he had personally seen someone calmly pass it in just 3 breaths of time. The hundreds of Empyrean exalts shrouded by the golden light all forgot to think as they silently looked at Wang Lin in the sky. A loud voice came from Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin that awakened the hundreds of Empyrean exalts. Your Excellency, what is your name? Some knew Wang Lin's name, but most of them only knew him as white-haired Empyrean Exalt. Wang Lin looked down below in the light of the 8th palace and calmly said, "Wang Lin." After he spoke, his gaze suddenly looked up at the 9th palace that was somewhat blurry due to the clouds. Passing through the 9th palace meant the peak of Empyrean Exalts. Passing through the 9th palace meant he could become famous across the entire celestial clan. Passing through the 9th palace meant he was infinitely close to becoming an ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin's time at the immortal astral continent was not short. It had taken him hundreds of years to arrive at this point. He was no longer excited and was as calm as an ancient well. Under the gazes of all the Empyrean Exalts below, Wang Lin flew toward the 9th palace that hadn't lit up for tens of thousands of years. Southern continent, Dao Yi sect. This sect was the #1 sect in the southern continent. It was even famous across the entire celestial clan. This was because a grand Empyrean named Dao Yi was from this sect. In the back mountain, there was a waterfall where the sound of water falling could be heard. There was a pond next to the waterfall, and a young man in a Taoist robe was quietly sitting there. He held a willow branch in his hand and was hanging it over the pool as if he was fishing. The moment Wang Lin passed through the 8th palace, the young man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes. He raised his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds. He was calm. Past the 8th palace, the young man in the Taoist robe smiled. He moved the willow in his hand and a ripple was set off in the pond. The scene of the Empyrean trial appeared. Most of the northern continent was covered in ice and snow year-round. The wind that caused the snow to dance howled like the cries of ghosts. This caused the hearts of most cultivators who came to the southern continent for the first time to tremble. There was a mountain range in the northernmost part of the northern continent. The mountain was a huge glacier that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. It was irregular and looked like swords piercing into the sky. The ice shined brightly under the sun and gave off a cold intent. This place was the northern continent's Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's cave. Under one of the glaciers sat a bald, middle-aged man who was extremely tall. The sun refracted off the glacier, and there was an illusion in the refraction. It showed the scenes inside the Empyrean trial. The tall, bald cultivator was calm and looked at the figure rushing toward the 9th palace. His eyes gradually lit up. Once a cultivator passed through the 8th palace, the Grand Empyreans would know. At this moment, far away, on Mount Emperor on the central continent, a beautiful woman was standing among the falling, autumn leaves. One of the leaves was not moving and revealed the scenes of the Empyrean trial. Beside the beautiful woman sat an old man. The old man looked lazy as if he had no energy. Even though he looked over, he had no spirit. It was as if what was happening inside the Empyrean trial couldn't attract his interest. The beautiful woman looked at the autumn leaf before her and softly said, "Teacher, if he passes the 9th palace, will you recruit him?" The old man beside her opened his eyes and his gaze swept the autumn leaf. If teacher recruited everyone that passes through the 9th palace, wouldn't Mount Emperor become very noisy? The 9th palace is enough to attract the attention of Dao Yi and Wu Feng because they became Grand Empyreans later on and are eager to expand their power. Aside from cultivating the 6th Grand Empyrean, they also need to find someone to guard their reincarnation. But to teacher, passing the 9th palace is like the ants on the ground. So what if one ant is slightly larger than the others? Only if he could pass the 15th palace like Ming Dao would teacher consider recruiting him, the old man slowly said. The beautiful woman silently pondered and bit her lower lip. She looked at the autumn leaf and didn't speak. Also in the central continent, in the imperial city, there was a rather luxurious palace. There was no one inside the palace, but there was a water curtain clearly revealing the scene of Wang Lin inside the Empyrean trial. Eastern continent, the #1 sect among the 9 sects and 13 factions. The Purple Yang sect. In the forbidden land of the Purple Yang sect, in a stone room, a middle-aged man was looking intently at a huge mirror that showed the scene inside the Empyrean trial. However, the golden light filled the mirror and the figure was a blur. Beside the middle-aged man were 2 little girls, one wearing red and one wearing purple. Both were around 7 or 8-year-old girls. Both looked like little jade dolls and their eyes shined brightly. They both looked lovely. At this moment, the little girl wearing red held her chin in her hand while playing with her hair and looked at the mirror. But in truth, she was thinking about going out to play. She looked at the girl in purple and the two winked at each other. There was a cultivator beside the girl in purple. This cultivator had a bitter face and was crouched there with a chain around his neck. It looked like tears were about to flow out from his eyes. This came from years of depression, and he was in a sorry state. Little wolf, what kind of expression is that? Little wolf, be good. Don't be disobedient. The girl in purple looked at the bitter-looking cultivator and raised her hand to pat his head. Every pat caused the cultivator to lower his head even more, and more tears built up in his eyes. Two little ancestors, don't always think of playing. Alas, look at this person. I have investigated this person. He also came from the Eastern continent. Whether or not he can pass the 9th palace, he needs to be recruited. The middle-aged man was filled with bitterness as he spoke softly to the two little girls beside him. You deal with it as yourself. Han, you have to teach this disobedient little wolf. We should throw him into the 9-in pool like the last time he was disobedient. After a few days, he became honest and even found a fun bell for us to play with. The little girl in red smiled at the middle-aged man but walked next to the bitter-looking cultivator. She mercilessly patted the cultivator's head with the girl in purple. The middle-aged man watched this dumbfoundedly and smiled bitterly. He got up and bowed at the two little girls that were playing around, his expression very serious. Grand Empyrean Gemini. The two little girls were still patting the head of the cultivator named Little Wolf. The cultivator's tears finally began to flow. Wawa, is he crying? He's faking it. This little wolf is being disobedient. He must be faking it. The middle-aged man felt like he was going to become crazy and roared at the two little girls. Grand Empyrean Gemini! His voice was like thunder and the world trembled. The two little girls finally turned and looked at him. Little Guya, are you also being disobedient? The little girl named Wawa frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man ignored her as he took a deep breath and said with a serious tone, Grand Empyrean Gemini, this person needs to be recruited. Then go recruit him. You can go, bring him back, and let us see him. The little girl named Han waved her hand and grabbed the cultivator named Little Wolf. Then she disappeared into the stone chamber with the other little girl. The middle-aged man was left there. He mercilessly grabbed his own hair and smiled bitterly. As the golden light from the 8th palace shined in the Empyrean trial, Wang Lin flew toward the 9th palace under the gazes of all the cultivators below. After a moment, he stepped inside without hesitation. The moment he entered, all the cultivators held their breaths and stared at the 9th palace. The 7th palace has 63 planets, but the 8th palace has 81 planets. The 9th palace is considered the peak of Empyrean Exalt and therefore likely contains 99 planets. Wang Lin stepped into the 9th palace and stared at the star system before him. In the star system, 99 planets suddenly changed trajectories and flew toward Wang Lin. 9 of them released a bright, golden glow. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he didn't hesitate to use not only his 5-element true body and thunder essence true body, but also his 3 ethereal essences. He could fuse up to 23 spells into his body. So, with the help of his true bodies and essences, the total now was 92 spells. This was Wang Lin's limit before wearing the soul armor. Just one punch or finger contained 92 spells. This made him infinitely close to an ascendant Empyrean. He raised his right hand and his eyes shined brightly. A sharp pain came from his right arm as it turned into the Een blade and he chopped down on the 99 planets in the simplest way possible. This chop created 92 blade shadows, and they fused into one before sweeping across the star system. Thunderous rumbles echoed and 92 of the 99 planets suddenly exploded. Before they completely collapsed, 2 shadows overlapped with Wang Lin's body, and then his 5-element true body and thunder essence true body walked out. They flew toward the remaining 7 golden planets. The 5-element true body flickered and turned into the water essence true body, fire essence true body, and the earth essence true body. Each of them charged toward a planet. Not far away, Wang Lin's Thunder Essence true body released a powerful roar that shrouded the remaining 4 planets. Destructive thunder descended on the 4 planets and then they collapsed. Although there was a gap between the destruction of the 99 planets, Wang Lin had done his best to reduce that gap greatly. From afar, it looked like the 99 planets had exploded at the same time. The moment they exploded, a golden light spread out like a golden wave before the gazes of many people. The 9th palace that had not shined for many years erupted with golden light to the shock and disbelief of the cultivators below. He has passed the 9th palace. After today, Wang Lin's name will definitely shock the 5 major continents. The 9th palace. The 9th palace. Passing the 9th palace means the peak of Empyrean Exalt and only 1 step away from Ascendant Empyrean. Could it be that today I will see the birth of the 49th Ascendant Empyrean? I fear that all the Grand Empyreans are watching this place. The cultivators below all gasped. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin bitterly lowered his head. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, congratulations on passing the 9th palace. It was unknown who started it, but all the cultivators below clasped their hands at the sky. I knew that this child was extraordinary. In less than 100 years, he even passed through the 9th palace. He is worthy of being recruited. Forget it, although he refused once. This time I'll go with one of my avatars, and he will know how much importance I attach to this. Sitting under the waterfall, the smile on Dao Yi's face became even wider. In the glacier in the northern continent, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng looked at the glacier and closed his eyes. This child passed the test in the mountain sea and broke through the 9th palace. His battle power is similar to an Ascendant Empyrean. Dao Yi saw him, but Dao Yi is arrogant and prideful. Although he won't go with his divine sense, at most he will send an avatar. This time I'll personally go with my original body. This child should be able to tell who attaches more importance to him. On Mount Emperor, the beautiful woman revealed a happy smile. It was as if she was even happier than Wang Lin when he broke through the 9th palace. However, the old man beside her glanced at the autumn leaf and still didn't care. The old man shook his head and said, "It is only the 9th palace, peak of Empyrean Exalt. After breaking through the 10th palace, he will be an Ascendant Empyrean, but the 10th palace is only the bottom of Ascendant Empyrean. He is far from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao." The beautiful woman turned around and said, "Teacher!" The old man stopped and bitterly said, "If he can pass the 10th palace, I'll go ask if he is willing to join me." The first 9 palaces in the Empyrean trial are for Empyrean Exalts. The 10th palace is the boundary between Empyrean Exalt and Ascendant Empyrean. From the 11th palace onward, aside from cultivation level and combat power, one needs understanding and enlightenment of Tao. In the Empyrean trial, the word trial is the key for the last 9 palaces. Every palace will give you a fortune, and this Wang Lin. The old man looked at his disciple and stopped speaking. Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi was filled with excitement. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes as her divine sense shot into the sky. In the imperial city of the central continent, there was an empty, luxurious palace. As the scene of Wang Lin passing the 9th palace appeared, a cold laughter echoed through the palace. "Is this the person Dao Fei can't forget? I have underestimated him." Eastern Continent, Purple Yang Sect. The middle-aged man was looking at the mirror before him alone. He completely ignored the miserable screams coming from outside and his eyes were bright. "I must recruit him. Last time Grand Empyrean reincarnated, she separated. After many years, due to the lack of prestige, many of the Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans left. Right now, the Grand Empyrean is about to reincarnate again. If this person can be recruited, he can be a powerful guardian." At the same time, in the Empyrean trial, after Wang Lin passed through the 9th palace, everyone below bowed at him. Nearly 100 Empyrean Exalts quickly left and returned to their bodies. They quickly used their connections and informed the Empyrean Exalts they knew about what had happened. After all, someone passing through the 9th palace was extremely important within the Celestial clan. It could be considered a holy event. Shortly after, even more Empyrean exalts rushed to the Empyrean trial from all over the Celestial clan. Wang Lin walked out as the 9th palace shined. He sat in the air and didn't continue to the 10th palace, but he also didn't give up. The entire Empyrean trial was filled with golden light. All the Empyrean exalts that had heard the new arrived in the transfer array and immediately saw the golden light. They looked up to see the 9th palace releasing endless golden light and the figure sitting inside the light. Their expressions were all serious, containing a hint of expectation. At this moment, none of the Empyrean exalts here had any mocking intent, and any thoughts of disdain were crushed. They respected the strong, and anyone who could pass the 9th palace was at the peak of Empyrean exalts. Time slowly passed and even more Empyrean exalts arrived here. Rays of light arrived at the transfer array, and it seemed like it would never stop. Soon, there were nearly 700 Empyrean exalts present, almost 70% of all Empyrean exalts in the Celestial clan. There were still Empyrean exalts rushing here after receiving the news. This matter has caused a great stir. Even more people are coming to the Empyrean trial. Once he passes the 10th palace, he will become an ascendant Empyrean. But this 10th palace is more difficult than the previous 9 combined. Otherwise, the 49th ascendant Empyrean wouldn't have taken tens of thousands of years to appear. I think there will be some difficulties. Although very few people have passed the 9th palace, there were still some. Which one of them is not famous or at least caused a stir? Many people had high expectations, but they failed at the 10th palace in the end. This time it will likely be the same. More than 700 Empyrean exalts were scattered across the Empyrean trial. They were all talking to each other, some inquiring about Wang Lin's name and what happened before. Among the more than 700 Empyrean exalts, there was a group that was very calm and very different from the others. Even when they were just standing there, the other Empyrean exalts were extremely polite to them. There were less than a few dozen people in this group. They were all people who had passed the 9th palace but were stopped at the 10th palace. They had all come to see if Wang Lin could take the step they all dreamed of. Brother Zhao, do you think this person can pass the 10th palace? Difficult. Both of us have tried the 10th floor. If he had the confidence to attempt the 10th floor, he wouldn't be cultivating there. Another half an incense stick of time passed and now nearly 800 Empyrean exalts were here. More than half of the Empyrean exalts had dropped everything they were doing and rushed here with their divine senses to witness this important event. Among the crowd, there was a very beautiful woman. She was Empyrean exalt Hai Zi. She didn't want to watch through the autumn leaf on Mount Emperor, so had come here personally. She looked up at the golden light in the sky and smiled. This fellow, after leaving the mountain sea, he disappeared for more than 10 years. I didn't expect him to be so amazing after reappearing. Just as almost 800 Empyrean exalts waited for Wang Lin to attempt the 10th palace, the transfer array flashed constantly. A middle-aged man in white walked out. He looked cold and didn't even look at the crowd. He leaped into the air and looked at Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain. Even Ascendant Empyreans came here. Not only Ascendant Snow Rain. Look, that's Ascendant Empyrean Tao Wheel. The appearance of Ascendant Empyreans attracted the attention of all the Empyrean exalts here. This person was an old man. He was frowning as he flew into the air. He looked at the middle-aged man and they nodded to each other. Then both looked up at Wang Lin in the sky. Ascendant Empyrean Meng Shuang. That is Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child. He has the appearance of a child year-round, so that must be him. Rumors say that he passed the 12th palace. Divine sense messages were being silently passed between the 800 or so Empyrean exalts here. A total of 4 Ascendant Empyreans had appeared in the ancient transfer array. They did not talk to each other. They just immediately looked up at the sky. Just at this moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet because Wang Lin, who was sitting in the golden light of the 9th palace, suddenly stood up. His actions attracted everyone's attention. Wang Lin looked at the large amount of people and frowned, but he soon relaxed. His goal was to become famous, so the more people, the better the effect. There were 4 people that caught Wang Lin's attention below. The 4 Ascendant Emperors. When Wang Lin looked at them, they also looked back. They were very calm and showed no emotions. Wang Lin withdrew this gaze and looked up at the 10th place. He took a step and quickly flew toward the 10th palace and disappeared. He's attempting the 10th palace. The 10th palace can be described as the Dragon's Gate. Once he passes through, he will be the 49th Ascendant Empyrean in my celestial clan. All the cultivators below stared intently and were afraid of missing anything. At this moment, on the immortal astral continent, Dao Yi Wu Feng and the powerful existence inside the imperial city looked at their own displays of the Empyrean trial as Wang Lin walked toward the 10th palace. In the Purple Yang sect, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't even blink once. Can he pass? This was the thought that appeared in almost everyone's minds. Time passed. It had been 8 breaths since Wang Lin entered the 10th palace. 9th breath, 10th breath. All the gazes gathered on the fuzzy 10th palace. This palace had not released golden light in tens of thousands of years. However, every time it released golden light in the past, it meant there was one more Ascendant Empyrean in the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan only had 48 Ascendant Empyreans. Once another appeared, it would be a joyous event for the entire Celestial Clan. Even the ancient clan would know of their name. This kind of cultivator was enough to cause a commotion across the entire immortal astral continent. The 11th breath, 12th breath, 13th breath, until the 20th breath, must have failed. Some of the Empyrean exalts below immediately signed. But just at this moment, cries of shock echoed in the silent Empyrean trial, until it became a monstrous wave. Golden light! That's golden light! The 10th palace's golden light. It has been tens of thousands of years, and now golden light has come from the 10th palace once more. He passed. After 20 breaths, the fuzzy 10th palace covered by the clouds released a startling, golden light before everyone's gazes. The expressions of the 4 Ascendant Empyreans immediately became serious. In the blurry sky of the Empyrean trial, the 10th palace that hadn't shined for tens of thousands of years erupted with bright, golden light. The golden light spread out and filled the eyes of all the cultivators below. As the golden light spread out, a giant figure seemed to appear. This figure wasn't Wang Lin, but a shadow filled with endless majesty. This shadow was very large, like a giant standing in the world. It appeared from the golden light from the 10th palace and soon became more solid. In a flash, this shadow became clear. He was very handsome, and aside from an ancient aura, he exuded a force that made all celestials worship him. He wore a golden robe and there was even an emperor crown on his head. It looks like he was looking down upon the world. The moment this figure appeared, the hearts of the 800 Empyrean exalts and 4 Ascendant Empyreans all trembled. It is the shadow the celestial ancestor left here at the Empyrean trial. It is said this shadow separated from the celestial ancestor. Even if the celestial ancestor dies, it will still exist after being fused with the Empyrean trial. The 10th palace is the line between Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans. Rumor has it that each Ascendant Empyrean is personally titled by the celestial ancestor. I didn't expect it to be true. He has passed through the 10th palace and the celestial ancestor's shadow has appeared. This Wang Lin had passed the Dragon's Gate and from now on is no longer the same rank as us Empyrean exalts. I got to personally see someone become an Ascendant Empyrean and the celestial ancestor personally title them. This trip to the Empyrean trial was not a waste of time. When the giant, golden figure appeared, all the cultivators below became very respectfully and all of them bowed. No one forced any of them to bow, but it was something all the cultivators did out of respect. We descendants of the celestial ancestor greet ancestor. The voice of all the cultivators echoed in the Empyrean trial. Just as all the cultivators below bowed, a figure flew out from the shining golden 10th palace. This figure was Wang Lin. This scene seemed to become eternal in the eyes of all the cultivators below. In the sky, a large and a small golden figure less than 1,000 feet away from one another were looking at each other. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. When he appeared, he immediately saw the giant, golden figure before him. When he saw the figure, his heart trembled. This was the celestial ancestor he had seen twice before. His pair of golden eyes were filled with endless majesty, and his gaze landed on Wang Lin. This gaze was filled with an indescribable power and seemed like it was going to completely see through Wang Lin's every secret. Wang Lin's heart trembled. He felt naked under this gaze. He also felt like all his secrets were revealed before this gaze. Wang Lin didn't expect this at all. Not even his teacher, Shen Luo, had expected Wang Lin to arrive at this point in the Celestial Clan. As a result, Wang Lin had made no preparations, so all his secrets were going to be revealed. A giant hand appeared in Wang Lin's mind and quickly flipped through his memories. There was no way to hide anything. It began searching his memories from his birth. The entire Celestial Clan only had 48 Ascendant Empyreans. For the Celestial Clan, Ascendant Empyreans were very important, second only to the Grand Empyreans. Even the Celestial Ancestor would have paid attention to these cultivators. Back then, he had already considered that members of the ancient clan or foreign cultivators would change their aura to come here and even obtain the title of Ascendant Empyrean. How could the Celestial Ancestor allow this? Being an Empyrean Exalt was fine, but Ascendant Empyreans had to be immortal astral continent cultivators. They had to have been born and raised on the immortal astral without any problem. This was also the reason behind the saying that one must pass the 10th palace in the Empyrean trial to become an Ascendant Empyrean. Every Empyrean Exalt that had turned into an Ascendant Empyrean had experienced this. All 48 of the current Ascendant Empyrean had gone through this. This was a test, and if the Shadow judged Wang Lin as a foreign or ancient cultivator, the news would immediately spread across the Celestial Clan. Forget Wang Lin. Not even a Grand Empyrean could escape. The Celestial Ancestor's shadow wouldn't attack, but once his secrets were found out, the Ascendant Empyreans or even Grand Empyreans would attack. Under the gaze of the Celestial Ancestor's shadow, Wang Lin's memories from his childhood were being observed. The heaven-defying bead that had fused with this soul appeared once more and slowly rotated. A gentle light was released and surrounded Wang Lin, and the bead created false memories for the Celestial Ancestor's shadow to watch. No one knew what the Celestial Ancestor's shadow had seen, but soon, the gaze on Wang Lin became gentle. After a long time, as all the cultivators below watched, the shadow of the Celestial Ancestor waved his left hand. A scroll appeared out of nowhere and opened like a holy edict. There were 48 names on that scroll. Each name shined brightly, and there was pressure coming from the names. Ascendant Empyrean List. This is the legendary Ascendant Empyrean List. Rumor has it that every single Ascendant Empyrean is personally appointed by the Celestial Ancestor and has their name added to the list. This list only appears when someone successfully passes the 10th palace. It's the Ascendant Empyrean List. Everyone on the list receives the Celestial Ancestor's protection. They are the glory of the Celestial Clan. Aside from those 4 Ascendant Empyreans, everyone else gasped, and their eyes were filled with desire. They all wanted their names on the list, but even though they were Empyrean Exalts, this wasn't possible. This list was only for Ascendant Empyreans. The Celestial Ancestor's shadow raised his left hand and a brush seemed to appear. The brush moved and wrote down a line of celestial characters. Number 49, Wang Lin. After finishing the last stroke, the Celestial Ancestor's shadow dissipated into a golden light that lit up the entire Empyrean trial. Even after the Celestial Ancestor's shadow completely disappeared, everyone was still silent. A moment later, they all bowed. Greetings, Ascendant Empyrean. This included Empyrean Exalt Zhu and all those that doubted Wang Lin could pass the 9th and 10th palaces. Within the crowd, there was an extremely beautiful woman. She suddenly felt like the distance between them was too large now. One was in the sky and one was on the earth, very far, very far. This sudden change made her feel an unspeakable sense of melancholy. Wang Lin silently pondered in the sky with his eyes closed. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes again. He had just experienced life and death at that moment. He didn't expect the Empyrean trial to have such an implication. The heaven-defying bead appeared once more by itself and saved me. This thing has its own spirit, but what is it? Where did it come from? It was able to fool the celestial ancestor's shadow. The 10th palace had 99 golden planets. No wonder so few people have passed it. Even I had to use the heavenly bull soul armor for an instant to pass. While Wang Lin was pondering, 3 people flew into the sky and stopped beside him. It was the 3 Ascendant Empyreans, Snow Rain, Dao Wheel, and Meng Dao. As for Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child, he calmly remained below. He looked at Wang Lin but didn't say a word. Congratulations, fellow cultivator Wang. Haha. Now my celestial clan has one more Ascendant Empyrean. It won't take long for every Ascendant Empyrean in the celestial clan to know. Fellow cultivator Wang has become famous in an instant. If there is a chance to meet in the northern continent, we have to debate Dao. Fellow cultivator Wang, after entering the Ascendant Empyrean stage, I fear you will face the recruitment of the Grand Empyreans. My name is Rain Snow and I'm under Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. I wonder, has fellow cultivator have decided on where to go? The 3 of them smiled and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled back and clasped his hand back in response. As for the choice of which Grand Empyrean to go with, I haven't made up my mind yet and I haven't decided to leave yet. After Wang Lin spoke, he looked up at the 11th palace that was completely covered by the clouds. Him looking up immediately caused the expressions of those 3 to become serious. Could fellow cultivator Wang want to try the 11th palace? I do. Wang Lin nodded and smiled. All the 3 had different expressions, and after looking at Wang Lin, Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain hesitated before speaking. The 3 of us haven't passed the 11th palace. Since fellow cultivator Wang wants to try, I have some experience that might help you. The difficulty of the palaces past the 10th is far higher than the first 9 for Empyrean exalts. And once you fail, it is not without danger you will be injured. Although it's not serious, you still have to be careful. In addition, above the 10th palace, it is difficult to pass with a short period of cultivation. This is why Ascendant Empyreans rarely come here. Unless we are 80% confident, we won't casually try. As far as I know, among the 49 Ascendant Empyreans, including fellow cultivator Wang, 27 people stopped at the 11th palace. Aside from those 27 people, 13 people stopped at the 13th palace. Fellow cultivator Tiny Child below is rumored to have passed the 12th palace, but in truth was stopped at the 12th palace. There are 7 people that stopped at the 13th palace. Aside from these 47 Ascendant Empyreans, there are 2 more who are considered the strongest Ascendant Empyreans. The first is Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei, who stopped at the 14th palace. The other is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who stopped at the 16th palace. From the 11th palace onward, every palace is very difficult. It is no longer simple like breaking the planets in the first 10 palaces, but doing battle against the 72 foreign beasts the celestial ancestor faced. Among the 72 foreign beasts, there are strong and weak ones. Although their presence in the Empyrean trial is only an illusion and they are greatly weakened, they are, after all, beasts that battled the celestial ancestor. If you can beat the 72 foreign beasts and walk the path the celestial ancestor walked, then by the time you pass the 19th palace, you will naturally have the strength that not even a Grand Empyrean would act casually against. And from the 11th palace onward, there are great fortunes, but not everyone can obtain them. There are those that have passed the 11th palace but obtained nothing. As for the specifics, I don't know. But I know that someone has obtained a spell from the celestial ancestor in the 11th palace. But only one Ascendant Empyrean has passed the 19th palace and then became a Grand Empyrean. Aside from him, no one has passed the 19th palace. Even the current Grand Empyreans can't. Even the current Grand Empyrean Dao E and Grand Empyrean 8 Extreme were only Empyrean exalts back then. Only with a stroke of luck did someone become a Grand Empyrean through the immemorial God realm, and the other though inheriting the celestial ancestor's bloodline. Grand Empyrean Gemini and Grand Empyrean Jodi are rumored to be from the same generation, and they were under the celestial ancestor. As for whether this is true or not, I don't know. Grand Empyrean Wufeng was also an Ascendant Empyrean, but he only passed the 14th palace and couldn't compare to the current Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. I chose to follow him precisely because of this. After all, us Ascendant Empyreans have our own pride. Even if one becomes a Grand Empyrean through luck, if we aren't willing, we won't follow them. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain slowly said to Wang Lin. Which Grand Empyrean was the only one to reach the 19th palace as an Ascendant Empyrean? Wang Lin had never heard of any of this and his expression became serious. The Dong Lin sect's Grand Empyrean Dong Lin. Before he fell, he was the number 1 Grand Empyrean in my celestial clan. Even Grand Empyrean Jodi dreaded him. He was the only one who completely relied on his own strength to become a Grand Empyrean. But it was obvious Grand Empyrean Dong Lin was someone who Snow Rain respected a lot. When he talked about Grand Empyrean Dong Lin, his expression was a bit crestfallen. Wang Lin silently pondered, and he recalled the lonely old man in the Dong Lin sect who was relying on a dream to accompany him. Grand Empyrean Dong Lin's descendant. Wang Lin took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Snow Rain and company. Many thanks. He moved very fast as he pierced through the clouds and arrived at the 11th palace. He looked up at the 11th palace and then charged up without hesitation. Under the gaze of Snow Rain's group of 3, under the gazes of all the cultivators below, and as the eyes of the cold-looking Ascendant Empyrean tiny child lit up, Wang Lin pierced into the clouds toward the 11th palace. The 11th palace was the goal and desire of all the Empyrean exalts here. Whether they passed or not, it was a symbol of strength and power. The 11th palace was different from the 10 below. It was larger and even the pressure it gave off was stronger. It was completely black and gave off a cold aura. Including those 9, only 22 people have passed the 11th palace. One move will make me famous. Passing the 10th palace is not enough. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he entered the 11th palace without hesitation. When he entered the 11th palace, all the Empyrean exalts below gasped and their faces filled with fear and excitement. These kinds of expressions should normally not appear on them. After all, any one of them could cause the world outside to tremble. However, at this moment, they were filled with fear and excitement due to Wang Lin's crazy action. I thought he would stop after the 10th palace, but he is going to continue. How many palaces is he going to pass? How many can he pass? He's gone mad. Unless this Wang Lin has enough confidence or he is blinded by the glory of becoming an Ascendant Empyrean. Passing multiple palaces at once like this is extremely rare. Snow Rain's group of 3 also looked over. They were not optimistic about Wang Lin's chances. They thought Wang Lin had a 90% chance of failing. After all, they had tried the 11th palace but failed. More than half the Ascendant Empyreans were stuck here. They didn't believe Wang Lin, who had just become an Ascendant Empyrean, had the strength. He has some momentum, but the 11th palace is not so easy. Back when I passed the 10th palace, I attempted the 11th palace as well but failed. It wasn't until many years later that I successfully passed the 11th palace. Among the more than 40 Ascendant Empyreans, only Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao continued. Kai Wei stopped at the 12th and Ming Dao stopped at the 13th. The reason the two of them have the fame they do now and are considered the strongest Ascendant Empyreans is largely because of this. It is impossible for this person. The child-like Ascendant Empyrean looked calm, but he sneered in his heart. At this moment, the cultivators here were not the only ones observing this place. Aside from the Grand Empyreans, even more Ascendant Empyreans were using different methods to observe the Empyrean trial. They had found out that there was a 49th Ascendant Empyrean, and he hadn't left, but was instead going to try the 11th palace. In the Dao sect, Grand Empyrean Dao seemed to have forgotten everything and was focused on the pool before him. He looked calm, but a strange light shined from his fists. This child. I must recruit him to work under me. There was also Grand Empyrean Wufeng inside the glacier in the northern continent. He stared at the glacier, his eyes filled with determination. As for the middle-aged man inside the Purple Yang sect who could occasionally hear miserable screams from outside, he was very excited. He stared at the mirror and muttered to himself. If he can be recruited under Grand Empyrean Gemini, he will definitely be a great help to the Grand Empyrean. Central Continent, Mount Emperor. Grand Empyrean Jodi was lazily sitting under the sun like an old man unwilling to move. When Wang Lin passed the 10th palace, he opened his eyes. He passed? Even though he passed the 10th palace, he is just a bigger ant. Can't be compared to Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei, and definitely can't compare to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. What did the Celestial Emperor promise him to recruit Ming Dao? The old man sighed and still felt pity that he couldn't recruit Ming Dao back then. In the empty palace in the Imperial Palace, a voice muttered, "Ming Dao, what do you think?" As the voice echoed, ripples spread out inside the palace and a person walked out. This person was a young man in black who had a cold expression. He looked at the illusion in the empty palace. "I only need one breath to kill him." At this moment, Wang Lin stepped into the 11th palace. His vision became blurry and he appeared in a star system again. However, this star system had no planets but was covered in fog. The fog was very dense. It seemed impossible to split apart and surrounded the area. "What is Dao?" A majestic voice rang out in the star system and set off countless echoes. The voice echoed in Wang Lin's heart and ears. "What is Dao? What is Dao?" That voice was even more intense now. It seemed to be muttering and also roaring. It caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he even felt his soul was going to collapse. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, but his eyes shined brightly. His understanding of Dao had formed 3 ethereal essences. His enlightenment in Dao was far superior to that of most people on the immortal astral continent. Even some Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans couldn't compare to Wang Lin. This enlightenment of Dao was something othersiders couldn't see at all. It was an evolution of one's own thought process. Wang Lin slowly said, "Life and death are the restraints. This is Dao." The moment he opened his mouth, his comprehension of his life and death Dao appeared around him. At this moment, the sound disappeared and chains appeared around him. The chains began to spread, pushing away the fog, revealing the bright star system. There was a figure wearing a golden robe and a crown before him. There was a giant scorpion before the shadow. This scorpion was hundreds of thousands of feet large, and it gave off a chilly aura as it roared. Wang Lin's vision became a blur. When he regained his vision, he seemed to replace the golden figure and was battling the scorpion. Green Devil Scorpion. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to put on the soul armor. Time slowly passed. This was different from passing one palace in several breaths. It had been half an incense stick of time since Wang Lin entered. The place was completely silent as they waited, watching the palace in the sky. Attempting the 11th palace is good. Once he fails, he will understand that the Empyrean trial is not something he can attempt in a craze. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain still sighed in his heart. Even now, he didn't believe Wang Lin could pass. Does he think he is Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei or Ming Dao? I struggled a lot to barely pass through the 11th palace. Battling against the foreign souls is very difficult. He definitely can't pass. Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child had just sneered in his heart when his body suddenly trembled and his eyes overflowed with disbelief. A burst of golden light erupted from the 11th palace that was surrounded by clouds. Impossible! Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child's eyes widened. In the Empyrean trial, as the golden light spread out from the 11th palace, Wang Lin stepped out. His face was pale and he immediately sat down inside the golden light. Everything that happened inside the 11th palace replayed in his mind. The Green Devil Scorpion was the first spirit to appear, and after that, 8 more foreign souls appeared with no break in between. If not for the fact that Wang Lin had put on the soul armor right away, it would have been difficult to pass the 11th palace. In particular, the last soul, a giant elephant the size of a planet, had great strength. Wang Lin could feel that the 9 foreign souls were all illusions that couldn't match their original bodies but were still extremely powerful. Every one of them was at peak Empyrean Exalt level, and the last 4 were strong enough to battle ordinary Ascendant Empyreans. Wang Lin didn't have time to waste. After he put on the soul armor, he had a time limit, so he took off the soul armor immediately after he finished the 11th floor to extend its usage. When he walked out from the 11th palace, a majestic voice appeared in Wang Lin's mind as the golden light spread out from the palace. This voice was inaudible to outsiders. Only he can hear it. I'm Lian Yunjue, and my divine sense was left here in the Empyrean trial. I also left my spell, the 8 Extreme Tao, here. If the future generation is fated, they can obtain it here. You have passed my test and therefore can obtain my Extreme Fire Tao. This is not a spell, essence or Tao spell. It was not created by me. It inherited from the immemorial God realm. As the voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind, an image appeared in his mind. There was a palm, but it contained no trace of fire. The hand rose and green smoke appeared around its finger. The smoke circled the finger 9 times and formed 9 smoke rings. The smoke rings grew and gave off a terrifying aura. Wang Lin sat inside the golden light with his eyes closed as the image and voice appeared in his mind. He had seen this before and had even borrowed his avatar in the void to use it. But right now, he didn't borrow the power from his avatar at all. He raised his right hand subconsciously and green smoke circled his finger. This scene shocked all the cultivators below. He really passed the 11th palace. Not many ascendant Empyreans can pass the 11th palace. He went from the 5th palace and in such a short period of time passed through the 11th palace. I can no longer guess his limit? After Wang Lin passed through the 11th palace, he had completely separated himself from Empyrean exalts. The Empyrean exalts below couldn't even see the green smoke on the tip of Wang Lin's finger due to the dense clouds. But Snow Rain and company saw it clearly. The 3 of them had complicated expressions as they looked at Wang Lin, feeling startled. To pass through the 11th palace in the first attempt, that green smoke, I have seen it on Ascendant Empyrean Kaiwei. It is clearly the extreme fire from the 8 Extreme Tao. We thought he was the same as us, but I didn't expect him to have the power to pass the 11th palace. Among Ascendant Empyreans, the gap between every palace is extremely large. The 3 of them pondered and silently sighed. Unlike the 3 of them, in the distance, Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child's expression constantly changed. He looked at Wang Lin with hatred in his eyes. 11th palace. Damn it, it took me a long time to pass through it back then. He also obtained the Celestial Ancestor's spell, and I didn't obtain it after passing. The 11th palace must be his limit. It is impossible for him to pass through the 12th palace. Over the countless years, even Ascendant Empyrean Kaiwei was stopped at the 12th palace. Only Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao has passed it. This person definitely can't pass. As Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child stared at Wang Lin, a rare trace of jealousy appeared in his heart. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the circles of green smoke on his finger. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and then the green smoke dissipated. He looked up and never once looked down, but all the cultivators felt their hearts tremble. He looked up at the 12th palace high above him. Snow Rain Ascendant Empyrean said that from the 11th palace onward, each palace has its own fortune. Sure enough, this 8 Extreme Tao is different from what I thought. I thought the Celestial Ancestor had created it, but he inherited it from the immemorial God realm. What exactly is this immemorial God realm? It seems like all signs point to the heaven-defying bead being from there, and the method of becoming a Grand Empyrean also comes from there. Even the Celestial Ancestor spell was inherited from the immemorial God realm. What kind of existence is that place? As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes shined brightly. In this Empyrean trial, reputation isn't the only thing that can be obtained here. One can also obtain fortunes left by the Celestial Ancestor. Lian Yunjue. That really is the Celestial Ancestor's name. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his body trembled. At the same time, bursts of exclamations came from below as he rushed toward the 12th palace. He vaguely heard the excitement and deep expectations from the cries below. However, he didn't care about any of this. He was focused on his original goal in coming here. He was going to become famous with one brilliant move. He felt that just passing the 11th palace was not brilliant enough. He felt that even matching the second strongest Ascendant Empyrean, Kai Wei, and stopping at the 12th palace was not brilliant enough. He felt that perhaps surpassing the strongest Ascendant Empyrean, Ming Dao, could just barely count as brilliant. What's more, from the 11th palace and above, there were fortunes to obtain. Wang Lin was very interested in the 8 extreme Dao that the celestial ancestor had obtained from the immemorial god realm. Mad. He is indeed going to attempt the 12th palace. 12th palace. I don't know how many Ascendant Empyrean passed it, but these people are extremely rare. He will definitely pass. I don't think he will fail this time. Wang Lin's action caused Snow Rain and company to stare dumbfoundedly at his figure disappearing into the clouds. After a long time, their gazes were filled with an even more complicated feelings, along with admiration. Someone once said that there are those that know not of the limit of ambition. Today I understand. His pursuit is something we can only watch from afar. Snow Rain, do you think he can pass the 12th palace? Yes, although this is the first time we've met, this person would obviously not do something he has no grasp in. Since he dares to step into the 12th palace, he must be confident. It's unlikely. Only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was able to pass through the 12th palace when he became an Ascendant Empyrean. If he passes it, doesn't that mean he will set off the same storm as Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao? Back when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean, he passed through the 12th palace and caused the Grand Empyreans to come to watch personally. Even most of the Ascendant Empyreans came. All the Grand Empyreans gave very attractive conditions, and he chose the Celestial Emperor in the end. As Snow Rain's group of 3 were talking, intense light came from the ancient transfer array and figures began to appear. These figures made all the Empyrean exalts below become extremely respectful. But they were not shocked that these people that were extremely difficult to meet had all appeared now. Ascendant Empyrean Heavenly Flame. Ascendant Empyrean Chun Fan. Ascendant Empyrean Shattered Dream. That is Ascendant Empyrean Han Dan. In a moment of silence, almost 30 Ascendant Empyreans came here with their divine senses. When they appeared, they all looked up with serious expressions. It was extremely rare for this many Ascendant Empyreans and Empyrean exalts to appear. Over the countless years, the only other time this happened was when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean. Even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei didn't set off such a storm. After several breaths, the ancient transfer array shined brightly. The light became even more dense and, a moment later, a tall figure walked out. This shadow was bald, and after he appeared, the entire Empyrean trial became silent. Whether it was the Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, they all bowed at the bald figure. Greetings, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. This tall figure was Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. After he appeared, he was calm as he stepped forward and floated into the sky. He ignored all the people below and looked at Wang Lin, who was pondering. Wang Lin, it doesn't matter if you pass through the 12th palace or not. If you follow me, I'll agree to any condition you request. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's voice was not loud, but it echoed through the Empyrean trail and entered Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin stopped for a moment outside the 12th palace. He bowed and looked down. Thank you, Grand Empyrean, but I still need to pour my full attention on attempting the Empyrean trial. How about we talk about this later? Good. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng didn't mind at all. The more he looked at Wang Lin, the more he intended to recruit him. This was seen by all the surrounding cultivators, and their expressions changed. There was a strange feeling in their hearts. Such a scene, this many Ascendant Empyreans. This was almost comparable to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao back then. Little friend Wang Lin, do you still remember our agreement? Just at this moment, a voice that made Grand Empyrean Wu Feng frown came from the transfer array. The transfer array lit up and Grand Empyrean Dao Yi walked out. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was wearing a simple Taoist robe, and he smiled as he walked out. He looked at Wang Lin, who was outside the 12th palace. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he also looked at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. He also pondered a bit before he clasped his hands. I remember. If I pass the 9th palace, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi will come to recruit me again. This matter is not urgent. Little friend Wang Lin can first attempt the 12th palace. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled and looked at Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, who was not far away. Their gazes collided and seemed to solidify. This was seen by all the cultivators present. The Empyrean exalts all had strange gazes in their eyes. Aside from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, this was the second time they had seen Grand Empyreans fight over someone. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng revealed a flash of coldness and slowly said, Dao Yi, I have my sights on his child. Don't fight with me. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled and sent out a divine sense message. Wu Feng, even we can't force Ascendant Empyreans. It all depends on his own choice. You eyeing him doesn't mean he will follow you. Moreover, he is about to attempt the 12th palace. Once he passes the 12th palace, he will be comparable to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Forget you and me, even that old fellow Jodi might be moved to come. And there is also that Celestial Emperor. I don't know what he promised Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to recruit him. As the two chatted with their divine senses, in the sky, Wang Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the 12th palace. The moment he entered the palace, Dao Yi and Wu Feng stopped talking and looked up. All the cultivators here, whether it was Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, looked up. Only the few people watching from outside of the Empyrean trial had different thoughts. The middle-aged man in the purple Yang sect looked at the mirror bitterly and sighed deeply. Ah, how did he pass through the 11th palace? The 11th palace is fine, but he can't pass the 12th palace. Once he breaks through, what can I use to recruit him? I fear he will immediately be pulled to the Celestial Emperor and Grand Empyrean Jodi. Even Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng would find it difficult to match those two. Unfortunate. If my purple Yang sect's Grand Empyrean Gemini hadn't encountered an accident during the last reincarnation, we could compare to the Celestial Emperor and Jodi. This middle-aged man let out a bitter sigh and was about to give up on the idea of recruiting this person. However, at this moment, the door was kicked open and a little girl in red ran in. Little Guya, why are you still looking at the broken mirror? Come out and help me and Han Han teach this little wolf a lesson. Today, this little wolf is being very bad. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. Little ancestor? The middle-aged man looked like he was about to cry. The person inside the broken mirror seems familiar. The little girl in red looked at the mirror and frowned as if she was thinking. Little ancestor, of course you are familiar with them. They are Grand Empyrean Wu Feng and Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. The middle-aged man sighed and planned on giving up recruiting. Let's go, little ancestor. I'll help you deal with that little wolf. The middle-aged man sighed. He pitied the poor cultivator named Greed. Not that dead Baldy and that fake mask guy. It's this person. The little girl raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin, who had stepped into the 12th palace. He entered this hall. Very familiar. Let me think. The little girl pondered for a moment and then her eyes suddenly lit up. His name is Wang Lin. I remember that when I found Little Wolf, I also saw him. I remember that Han Han and I helped him once, and I seem to have seen him before. The person you said you want to recruit was him. Good. Me and Han Han will go with you. The little girl blinked and clapped her hands as she laughed. The middle-aged man swallowed and stared at the little girl dumbfoundedly. After a long time, his expression became excited. Little ancestor, are you certain you guys know him from before and even saved him? The little girl frowned and pointed at the excited middle-aged man as she said in an old-fashioned tone, Little Guya, are you going to be disobedient? It is indeed worthy of Grand Empyrean Gemini to have the foresight to have rescued him before. With this, perhaps we can really recruit him. The middle-aged man laughed in excitement and his face seemed a bit more rosy. He even coaxed the little ancestor before him like a child. As soon as the little girl heard this, she immediately smiled and looked very proud. Humph, this is what little Guya gets for being disobedient. Now you know how powerful me and Han Han are and how far-sighted we are. I already told you to forget about those that left, but you won't listen. I, Grand Empyrean Gemini, never force anyone to say. If they want to leave, they can leave. Who controls the flow of fate? How can you, or them, understand this? The more the little girl spoke, the more proud she felt. Yes, yes, yes. Grand Empyrean Gemini controls the flow of fate. Wuxia admires. The middle-aged cultivator quickly smiled and looked at the little girl before him with a loving gaze. Although his cultivation was lacking, when Grand Empyrean Gemini went through an accident during her reincarnation, he chose to stay to take care of the two little girls when everyone else left. Everything he had done until now was for that grace she had given him during her peak. Back then, he was just an unknown Empyrean exalt under Grand Empyrean Gemini, but now he was the only one. While laughter echoed in the Purple Yang sect, on Mount Emperor in the central continent, the originally lazy Grand Empyrean Jodi was now staring intently at the autumn leaf before him. Attempting to the 12th palace after passing the 11th palace, this one barely counts as a person. I could begrudgingly give him an offer, but with high Z there, if I go, it will seem to not quite match what I said before. Although the old man muttered this, he didn't even blink as he stared at the autumn leaf. Forget it, it is only the 11th palace. This child is far below Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The old man turned his head and closed his eyes, but a moment later, he opened them again and looked at the autumn leaf. Can he pass or not? Also in the central continent, in the imperial city, in the luxurious palace, the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao stared at the illusion and frowned. Can you kill him in one breath? A calm breath echoed in the hall. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao silently pondered and a moment later said, "One breath is enough." A laugh seemed to echo, and the voice came again. He can't pass through the 12th palace. His heavenly bull soul armor will meet the heavenly bull on the 12th palace. Let the others fight over this person. This emperor has no interest. Just as his words echoed, he suddenly stopped talking before he finished. Ripples echoed on the dragon throne and a middle-aged man who looked extremely similar to the celestial ancestor appeared. There was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at the illusion in the palace. The 12th palace in the illusion suddenly erupted with blinding, golden light. This golden light was clearly coming from the Empyrean trial, but it seemed to penetrate the void through the illusion, lighting this palace up. He passed the 12th palace. The middle-aged man in the golden robe was rather surprised. The young man in black beside him suddenly released a shocking killing intent. He stared at the illusion and his eyes revealed a monstrous chill. He understood that Wang Lin had passed through the 12th palace and would be like him in the past. Wang Lin would have the attention of everyone and all the Grand Empyreans would strive to recruit him. He could obtain better conditions to get even stronger. Wang Lin passing through the 12th palace meant that whenever someone talked about him, Wang Lin's name would be brought up. This naturally made him, who was always considered the number one Ascendant Empyrean, very unhappy. The black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao pondered a bit and said, "A mere 12th palace. There are a few people in the celestial clan who can do it. Killing him still would only take one breath." But the golden-robed, middle-aged man was staring at the illusion. It was unknown what he was thinking. At the same time, on Mount Emperor, the old man stood up and his eyes shined with a strange light. However, after hesitating a bit, he slowly sat down. I have seen him once before, and this child has the heavenly bull soul armor. Passing the 12th palace with the power of the soul armor means he still can't compare to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, unless he can pass the 13th palace with the soul armor. He is just a normal Ascendant Empyrean. The old man pondered as he sat down and closed his eyes. Ah, tired. Really tiresome. Should I recruit him or not? He should not be able to break through the 13th palace and should give up. The old man immediately opened his eyes. He saw Wang Lin outside the 12th palace, surrounded by an invisible layer of water vapor. The pressure the ripples created could even be felt through the autumn leaf. Extreme water Dao. Just as the old man was observing the invisible water ripples around Wang Lin's body in the autumn leaf, he saw Wang Lin move. Wang Lin hadn't given up and was rushing toward the 13th palace. In a flash, his figure disappeared into the cloud as he rushed toward the 13th palace. This scene caused the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to let out a cold snort, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Celestial Emperor, I'm going to the Empyrean trial to attempt the 16th palace. Almost all the Empyrean exalts, Ascendant Empyreans, and Grand Empyreans of the Celestial clan were attracted by Wang Lin's seemingly mad action. This kind of thing was very rare in the Celestial clan. Only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had received this kind of attention in the past. However, this focus would no longer only belong to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. A part of it would split and descend upon Wang Lin. From now on, in the history of the Celestial clan, Wang Lin's name would shine brightly and be known by all those that were qualified. Even in the near future, it was likely even the ancient clan would hear about this. The Celestial clan's 49th Ascendant Empyrean. After becoming an Ascendant Empyrean, he passed the 11th and 12th palaces and was attempting the 13th palace. Grand Empyrean Jodi on Mount Emperor was no longer lazing around but staring intently at the autumn leaf before him. His expression was serious. He understood that passing through the 13th palace, even with the soul armor, meant that this person was too not worthless. As for the Celestial Emperor, who had revealed himself in the Imperial Palace, his eyes contained a strange light. He looked at the illusion ahead as he watched Wang Lin rush into the 13th palace. Beside him, the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had already sat down. His divine sense had gathered on his forehead, and he was about to head to the Empyrean trial. At this moment, in the Empyrean trial, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi frowned and sighed. He knew that the current Wang Lin had already set off a storm. If a Grand Empyrean wanted to attract such a cultivator, it would require a certain price. But no matter how great the price, it would be worth it. Once this person became a Grand Empyrean, the benefits would be well worth it. To have another Grand Empyrean as a friend and also having a previous relationship would help any Grand Empyrean's status increase greatly. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng also let out a sigh. He foresaw Wang Lin reproducing the scene of the 4 Grand Empyreans beside Gemini all fighting for the same person. Unless some unknown accident happened, the Empyrean trial was completely silent and the Empyrean exalts were silently looking up at the sky. Throughout the day, they felt the gap between them and Wang Lin, who had gone from the 5th palace to the current 12th palace. They recalled the thoughts they had when Wang Lin had just passed the 5th palace and how that seemed like a joke now. With their cultivation level, they were qualified to comment on an Ascendant Empyrean, much less one that had just passed the 12th palace. Now they could only look up at the figure in the sky. Even Snow Rain and company silently pondered, but their complicated feelings decreased greatly. After all, the gap was too big enough to erase all other thoughts. Back then, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao stopped at the 13th palace. I wonder if this person can surpass him. If he passes the 13th palace, he will completely suppress Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao in the past, becoming the strongest person who just became an Ascendant Empyrean. Although he can't compare to the current Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who can pass the 15th palace, he's not far away. As for the Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child, his face was pale after everything he had witnessed. At this moment, he should change his mindset, but he couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression. The 13th palace, he definitely can't pass it. There were more than 20 Ascendant Empyreans who had come here with Snow Rain and company. They were scattered across the Empyrean trial as they looked up, witnessing this event. I wonder if he can pass the 13th palace. My Celestial clan has a total of 9 people who stopped at the 13th palace, including Kai Wei and Ming Dao. Even if Wang Lin can't pass the 13th palace, he will be in the top 10 among Ascendant Empyreans. The 13th palace, he should not be able to pass. In the end, he still has his limits. There were some Ascendant Empyreans that were friends who talked to each other through divine sense. They looked up at the outline of the 13th palace that was hidden in the clouds. Inside the 13th palace, Wang Lin's face was pale. When he entered, the foggy star system appeared before him again. The fog here seemed more intense than the previous 2 palaces. Wang Lin silently pondered inside this fog. The heavenly bull appeared among the 9 spirits in the 12th palace. I could feel that passing the 12th palace was the limit of the soul armor. The soul armor is not omnipotent. It can raise my cultivation level and increase my combat power, but as my cultivation increases, its effect gradually reduces. After all it can do is make me infinitely close to the heavenly bull. However, in truth, there is still a gap. Fortunately, I learned the extreme fire Dao in the 11th palace and obtained the extreme water Dao in the 12th palace. Out of 8 extreme Daos the celestial ancestor inherited from the immemorial god realm, I now control 2. This 13th palace, should I pass or not? Wang Lin stared at the palace and pondered. What is Dao? As he pondered, the same voice he had heard inside the previous 2 palaces echoed. This voice echoed through the void and was filled with endless pressure. As the voice echoed, Wang Lin's eyes gradually became calm. He had already answered this question twice, and his response was different each time. He answered life and death are Dao the first time and karma is Dao the second time. The third time, Wang Lin understood that the answer was true and false are Dao. This test of enlightenment of Dao might be difficult for others, but Wang Lin had already begun pondering these matters back in the cave world. One move to become famous. I should have barely counted as having done that. After the 13th palace I should stop. Even if the Grand Empyreans know that I have the soul armor, this should be enough. Wang Lin pondered and made up his mind. As the voice echoed, Wang Lin's mind was clear. He thought about his dream on planet Suzaku and slowly said, life and death are chains. This is Dao. The chains connect together to form a circle that is karma. This is Dao. People have a dream barrier. They can't tell if they are awake or in a dream. This dream barrier hinders all life from seeing the world. They are immersed in the true and false and are unable to pull themselves out. The power to break the dream barrier and open your eyes is true and false. This is Dao. As his words echoed, the fog that covered the area dissipated, revealing the complete star system. Time passed. The people at the Empyrean trial had waited for an incense stick of time, and now their gazes toward the 13th palace were gradually becoming filled with regret and hesitation. This is taking much longer than the 12th palace. This shows how difficult the 13th palace is. It looks like he will stop at the 13th palace. After all, he must have a limit. That's right. Becoming one of the top 10 most powerful Ascendant Empyreans the moment he became an Ascendant Empyrean is enough for his fame to sweep the Celestial clan. If he could pass the 13th palace, he would become the 3rd most powerful Ascendant Empyrean, just after Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei. In the end, he still hasn't surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The Ascendant Empyreans sent out divine sense messages to each other. Some felt regret and some felt relief. Is this the limit? Grand Empyrean Dao Yi looked at the sky and relaxed a bit. Not being able to pass the 13th palace would make it easier for him to recruit Wang Lin. Just as everyone was speculating if Wang Lin would stop at the 13th palace, the ancient transfer array in the distance lit up. A figure began to condense, and after the light dissipated, a young man in black appeared before everyone. His appearance stirred the crowd no less than Dao Yi and Wu Feng. It was as if his appearance would set off a new storm in the Empyrean trial. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. He is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao? Even he came. If Wang Lin passes through the 13th palace, what kind of expression will Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao make? Many of the Empyrean exalts here hadn't seen Ascendant Empyrean Ming Do before, but as they talked to each other, they learned who he was. They all looked at him with respect, but even more so with a sense of expectation. They were waiting for what would happen once Wang Lin appeared and their gazes met. The strongest Ascendant Empyrean, number 1 under the Grand Empyreans. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao decided to come here now. This is interesting. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao clearly can't calm down. After all, Wang Lin is about to surpass him. If he didn't come, then it would be contrary to his personality. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had always been arrogant, but no one could challenge him. Even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei can only be suppressed by Ming Dao. Only the Ascendant Empyreans had some understanding of Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. They looked at each other and their expression remained the same, but their expectations also built up in their hearts. Mingdao greets Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng. The cold-looking youth in black didn't look at the Empyrean Exalts or Ascendant Empyreans but clasped his hands at the two Grand Empyreans. Wu Feng looked at Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao and sighed in his heart. He had offered excellent conditions, but Mingdao still chose the Celestial Emperor. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up. Not only him, but everyone's hearts trembled and they stopped paying attention to Mingdao. They all looked up in the sky. The 13th palace, covered by clouds, suddenly erupted with golden light. This golden light soaked into the clouds, causing the entire sky to become golden. He has passed the 13th palace. In the past, when Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao became an Ascendant Empyrean, he was stopped at the 13th palace. Now this Wang Lin has passed the 13th palace and surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. The black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's eyes shrank as he stared at the sky, and his expression became a bit gloomy. At this moment, the entire Empyrean trial seemed to boil. All the Empyrean exalts here were shocked by Wang Lin passing the 13th palace. They thought they had overestimated Wang Lin, but they were wrong. 13th palace. How much battle power does this Wang Lin have? Could it be that he wants to break through all the way to the 19th palace? This person has already shaken the whole world in just a day. The Ascendant Empyreans all looked up at the sky with eyes filled with shock. They had good reason to be shocked by Wang Lin. The moment the golden light came from the 13th palace, it was unknown who had turned to look at Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao first, but a moment later, more than half the gazes were locked onto him. Wang Lin passing the 13th palace was an invisible challenge toward Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao looked calm, but a coldness spread out like a cold storm was brewing inside his body. As this coldness spread, the surrounding uproar immediately stopped. In the sky, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the 13th palace. His face was extremely pale, and after he appeared, he didn't attempt the 14th palace but slowly sank. As he sank, the surrounding cultivators were all silent. "Are you not going to keep going?" Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's voice echoed in the silence of Wang Lin's descent. As the voice echoed through the Empyrean trial, the hearts of all the cultivators who heard it trembled. A sense of expectation appeared in their hearts. They felt a storm was coming. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's expression remained calm, and he didn't speak. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng smiled as if he hadn't heard anything. These two Ascendant Empyreans were both excellent, and they wanted to see what they would do next. This scene was even more interesting to the surrounding cultivators than Wang Lin attempting the Empyrean trial. The people who were far from the Empyrean trial who saw this were also very interested. As Grand Empyrean Jodi looked at the autumn leaf before him, his eyes shined brightly. Being able to pass through the 13th palace means that this person is worthy of being recruited. Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao's action is interesting. I wonder how this Wang Lin will reply. From his appearance, the 13th palace was not easy. But it's enough to make him famous across the Celestial clan. In the Imperial Palace, the Celestial Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne as he looked at the illusion, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has only passed through the 13th palace. That's nothing to worry about. Mingdao is a bit too arrogant and won't allow someone to surpass him, even though it's only the achievement of someone who has just become an Ascendant Empyrean. Normally, having this kind of personality is not good, but he channels this bad trait into his cultivation, so it's fine. Forget it, just let Mingdao teach this Wang Lin a lesson. Even though he has passed the 13th palace, he has to bow if he comes to my imperial city. Eastern continent, Purple Yang sect. The middle-aged man looked at the mirror before him and frowned. Mingdao, this person is a bit too much. How could he speak like this before all the Empyrean exalts? He is clearly showing his contempt. In the Empyrean trial, Wang Lin, who had sunk to the 9th palace, suddenly stopped. He looked at the black-robed young man who was looking coldly at him. "Who are you?" Wang Lin slowly asked. He naturally saw the party's hostility. Ming Dao. The black-robed young man's expression was cold and arrogant. I'm asking why you are stopping. Wang Lin frowned, and after pondering a bit, he guessed why Ming Dao was acting like this. It seemed that when he passed the 13th palace, he had surpassed this person's past achievements. It's rare to have this kind of personality after reaching Ascendant Empyrean. This person. Wang Lin looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. To enter Dao with pride and use a heart full of pride to cultivate. Not allowing other to surpass him. This pride fills his heart and soul. No wonder he could become number one among Ascendant Empyreans. He likely does not care about anything but single-mindedly focusing on Dao. Wang Lin smiled and ignored the black-robed young man. He flew toward where Dao Yi and Wu Feng were located. Wang Lin greets two fellow Grand Empyreans. After this Empyrean trial, I still have an urgent matter to attend to and have to leave. Wang Lin ignored Ming Dao and bowed before Dao Yi and Wu Feng. Being able to pass the 13th palace means that you can be considered to be at the peak of my celestial clan. I'll come find you. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Haha, little friend Wang Lin, since you remember our previous agreement, then I'll also go find you. As for the specific conditions, we can talk about them in detail after we meet. Admiration appeared in Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Dao Yi and Wu Feng once more. He continued to ignore Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao as he flew toward the ancient transfer array to leave. He felt like he had already shocked everyone and achieved his goal. In the 13th palace, if he hadn't used some power from the avatar in the void, he could not have passed it with the soul armor alone. At this moment he decided to stop here. The 13th palace was enough to attract great attention from the Grand Empyreans. When all the cultivators saw Wang Lin leaving, they felt slightly disappointed in their hearts. It looks like this Wang Lin doesn't dare to provoke Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This means he knows his limits. After all, he has only passed the 13th palace, and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is the number one Ascendant Empyrean who passed through the 15th palace. However, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is a bit too aggressive. His words earlier were not polite at all, as if he was questioning Wang Lin. What do you mean, too aggressive? Cultivators like us respect the strong. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is number one under Grand Empyreans and should act like this. On the contrary, it is Wang Lin ignoring him that seems arrogant. The surrounding discussions were no longer via divine senses but with voices, as if there was a purpose. The discussions became louder and louder. Even Wang Lin, who had arrived next to the ancient transfer array, could hear some of it. Wang Lin frowned and looked at the cultivators behind him. Under his gaze, all the chattering stopped. Wang Lin turned back and was about to leave the Empyrean trial through the transfer array. But just at this moment, there was someone who didn't want him to leave like this. Are you just going to leave like this? I have already asked you twice. A cold voice came from the black-robed young man, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Wang Lin stopped. After pondering a bit, he turned to look at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. That's right, I'm no longer going to attempt the trial. What do you want? Nothing, I just want you to try the 14th palace. Once you fail, you can leave. The youth in black slowly said, the arrogance on his face becoming even stronger. After Wang Lin heard this, he suddenly laughed and no longer paid attention to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. He stepped into the transfer array and it lit up. However, at this moment, there was a flash of killing intent in the black-robed young man's eyes. Arrogant! As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the transfer array. With this, the entire Empyrean trial seemed to tremble. A giant finger appeared and flew toward the transfer array. Fighting was not allowed in the Empyrean trial. This was a long-standing rule of the Empyrean trial. However, right now, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had attacked with no regards to this rule. This rule was not set by the celestial ancestor, but by later generations. Therefore, attacking someone here wouldn't provoke the Empyrean trial, but people rarely dared to disobey it. The moment the giant finger appeared, it stirred up the energy here. All the cultivators gasped and fear appeared in their eyes as they retreated. He dares to act here. Indeed worthy of being number one under Grand Empyreans. He even dares to violate the rules here. These rules were set by the Grand Empyreans. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has guts. The giant finger created a heaven-shattering howl as it flew toward Wang Lin. If Wang Lin didn't move, his divine sense would likely be damaged during the transfer and would likely collapse. But if he hid, he would be forced out from the transfer array and would be unable to leave. This was the same as killing Wang Lin's momentum and would seriously damage Wang Lin's face of passing through the 13th palace. It would show everyone how strong Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was, right after Wang Lin had gained his fame. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao also knew that although fighting between Ascendant Empyreans was rare, as long as he didn't go too far, the Grand Empyreans wouldn't interfere. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng frowned. Dao Yi hesitated and didn't speak, but Wu Feng let out a cold snort. Ming Dao, you have guts. You dare to attack here. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. At this moment, a laugh came from a cultivator below. Golden light surrounded one of the Empyrean exalts below and an image appeared around him. It was a shadow wearing a golden robe and a crown. It was the Celestial Emperor. This Celestial Emperor appeared here using his own special spell. He waved his right hand at Wu Feng and defused the power from Wu Feng's wave. Inside the transfer array, Wang Lin looked up and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He originally didn't want to create too much trouble here, but Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's actions had caused killing intent to appear in his heart. He wouldn't allow the goal he had achieved to be destroyed by this person. When the finger arrived, Wang Lin walked out from the transfer array. The finger stopped before Wang Lin and dissipated. It was as if the party had no intention of actually attacking and was just mocking Wang Lin.